There I am. Good morning, everybody. Welcome in. How are y'all doing? Come on in. Welcome aboard. Let me know in the chat if y'all can hear me so I'm just not talking to myself. Yeah, let me know we're good to go. Let me know. How's everybody doing? Welcome into my mod team. Rachel and Forrest are here with us this morning. Beth, welcome in. Tracia Shabugs, welcome. Valley Girl, good to see you. Forrest, we are about on the same page there this morning then. That's wild. Got my coffee. I got the dogs fed. They did go out, but it's a little rainy and they're like, "Are you serious?" So, anyway, I will be going to put the puppy up in a few minutes because she'll get all cray-cray on us while we're doing our live and we don't know what's going to happen. So, we'll just go put her down for nap time. But this puppy is so smart and she's really starting to come into her own and listen, guys. So, the dog whisperer. Welcome in, Dolphin. I'm glad you are listening. Good. Thank you for letting me know y'all can hear me. This thing gets crazy sometimes and I can't tell. All right, the sound is good. Good deal. You guys will notice, especially those of you who are here all the time with us and you're just a real good part of the community, you will notice a difference going forward. We're down a mod. Not completely. Butterfly has went back into the workforce, so she's not available during the weekday for us anymore at the moment. So we will miss her. She's still around. She's listening when she can. And she'll be in and out when she can. She's still a mod, and she's always will be, and she's always going to be with us. But y'all will notice. Y'all will notice her. She's not here. So I wanted to let you guys know what was going on with Butterfly and where she is, because I know y'all will miss her because you're so used to seeing her and chatting with her. So, I feel like I'm out of breath, like I've ran a marathon, and I really ain't done nothing but roll out of the bed and make coffee and tend to dogs. That's enough, right? That is enough for me sometimes. All right, guys. So, yeah, we have some news to get to in the Anna Kepner case. So many of us were like, if you followed the case, you know, her 16-year-old stepbrother had been accused of her murder. And has been going to court and charged and everything, but he was never arrested. I mean, wasn't taken into custody, right, and detained in jail. He was allowed to be released to a family member's care. Well, the judge now has revoked all of that and said, no, you need to go. And the judge has some serious concerns about this boy. So we're going to dive into the documents and the story of that. Before we do, we're going to touch on a couple of little things that happened. Well, they're not. Well, one's just a news clip I'm going to show you guys covering news that I did not go live to cover. I I saw all this going down on Friday. I was like, thank God I got a cookout Saturday. Thank God I'm going to be tired on Sunday. Thank God I might be busy on Monday. Let the shit show die out, because I was not going live to cover. Here's what I don't do. I cover true crime. I don't go live and cover creators suing creators. What are y'all doing? I get it. I'm staying out of it. I will allow the courts to handle the Constitution of the United States of America. It's not a conversation I'm going to get into when it concerns these media personalities being arrested outside of Nancy Guthrie's home. Because I will stand up for the Constitution all day, every day, and twice on Sunday. I don't flip-flop on it. I don't pick and choose what case I want it to apply to because it suits me fancy. Everybody in the media deserves to be out doing the news, right? Go get your clips, go get your story, go get your shot, and move the fuck on. That other stuff you're out there doing, we all know there's no reason to be doing it, so I don't feel like I need to go live and cover all of that. But the news did, and a lot of people on YouTube, you could pop off anywhere all weekend long and find a stream about it. It was everywhere, and I'm not gonna lie, I watched it. Well, I watched a few people. But I really don't have anything much to say about the conversation anymore because I just don't. I might ruffle feathers if I do. I might make some of y'all scratch your heads and go, "What the fuck are you saying?" So we're just gonna leave it alone, let the courts handle that fiasco. But I will show y'all I will show it to you. I think there's a lot of mixed views running around about there. I think there's a lot of there's some mixed views about it. Some support the Constitution. Some just support the creators for being out there. They don't give a fuck about nothing else. It's I just to flap the jaws kind of thing. But can we be honest? There's no reason to be out there. Sorry, if we can't move past that conversation, I don't want to have it. So I'll show you all the news of it though, and then we're going to look at another news clip before we get started here on another story. Actually, it's not a news clip at all, but it's very. I liked it. What in the world? There we go. My thing just messed up on me, guys. I was like, it must think it's Monday. Okay. And the reason I wanted to share this clip, it was because there's an attorney talking, right? People on the internet can run their mouths all day long about this situation. None of them are telling the truth. That's why I'm not watching any of it. It's a personal thing, it feels like in some ways, and I'm just like, okay, I'm not doing that. I don't get into your drama, your personal whatever is going on out there. But I will take a look at the legalities of things, That's my jams. So this guy was an attorney on this news clip. So we're going to see what he has to say. Because whether you like it or not, whether you don't, it doesn't matter if we don't like what they were doing in front of the house, right? Because I didn't like it, but they got the right to be out there and get your footage and get your story and move on. And now they're out there tweeting, well, what if Brian Enting goes back out there to do what? Get his shot and move on? Now we're waging war on the poor little Brian Enton, and all he did was be a News Nation man. Like, stop it, grown-ups. That's what I won't cover. All right, so let me show the news here. The news, the KVOA.
Going in depth tonight. For over 4 months now, a Catalina Foothills neighborhood says they've endured threats, intimidation, and overall bad behavior from content creators following the mysterious kidnapping of their 84-year-old neighbor, Nancy Guthrie. The trauma, many say, has been all too much, leaving them living in what they are calling a neighborhood nightmare. News 4 Tucson's Monica Garcia has been following those concerns all along and is asking questions now about what is being done to bring peace back to that neighborhood. Monica.
Well, Sean, the neighbors we have spoken to in Nancy's neighborhood tell me that they have felt helpless. They felt scared and even targeted by certain streamers who have lingered in her neighborhood. And we do have to say this comes after the Pima County Sheriff's Department charged 3 YouTubers that had been broadcasting out there live for various misdemeanors and a felony from block.
I hope they all focus on Miss Nancy Guthrie's face. And it's a little insulting when grown men prop their big ass into a chair and say, I'm here to keep her name out there because y'all will forget if I don't. I promise you, I won't forget. And I don't need a friendly reminder.
A public thoroughfare to being a public nuisance to even resisting arrest. The accused are publicly now disputing those charges, saying their First Amendment right.
Well, it's debatable if whether or not. Here's the thing. I've watched for months. I've watched all their random content here and there, not because I wanted to, for research purposes. And I've seen some pretty questionable behavior outside of that house. And if people think that's okay, even for a second, remember your mom could be missing by tomorrow morning when you wake up.
Are being violated. Well, tonight we are taking a.
Uh-oh. They said, no, we're not taking a closer look at nothing. What happened?
Closer look at the rights, as well as the rights of the people living in that neighborhood. It's the latest chapter in a saga that began after the disappearance of their 84-year-old neighbor, Nancy Guthrie. Neighbors say they've since endured months of disruption.
Yeah, I remember you.
Intimidation and unwanted attention.
She doesn't like anybody stopping here.
Feeling like there's been little recourse to stop it.
I'm not packing anything up. I'm hanging out right here, bro.
Blocking the road.
Early on, the county added no parking zones and no trespassing signs in the area.
The sign is fraudulent, okay?
It's not fraudulent.
And let's, if I need to go back and find the clips, y'all gonna make me work that hard, I will. But Sue Ellen was threatened more than one time. I'm just saying. That's why I'm not covering this case, because no one's going to talk about it honestly and openly and come correct. We got shits to say like a bunch of high school people, and I'm not dealing with it.
There were also discussions about gating the community. Some neighbors even considered seeking protective orders or pursuing civil action against certain streamers they felt were targeting them. But they say those options aren't quick or simple and can take years through the courts before any real protection is in place.
Well, journalists or content creators have a right to be on public sidewalks, to be in public places, and to gather the news.
We sat down with attorney David Bodney, who defends media in First Amendment cases. He says the law is clear, whether you're a traditional journalist or an independent content creator. The Constitution protects the rights to report and record in public places.
Now, that's true. And I don't want to take that away from anybody. And I'm not going to be going out there and policing people's personal behavior. If I don't like someone's personal behavior, they're not in my circle. I don't watch you. I don't consume your content. I don't hang on your every little word. I'm not expecting you to enlighten my criminal brain, with your expert analysis or whatever. I'm not getting there with any of it. And I'm not going to get there with a bunch of randos calling up with all their theories on what happened to Miss Nancy. None of our theories matter at this point. Every case goes next level. Every single case goes next level. Sebastian Rogers still missing to this day. Brian Koberger still propped up and held up like he's some sort of god. People fighting and infighting. It's every single case, it goes next level. Delphi's no different. Shit's still going on today. So Idaho 4, still going on today. So guess what's going to be going on after, 2 years from now? The people who battled it out over Sebastian Rogers' case, they live every day to battle it out on YouTube against each other. Is that what we're doing here nowadays? We don't actually cover facts and cases. We cover each other. Because that's ew. What are we doing?
Federal minimum regulations.
Is that what YouTube media is these days? We just cover each other? Because that's fucking boring. Ted is not interesting to me. Neither is JLR. Alex is comical as fuck. And honestly, always piqued my curiosity for years. I just don't know why. But yeah.
Laws of general applicability are applicable to content creators and journalists too, which means that they don't have a right to engage in criminal conduct or in conduct that might give rise to civil liability.
It's kind of overwhelming now with them, continuing to come out on these false reports. I mean, these people are just calling the police for no.
And people can come out here right now and want to rag on the Juice and Alex and all of them all they want. I also got one more y'all can add to your list. I've heard something about a road trip one time. The old bat in a hat lady, you doubling down. Checkmate, I see you. You're in the camp with these bubbas.
No reason.
In other words, the First Amendment protects the right to.
Uh-oh. What am I doing here today? Am I having wonky signal? Are we experiencing the swamp signal suddenly? What had happened? No, we're connected. We're good. Everything's good.
So I just wanted to respond to
We're going to get to you in just a moment. Anyway, that was a lawyer talking about they do have their rights. Now, I don't know. I think they're crowdfunding for lawyers. I heard tale of, well, they all seem to think. I caught something on Friday night. I feel like it was maybe Friday. JLR is going to come in and help us all with attorneys. I'm like, what? Wow, okay, y'all. So we'll see. Maybe JLR will come through and hook everybody up with an attorney. Their fundraising efforts will get them a little attorney, and I think a couple of them are going to rep themselves, like Lori Vallow. We'll see. Jay does what on her side channel perfectly? It was taking this stuff looking at this stuff here. Oh, the Krama stuff. Oh yeah, when Jay does a Krama, I got both her channels. In fact, yesterday I didn't go live and I was really busy. I was busy around the house, spring cleaning, rearranging some things, reorganizing, doing all the things women do at their house. Well, most women probably do. And Jay was live all day, and she's like, "Should I keep going?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm not done cleaning my house. Keep going." But we were unpacking John Ramsey interviews of the DNA and all this different stuff, taking notes and going, So that was an interesting show for sure. Yeah, the Krama. I mean, I could do Krama shabugs, but here's the thing: I get bored easy, and if I go throw shade at somebody, I'm just gonna do it and wrap that shit up and move on, right? It's fun, I guess, but sometimes I feel like I'm too old for all that shit. You know what I mean? I know people seem to love it, and I'm there. I go with my popcorn. Trust me. We have considered the Shady Ladies show, y'all. Y'all know, we all got something to say. The Ramsey case, well, Shabugs, what we're doing is Jay and I are both watching the interview room unpack their investigation, the Cold Case Foundation's investigation. One thing Jay was wondering, though, and they kept saying when John kept talking about the profile of Jean Bonnet's killer, that came from John Douglas, the FBI profiler, and he is on the Cold Case Foundation, right? So I gathered some more information about that because I'm clocking that now too. Because everybody's like, John Ramsey didn't just make up the profile himself. He was told those profiles, right? So we gotta. I'm like I said in the chat yesterday. There, I'm trying to go in there. It was funny because I said I'm trying not to be old cop with tunnel vision, but y'all are making it real hard right now. Laugh out loud because I'm trying to keep an open mind. We're unpacking an investigation, so it is very interesting stuff, and the interviews that they're doing or unpacking over there at the interview room with the different information. Now, one thing that Chris McDonough touched on that he hasn't revealed yet, stay tuned, something about a 3-page DNA report. Here's the thing. See, now I'm going to go into a show about that. Shabugs, damn it. This DNA mixture they're pushing to have this IgG testing on, they already ran a completed sample through CODIS. All you have to do, and you can go ask any DNA expert because I just sleep at Holiday Inns, but you can go out, you can take that profile and you turn it over to the private lab, and they have to develop the S&P profile and run IgG. It can absolutely be done with that CODIS sample. Why not? Why are we pushing to get this mixture tested? Is it more important than the other DNA? Because the CODIS DNA, this weird mixture they're pushing for testing on, could not have cleared the Ramsey family because it's a mixture of we don't know who. So I don't know what DNA samples they used to clear that family with. You know what I mean? I'm still stuck on some of those things. That DNA shit's really got me. Simi has no real opinion on the John case, but I don't either at this point. Look, I was alive when John Bonet was murdered. I had children. I was an adult woman. I remember everything. All these years later, I have all of it, the John Carr of it all. I was there for all of it live on TV. I remember all of it. I have no opinion as to who killed that little girl. Because, let me tell you, public opinion tried to sway me for decades. Just like they tried to tell me that Elizabeth Smart's daddy killed her or kidnapped her and hurt her and disposed of her body. Turns out that wasn't true at all. Ed Smart loved his daughter, and some man entered the home and took her into the mountains and kept her for 9 solid fucking months while the world tore apart Ed Smart. And I just kept shaking my head going, I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it. Turns out I was right. I'm not always right, though. I'm dead ass wrong sometimes. So I'm trying to keep an open mind, you know what I mean? And I feel it's icky for me to support certain families and tear down another when I have no proof they did anything except a hunch and a speculation and a who the hell got in your house and knew where that room was, right? I got legit questions just like y'all do. At the same time, I'm not a flip-flopper. If I support families out here on these crazy ass streets, what am I doing if I trash John Ramsey because I didn't like the way he sat in his chair? Right? I'm not going to convict and condemn John Ramsey because he shifted in his chair a certain way, or he appeared to avoid a question, or he is having tech issues. Those things, I'm like, stop it. You know, yeah, well, Ramsey thinks he's out there fighting. He's pushing hard for his DNA testing. I just don't know what. Here's one thing I want these mainstream media people to do that are platforming him and letting him come talk about this push for DNA testing. Ask him why it hasn't been done yet. Reach out to a lab. Reach out to CC Moore. Reach out, news media. Do your jobs. Like Rick Allen's attorney said, it's time to be journalist. Are we gossip journalists? Or are we journalists? What are we doing today? Anyway, justice for JonBenet Ramsey. And somebody knew the lay of the land of that house. That part, I do know. You would have had to have known. Now, speaking of families, I'm going to show you a clip because there's some nasty stuff going down out there on these internet streets directed at one of Idaho for victims' families. You know, we support families, remember? Stephen Christie Gonzalez will be on Jay for Justice tomorrow night, 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Y'all got your clocks. Y'all know where you live. Do your time zone. I don't do clocks, calendars, and all that. I know my time. 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time tomorrow night on Jay for Justice. Stephen Christie Gonzalez. And they have every right to come out and talk, just like the rest of us have the right to come out and talk. Do we tell families and victims to sit down like Megan Connor? Are we all Megans today? Sit down, family members. You don't need to speak. We're going to speak for you. In fact, we might come out and make big old paragraph statements and write a fucking book about how we hate you and broadcast it to the masses because we act like we know. It's disgusting what they're doing. If y'all people want to believe in Brian Koberger's innocence, go do that. Dig the documents, critique the interviews with all of his surviving roommates and all their friends, pick apart every single document that's becoming unsealed, every single report attached, trying to find the smoking gun that's going to prove Brian Koberger's innocent. Do that. But leave the family alone. So what if they think he did it? The fucking dude said he did it. Much different than Rick Allen's confessions, I might add. So I'm going to play y'all a little clip from Vivian because she's killing it right now. And when the truth is not out there and people think they're getting the truth and they think they're getting the facts from creators and I don't go in that weird TikTok shit. Then little girls are on TikTok. That's what I'm like, what is this weird platform that's always trying to get me to go live? I'm getting these strange DMs about the real killer. I'm getting little girls all over TikTok. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Anyway, they're not putting out accurate and correct information, and neither are half these YouTubers. But I don't think anybody really cares about facts anymore. We're getting so far away from facts. It's okay. So I'm going to let Viviana do her thing because she does it better than I do. And she's going to show facts compared to fiction and how this stuff spins out there on these mean streets. This is why I tell y'all every day, be careful on the YouTube streets. If people are telling you, oh, that case is backwards, and go seek out other people on opposite sides and listen, or go read a document for yourself. Delphi case and Idaho 4 case, I listened to both sides when I first started looking into these cases. And I quickly learned, well, I just read the same document and what you just said doesn't even make any sense. How can I trust that person going forward? Right? That's where I go with it. Some people go like, oh, they're funny and they're great. It doesn't matter what they say. It matters to me. It matters to me. Take it away, ma'am.
Onto a statement that Natasha Cooper put out recently that I feel is highly inappropriate, and I'm going to be stopping it at different points and stating my opinion. I mean, these other content creators keep spouting their opinion all the time, and I always try to stick in facts and speculation rooted in facts, but I'm getting really tired of the gross and inappropriate things that have been getting said about the families, about the surviving roommates, etc. And Natasha had put out this statement in response to a post by the Gonsalves family about how they were blindsided by the autopsy results being released, that full autopsy report, which that would be upsetting to any family. But how Natasha reacted was not appropriate. So let's start.
My response to the
Oh, sorry, guys. I didn't realize I was on mute. Shugs, are you asking if this lady is a lawyer? No. She's a content creator. She's very well schooled in the Idaho 4 case, and she's spent a lot of time having to debunk lies, misinformation, and wrong facts, right? When you go and someone's reading a court document and they're screaming, make it make sense, and don't even understand the big words, if you're smarter than they are, that should be a red flag. Yeah.
Gonsalves family. First of all, I want to acknowledge that I cannot imagine the pain of losing a child.
This is a direct message from a little gal on the TikTok to a dead child's family. And Kaylee was a young woman. So because YouTube gets all mad when you call adults children, especially in the Idaho 4 case. Their young adult daughter was brutally attacked and murdered in her home. And this TikTok chick feels that she needs to come out with her little my response to the Gonsalves. Because she didn't like what they said. I hope all her babies rested well last night.
I understand why the release of these autopsy reports is emotional for the families, and I genuinely have compassion for that. But I also need to say this. Discussing publicly released documents is not exploitation.
Okay, I'm going to stop it there because it can be exploitation and often is, because it depends on how it's discussed and what's being done and whether the person that's discussing it is ethical or not. And we know, Natasha, that you are not one of the ethical content creators. I mean, you put autopsy photos of a little child behind a paywall and had people pay to see them.
This is, for fuck's sakes, Vivian. She's not new, guys. She's been around for a long time. Those of us who are well schooled in the Idaho 4 case know who she is. But I will get the link in just a second and drop it in.
A child's autopsy photos. That is exploitation.
She's on TikTok and YouTube.
For years, I have been called a conspiracy theorist. I've been told I can't read, that I don't understand documents. I have no
I wonder why. See, I ain't lying. I can't read. I don't understand documents. I'm telling you, everybody, that has been the norm for Idaho 4.
comprehension skills. Depending on the day, I'm accused of being pro-defense, pro-prosecution, pro-burger, or whatever other label someone wants to throw at me. But the truth is much simpler. I am pro-truth, I am pro-facts, and I am pro-justice.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Did you just say you were pro-truth and pro-facts? You, the same person who has constantly been lying on her lives almost every night for the last month about Nicholas Mowich, claiming that he had stab wounds all over his upper body, which wasn't true. And I FOIA'd his documents, and I've shown them to show that that wasn't true. And who has lied and claimed that Kara Kernodle knew Tyson Farley, Nicholas Mowich, and that Harmier guy in Vancouver, which again, not true. Who has claimed that Dylan's boyfriend is a drug dealer, not true. Who has claimed that there was blood and DNA in the drain in the first floor bathroom, not true. Who has
Kara Kernodle is the mother of Xana Kernodle, the gentleman that she named when she was talking about her, another creator, put them all together into this drug runners, and that was it was a whole bunch of stuff. So that's what she's talking about, is these people that they're just trashing all over the place.
claimed that the blood spot on the banister was tied to the four brothers on inmate 163214's family tree, not true.
Simi, here's, you were avoiding it for trial. Oh, I unpacked every single document ever released, watched every hearing, and guess who was still ready to walk into that trial with a completely open mind with zero tunnel vision? Me. I was here for it. Anything Ann Taylor wanted to present, I was going to give it my full attention with an open mind, regardless that I just spent 4 years unpacking that case, right? And I think we should all be able to do that. But I know people, they get the tunnel vision from day one, and we don't let up. And sometimes it doesn't matter what them creators say. We're just there for it. I'm not. That's weird. That's weird, y'all.
Who took a photo of a crock and had ChatGPT add blood to it when no blood existed on it. I could go on and on with all of your lies. So don't say that you are about facts and the truth. And yes, you do misinterpret the documents frequently. And you claim you're for justice, but yet you get on your lives and you constantly bash the victims' families, okay? And make up stories about the victims, about their friends, about their...
Yeah, because these days everybody's convinced that every time a case happens, that defendant's damn well got to be innocent. And if he's not, and there's not bullshit involved in the case, we don't even want to hear about it. We're only going to fight for the ones that we're... So now, are we going to be like every time a crime happens and we unpack a case, the guy is innocent? Because, the big bad government just came for him. It's not the case every time, y'all. And there were a lot of smart people that I had respect for on the internet, on Twitter, that tried hard to find the problems in the Brian Koberger case and realized eventually we don't have any, and this is not going to work. I'm not going to name names right now, and they're big accounts, well-respected X and YouTube accounts. They tried that Koberger's innocent for a minute and then realized, oh boy, no, that's not going to work. We're going to look real stupid in a few months, and I'm trying to make myself look real legit.
family. So you're not for justice.
And I don't care whose narrative that supports or doesn't support.
Well, there is no narrative. And narrative should never be mentioned in the same realm as true crime, because it's either the facts, the evidence, it's the reality, or the people that are making up things, the fan fiction people like you. So there's no narratives.
What I find difficult to understand is how some of these same people condemning creators like me have had no problem sitting in comment sections while myself and others are mocked daily for our appearance, age, weight, intelligence, and character.
Oh, good Lord. Honey, that's why I didn't go live and talk about Lauren's stupid fucking eyebrows. All of y'all got them on. All these women running around out there with fake everythings. I don't got time to tear it all down. We know. That's where I don't do either, because I could tear your character down all day and twice on Sunday. I don't give a fuck about your looks.
Okay, first of all, I don't even know what this has to do with you addressing the G family about being upset about the autopsies. This has nothing to do with that. Non sequitur. But since you brought it up, you're the one who keeps showing a picture of me that was stolen when my Instagram was hacked and using it to make fun of my chest. And you call me lopsided watermelon titties.
What the fuck? That little girl's mad because people are talking about her looks and she's over here calling Vivian some lopsided titties. What the fuck? See? Is that what we're here for, y'all? We're just here for all that stuff. Because I can shut down this true crime shit today and I'll become the next Queen Bee. What the fuck?
So who's the one that's making fun of women's looks and women's weight? So miss me with that shit.
Miss me with that
If we're going to talk about respect and humanity, then these standards should apply to everyone, not just the people we agree with.
I completely agree. Respect and humanity. However, you don't show either when you're discussing true crime cases. You consistently bash the families of the victims. You do a lot of victim shaming. You lie about people that had nothing to do with the Idaho 4 murders. Nicholas Mowich, for example. Brent Kopaka, for example. You lie about the surviving roommates. You're devoid of respect and humanity, in my opinion.
The autopsy reports were not released by me. They were released through the legal system and are now public records. Discussing those records, analyzing evidence, and asking questions is not hatred.
Nobody said they were released by you. But when something like that is released, we have a duty, if we're going to discuss them, to discuss them respectfully and carefully, to protect the dignity of the victims. And when you plug in the injuries into ChatGPT and ask it to put out a diagram or put out a fictional photo of a victim to supposedly show the injuries, that's not doing it respectfully or with dignity for the victims.
It is not disrespect. It is not exploitation. It is part of seeking the truth. Do I agree with every creator's approach? Absolutely not. But I also reject the idea that everyone who discusses this case is doing so for clicks, views, money, or attention.
Okay, I just addressed how it can be done in a respectful manner, and some people, like yourself, are not doing it in a respectful manner. Now, I agree. There's a lot of creators that are not in it for the clicks and views and money. For example, I'm not monetized at all on my Idaho 4 content. I'm not monetized over on YouTube at all. But you, however, will sit there in a live discussing an autopsy and then stop in the middle of the autopsy discussion to ask what percentage you are at and then say you need to go do a battle.
Oh, good Lord. I hate when that... I cannot stand to be watching a live show and be in the middle of something and all of a sudden I'm hearing ways to pay them. I don't mind supporting. That is not... It's just... There's a time and a place. I was always taught that. And I've taught my children that. Time and a place. Especially my boys. You know how them boys, the wild boys, I mean, they be cussing, doing all kind of weird shit. You don't know, like, don't do that shit in public. Make me look like I'm an idiot. Time and place. That's how I trained my boys. Time and place. In the middle of an autopsy read, I'm not going to stop to ask you to pay me. That's fucking sick. And that's a dead-ass giveaway of what they're really there for.
So that you can make money. That is for clicks, views, and money. And you can't deny it. You're on video every night, begging for money while you're in the middle of a discussion about a true crime case. Nothing says I'm being respectful about these autopsy results like stopping in the middle to do a battle and to ask Priscilla what your percentage is at and for people to drop a glove.
And it's real easy to sit here and go 90-0 and be super aggressive to get my point across. And everybody, is sickening.
Some of us have dedicated years to following this case because we care about getting to the truth and we care about the victims. And perhaps most importantly, these victims deserve real justice. Not just a version of justice that sounds good, gets the loudest applause, satisfies public opinion, or fits someone's preferred narrative or motivation.
There you go, using that word narrative again.
There you go, preferred narrative. That can't freaking stand that word.
There is no narrative. There's only the facts, the evidence of the case. Now, yes, a lot of us covering this case are doing so because we care about the families, the survivors, their friends, and of course, the victims. And we saw it through to justice. Justice has been achieved.
Oh, she's taken all of those Pro Burger accounts to school. This little girl from TikTok ain't the only one. I could probably spend a whole day just reviewing Vivian and showing y'all how easily those people are out there unpacking lies and not being honest. Because they can't. Is it that hard to accept the truth? Is it that hard to accept the document could be real? Trust me, I've been in this case a long time. I know the problems in the Idaho 4 case, and I'm not scared to call them out or talk about the problems. But all roads lead back to one man who touched that fucking sheath next to victims who bought the sheath. That part that's on the back burner. They can't explain that part yet. I'm waiting on them to, then I'll be down with it. But right now, I'm just waiting.
Now, for some of us, we maybe wanted a little more justice. I wanted him to face the firing squad. But life in prison without parole is still justice. And if you want to talk about caring about the victim.
Exactly, Real Happy. You can tell this lady is grown. About time we get grown-ups back in the building, right?
Victims and respecting them. When you carry on like this is a cold case that hasn't been solved yet, and want to free their murderer, that's not respectful. Not at all. That's disrespectful to the victims, their families, the survivors, and their friends.
Justice is supposed to be based on facts, evidence, and truth. Not emotion, not pressure, not popularity, and certainly not assumptions.
Yeah, basically what I just said when I said there's no narratives, because it's just facts. This case was based on facts. It was based on truth. It wasn't based on emotion. And the perp is in jail now.
I am not here to defend a person. I'm not here to defend a theory. And I'm not here to defend a narrative. I am here to follow the evidence wherever it leads.
Shabugs. You know what that would like them to tell me? Well, I've heard the story of how early in this case, how would that DNA get on that sheath, right? Well, Brian Koberger was a criminology student and he was in a lab, and our poor quality control in a lab. What are we doing? How did they go in? They break in the lab and get his DNA off of something he touched, or did they send the sheath to that lab? They can't answer it how that DNA got on that sheath, unless they're it was Brian's and he loaned it to the real killer.
Well, that's interesting because you haven't been following the evidence. If you had, you would see it led right to inmate 163214. And you have definitely been defending your theory that there was 4 murderers and that they were Tyson Farley, Nicholas Mowich, Brent Kopaka, and the Harmier guy. So, yeah, you've been defending.
People really should let Mr. Kopaka rest in peace. Thank you for your service, sir. He was a very disturbed man.
Your harebrained theory that's not rooted in facts.
I can have empathy for a family's grief while still refusing to be shamed for discussing public information responsibly.
No, see, you're completely missing the point. You're not being shamed. You're being criticized because you're not discussing it responsibly.
Those two things are not mutually exclusive. At the end of the day, the truth does not change based on who likes it, who dislikes it, who profits from it, or who is made uncomfortable by it.
Bingo! The truth doesn't change. You're exactly right when you say that. The problem is you don't practice what you preach, and you twist things around to whatever you think is going to get you the most views and the most money when you do your battles. So maybe follow your own advice.
These victims deserve more than narratives. They deserve more than assumptions. They deserve more than conclusions reached because they're convenient or easier to accept.
You're exactly right. They deserve better than someone like you getting.
Yes, shabugs, the people who couldn't get past there's not enough time, I got over that years ago. There's enough time, right? This wasn't a slow process, drawn out, like, slow-mo. No, everything that went down in that house went down so fast. So fast. Especially when you go in thinking you're only going to have one victim, possibly, but you were interrupted by other victims that you had to deal with. A lot happened real fast, and it was brutal. It's fucking brutal.
On lives every night and making up BS about their families and about their friends and about people that they didn't even know.
If this wasn't just one man going into a house and doing what we know serial killers do, like Danny Rawlings, y'all know that dude decapitated one of his victims, and he sat her head on the fireplace mantle, propped her body, staged it on the edge of the bed so that the head was looking back at the body. And when the investigators walked in, that's what they found. Now, Koberger loved to look up Danny Rollins' stuff. And I'm like, he's really fucking. Everybody's like, oh, he wants to be Ted Bundy. No, he wanted what Ted Bundy had, the charisma part of it. But Danny Rollins says, and Koberger downloaded him twice on Christmas Eve after the Idaho 4 killings, I chose my houses. That's how I chose my victims. He didn't choose a victim. The house. Remember, the house was the target. I wonder where they got that from. FBI profiler, possibly? Because Danny Rollins preferred homes that backed up to the woods. Danny Rollins preferred to use a K-bar knife. It don't take long to run into a house and brutally attack and murder victims and run the fuck out.
What they deserve is for you to say, yes, he's guilty. He admitted guilt. The case is closed. Rest in peace, Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan. Your murderer is behind bars for the rest of his life.
They deserve the truth, they deserve accuracy, and they deserve justice.
ERF, I'm so sorry for your loss, and your comment is everything. Family member of a victim unsolved for decades. I have watched how this become a huge dollar-making business. The victims were put to the side a long time ago in favor of profit. Yeah, it is. That's like the crime con of it all. There's a family there that our friend here, Andy, has a dear friend whose daughter was murdered, and she goes every year to try to get the word out, and I'll be doing a show with Andy soon on that. But they don't like that. They have to go, right? It's just like, you can do this on these shows and bring awareness and attention to cases, and you don't got to do it by, well, this is going to be boring unless I make up shit, jumping on the bandwagon. I'm not going to build my back. I'm not going to build my channel on the back of one case. It's a dangerous thing when you start doing that. What are y'all going to do when that case ends one day? What are you going to talk about? That case still?
Real justice.
Why don't you take your own advice then and talk truthfully and discuss facts instead of your made up stories, your make believe about 4 murderers? And yes, they deserve justice, and they did receive justice. Like I said, it might not have been the complete justice that some of us wanted, but he's in prison for the rest of his life, so that is justice.
And they deserve for the person or persons actually responsible for these crimes to be identified and held accountable based on facts, evidence, and the truth.
The facts and evidence and the truth all lead back to Bryan Kohberger. And mommy said, I don't like the death penalty, son. There's a really good chance you're going to get it. Now, I'm more concerned about why Bill Thompson would have approached these family members and said, we might let him get an Alford plea. Why? That's saying, I didn't do it, but you got enough evidence that said I might have done it. The DNA on the sheath, that's all you got, if we're going to get technical like that. So, yeah, I got questions still, but they're for the prosecutor. Not that Bryan Kohberger didn't do it. What kind of game were y'all playing with that man? What secrets did you not want out? I don't know yet. See, there's real legitimate things to look into with that case, other than coming out here and telling y'all he didn't do it because I got a gut feeling. Look at his eyes. He's sad. He's sad. Poor guy.
Wherever that truth ultimately leads.
Yes, that truth ultimately led to inmate 163214. The facts of the case, the evidence, all show he's guilty. He admitted guilt. He is now in prison for life. Justice achieved. Now, would it be nice if he would tell us what he did with the knife? Sure. I mean, it would be great to learn some of those things, but
I know. I want to go and search the Lolo Mountains, Johnson Bar Campground to be exact, a couple of specific locations. Lolo Mountains, oh, hell, I got to make a note.
I don't think he's ever going to talk. Unfortunately, that's just the nature with POS scumbag murderers.
That has always been my position, and it always will be.
Really? Because it sure doesn't seem like it. It seems like your position is ignoring all of the facts and the evidence. So that was my opinion on her statement she made. I think that was a wildly inappropriate statement to put out in light of a family being upset about the autopsies being released and about certain content creators disrespectfully covering those autopsy reports.
And with that said, Stephen Christie made a comment in one of their interviews that when the autopsy reports were unsealed, it's not even full reports, we read over them. At that point, they had not read all the way through their daughter's autopsy report. Somebody on the YouTubes got real butthurt about that and decided to go and make a fucking paragraph statement about it. And people were here for it, apparently, because they pretend to know what it's like to be the parent of a dead child. They pretend to know what it's like to hold a birth certificate in one hand and a death certificate with an attached report in the second hand. That's something I do know about. So when you want to come at a family for how they chose or choose to deal with something or read something or take it in, soak it in, however you want to fucking put it, check yourself. And maybe you want to leave that part alone. And say your blessings, count your blessings. That you got those beautiful babies to tuck in every single night and wake up to every single morning. Count your blessings. And careful what you wish for out there. And now we're going to let that go because that will send me next level. And I just don't think that shit's cool. Now I got a rambunctious dog in the background. Can y'all hear her? I got to go see what these dogs is doing in a second. I did, Dolphin. I made the note. You are tracking me. I knew if anybody out there caught what I was just doing, it had to be you. So I'm gonna, yeah, we'll see. I got to go put this puppy up because these dogs are going to be loud, and I'm going to be curious as to what they're doing. They're just playing with each other, but that puppy could get sideways any minute. I could go in there and have something major chewed up. Actually, is it still raining here? Yes. I had a beautiful weekend, y'all, with beautiful weather. I mean, it could not have been more perfect. Today I got the clouds and the rain. Florida's like, you know what time of year it is, baby girl. We're just going to do the dance. It's a toss up. Like on Saturday, my son and I both checked the weather after the cookout. He's going to go out to the racetrack. I'm going to stay home and keep a couple of kids. We checked the weather. Oh, it's not going to rain. We're good. We can just leave the canopy tent out. No. 30 minutes later, I got a storm rolling through and my canopy's trying to fly away. And I'm like, oh, shit. All hell's breaking loose in the backyard. Anyway, saved the tent. It wasn't a total loss. That's how we roll in Florida. Nice 1 minute and yucky the next. Hey, Marcy, welcome in. Got rainy weather today, not exactly beach weather. All right, guys, the Anna Kepner case. Again, J for Justice tomorrow night. One of you mods it's on her J for Justice channel, not the Everyday with J channel. So J for Justice tomorrow night, Wednesday, 6:30 p.m. Central Time. The Gonzalez parents, Steve and Christy Gonzalez, will be on with J for Justice. And good job with that, Jay, getting that. Because they're out there, trying to share information about the foundation. Murder Has a Name. We looked at it here. We went through the website and talked about some things the other day when we were live. So they're just, and everybody, every time you go into a subject about what they're doing with this foundation, everybody wants to. That was in a show. I forget where I was, but everybody wants to go at the Othram thing because they're like this conspiracy theory Othram thing. I'm not even dealing with all that. Othram who? There's so many other labs out there, right? And there's a bunch of them listed on the Gonzalez website. And the first one was DNA Labs International. Oh, the Florida lab where Nanos likes to send stuff to that people got all upset about because they're not educated enough to know better. All right, I have a news clip we're going to watch briefly. It's just a few minutes of Jesse Weber giving the gist on this case that we're about to cover. I've got a lot to read. So while he's playing, I'm going to go and get the puppy squared away. Okay, Jesse. Jesse. All right. I say that, y'all, because I've always laughed about Jesse's hair. I call it I say Jesse has porn star hair. I can't help it. The 70s, you know what I mean? It's crazy. I know. There we go. Like my thing wasn't working. Okay, so Timothy Hudson has been allowed to live with a family member. They were on a cruise ship. The family was on a cruise ship. They were on a week-long cruise ship. During the ship, Anna was murdered. When they come back and everything starts to, happening and all the case pops off, they go to court and things. They allow him to go home with ankle monitoring, I think it was, to his uncle's home. And we're all like, why? And everybody's trying to figure out it's a Florida case. It's not a Florida case. It is a federal case, with FBI. The feds are taking over because on international waters. Because the thing about Florida is Florida doesn't blink an eye at juveniles committing murder. They will slap that adult charge on you with a quickness and plop you right down into a county jail. I'm a lifelong resident. I know. I got two sitting right now. I don't have two, but there are two sitting right now in a local county jail, 14, 15-year-old boys for the murder of another little girl. So it can be done. But now the judges revoked the bond, revoked the terms, right, and ordered him into custody. Then the next day, the judge wrote a new order and bumped it up an hour. He was supposed to turn himself in at like 9 a.m., and then the judge changed it to 8 a.m. And then the judge said some pretty strong things about Timothy Hudson and ordered him. I think this is the judge reading all of the mental health evaluations. And then the judge has ordered him into immediate evaluations upon arrival at the Citrus County Jail. He will be transferred from the Citrus County Jail. I think it's by July 9th or 10th, he has to be transferred back down to Miami, to the county jail down there. So we'll get into all of that in just a minute. Let's get Jesse going here, and I'm going to go grab the puppy, and I'll be right back.
The federal judge heard arguments about whether or not 16-year-old murder suspect Timothy Hudson should be detained ahead of his trial. And today we have the answer. Yes, he should. Hudson is accused of killing his stepsister, 18-year-old Anna Kepner, on Carnival cruise ship back in November. Her body was found stuffed under the bed of the stateroom they had been sharing. He's been charged with first-degree murder and aggravated sexual abuse, but despite the seriousness of those accusations, Hudson's been allowed to remain free ahead of his federal trial. Until today, that is, because Hudson has officially surrendered to U.S. Marshals following the judge's order, finding that the prosecution's case, quote, their case for a forcible rape is beyond clear and convincing. That's the legal standard. And that it suggests, quote, a level of psychopathy and lack of remorse that by itself raises a serious concern that Hudson can snap at any time, despite the well-meaning and serious efforts of his caretakers to make sure that doesn't happen. Joining me now, Bridget Matter, WPLG Local 10 reporter, who's been covering this story from the very beginning. Thanks so much for taking the time. So Hudson surrenders. First of all, where is he right now?
Well, it's our understanding, based on that document, on that filing that was unsealed today, that after he turns himself in to the marshals, he must be taken to the Citrus County Jail. And the reason being is because that facility, it can house juveniles. So he is to be taken to the Citrus County Jail. And in the document, it also says that he must have access to visitation to his family, have internet access so he can speak to his family. After that, he must be brought here to Miami-Dade County no later than July 10th.
Now, look, I can't say I'm surprised from a legal point of view that this happened, given the seriousness of these allegations. I talked about the charges. The judge cited Hudson's alleged lack of remorse as a reason for keeping him detained. But was there another reason that the judge gave as well?
Well, we have to remember he was Baker acted after this happened. The
Baker Act in Florida is a hold. That the cops can do it, family can do it. Usually it's a 3-day hold. So they Baker acted him immediately.
Filing really is talking a lot about danger to himself, danger to the community. And like you mentioned leading up to this, about the fact that he could potentially snap. Yeah. So I think that
potentially snap. I guess I should have said the Baker Act is a mental health hold.
When we look at a lot of murder cases, when you're awaiting trial, a lot of times you're in custody. You're not sitting at home. You don't have a bond. You don't have a bail. So the judge at this point is responsible for making that decision, because they really don't know what could happen if he's not in custody being watched by corrections.
And look, to be clear, this is not an ultimate determination. He is still innocent unless proven guilty. But given the gravity of these charges, you're talking about a forcible sexual assault and a murder. Those are the allegations. And considering that, it's not surprising. But what is interesting is, I don't know if you call it a reverse course or not, because the judge did defend his decision for a pretrial release, right? What happened there? How did the judge defend the initial decision to make sure Hudson was out?
So I think, that happened before he was officially charged as an adult. So as the investigation unfolds, the judge is going to see more evidence, and that can change the judge's decision. So at the time, with the information that this judge had, the fact that he is a juvenile, he was not charged as an adult initially. Those things change. So the judge, he is saying that at the time, the circumstances and the facts that were known at the time, that decision, he stands by it. But now that things have changed, he has the right to change his decision.
That's a good point. By the way, this mental health evaluation has been ordered. What can you tell us about that?
Don't know specific details, but like I mentioned, remember, he was Baker acted right after she died. So I think it's pretty common in a lot of these cases, especially when we're talking about a juvenile. They want to make sure that he's competent to stand trial. They want to make sure that if he's taking any medications, if he's suffering from any type of mental issues, any diagnosis, they need to monitor him. The judge is going to want to know his state of mind. They're going to want to know his mental health picture as a whole as they proceed through his case.
Yeah, because there could be issues of competency, right? Do you understand the charges that you're facing? Can you actually assist your defense in this case? Important questions that come forward. Bridget Matter, thank you for taking the time. I appreciate it. Again,
Okay, so there's just kind of like the basis of what's happened and what's going on. Let me see here. Yeah, Happy, he seems pretty unhinged and emotionally unstable. We've got the documents, and some of the things that were said in there are crazy. I don't know what this kid. So he claims, though, he has no real memory, right, of what went on that night, which is concerning. Obviously, is that true, or is that just a lie? And his mom had stated in the court hearings, because all right, Timothy Hudson's mother and dad were going through custody disputes with their children. So during this time. So after they get off the cruise ship and we all find out about it, then they go and have these, they're having hearings in their custody thing. Well, then those were aired on YouTube. That was the first time we heard allegations direct anything about what happened to Anna on the cruise ship, right? So it's like if you're going to go with the family dynamics of it all, there was a lot going on with these families. A lot of us all wondered immediately, well, who puts all these kids in these random cabins together, right? If Anna was uncomfortable with her stepbrother, why were they even together? It didn't sound like any of these young adults and minors the ones in this room anyway, were being watched, because Anna's younger brother was coming and going at hours. I feel like if that had been my child, maybe not. My 18-year-old daughter, a little more freedom there, but strangers everywhere, right? Stranger danger? I don't know. So we're going to get into the unpacking the documents and see what we can find out. So the family, like I said, they set sail for a week-long cruise, right? They were on the Carnival Horizon, and it departed from Miami on November 2nd of 2025 last year. The murder occurred sometime overnight, November 6th through the 7th. Her body was discovered November 7th by the cleaning staff, and the ship docked back in Miami on November 9th, which was a Sunday. Some of the evidence they had been analyzing was the SA kit. Autopsy swabs were taken from Anna. Hudson's DNA was 120 times, sextillion times more likely to be his than someone else's, right? It was a mixture because it was a swab from Anna, so it contained her DNA and an unknown male. It's 120 sextillion times to be more likely Hudson's. DNA collected from another male minor, because it's come out now that Anna had a encounter with another male juvenile on the ship. So they collected his DNA and ruled it out as the DNA from the swabs taken from Anna. So he was cleared by that. And there's no evidence of him entering the cabin that night, unlike Hudson. DNA collected from that male minor was not a match, so he was excluded. The medical examiner has stated in their conclusion that Anna was pinned down and essayed while she was still alive. Her cause of death was mechanical asphyxiation. Can I get the word out? I'm sorry. Asphyxiation, resulting from a violent chokehold that took an estimated 3 to 5 minutes to kill her. So that had me thinking a chokehold from behind. She was alive during the assault. He assaulted her and then got her from chokehold from behind. See, that makes you think about things. Well, maybe not makes you think about them, but that's where my mind went. I was like, wait. Digital forensics. They have so there's a lot of Wi-Fi tracking going on board the ship. Now, Anna's Apple Watch showed that her heart rate and her vital signs were abruptly stopped reporting between 7:50 and 10 p.m. on November 6th. Her last phone activity was a Snapchat message sent, I think it was 8:14, and the ship's Wi-Fi router data was tracked to the device moving across multiple decks the morning of the 7th, right? Anna was in her room, unalived, but her phone is moving around the ship. Her phone movements, they were able to synchronize with Hudson's location on board the ship. Cameras are everywhere, buddy. Unless you go falling off the side, nobody may not ever see that. How many times person falls off cruise ship and I'm like, how? Thrown off maybe? Phone was recovered in a trash bin. So they got him on camera, being near this trash bin. And they have data also pinpointing him near that trash can. Something like a 22-second snapshot. But we'll get into that into the document. So he was at the same location where the phone connection cut out with her phone, and her phone was recovered in that garbage can by the crew, and it was smashed. I don't think her Apple Watch has never been found. Now, CCTV captures Hudson and Kepner entering cabin 8343 just after 7:30 on November 6th. Anna never leaves the room after that. Hudson, though, he pokes his head out of the door at 10:13 p.m., looking both ways down the hall, and then leaves. He leaves and comes back multiple times before hanging the Do Not Disturb sign out. The younger brother returns to the cabin at 12:09. To his parents be like, go to bed, son. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Hope you get there safely. What? So he comes back at 12:09, though, and his brother Timothy stops him at the door and says, you can't come in, I'm changing. And he makes him wait in the hallway. Then he goes in and he goes to bed, not realizing he's sleeping on top of his sister. She's under the bed. So the cabin attendants entered the room at 11:24 on November 7th, and they discovered her body wrapped tightly in bedding and hidden under the bed. Now, remember, we were heard in the beginning before we got documents that there was life vest placed on top of her. I think what he had, though, was the box of life vest, and he wedged it under the bed so they couldn't see the body, right? He concealed it like that. It was out of view at that point. The defense has argued in the document that he has no clear or complete recollection of the events and the timelines. That will change like the premeditation or deliberate intent required for a first-degree murder conviction. So we'll see how that plays out with the defense. The judge ordered, like I said, Hudson to undergo mental health evaluation upon the arrival at the Citrus County Jail. He's on a temporary hold there, and he'll be transferred by July 10th over to the Metro Jail in Miami. And it appears from all reports I have seen and statements his mother has just totally abandoned him, right? She's still with Anna's dad. They were at Anna's graduation. The school honored her, of course. Her dad accepted her diploma. Her stepmom, Chantel, set up the seniors table in honor of Anna and had all of Anna's photos and all the things out for Anna. And her son is sitting now in a county jail, will be tried as an adult for the murder of her stepdaughter. Did she not see red flags about her child? I'm not blaming the parents, but I'm sorry. I have children. I'm responsible. No one can sit here and tell me with a straight face, I am not responsible for my children. If they're supposed to be on medication, it is absolutely my job to make sure they're receiving it as scheduled, especially if I know they're having problems. Am I too wrapped up in myself to notice, to care, to wonder, or they'll be okay, it's fine, we're on a cruise? What's happening there? Because she did say she didn't give him his medicine for sleep. What would the defense attorney do with that? What kind of meds was this kid already on? What kind of regimen? And why? You can't say... I'm having a hard time buying there were no red flags. We also saw an interview where Anna's ex-boyfriend stated they were on a FaceTime call one night. Anna falls asleep. The brother comes in, Timothy Hudson, gets on top of Anna, and he yells at him to get off of her. Did no one tell her daddy? Did dad blow it off? Did she think her dad wouldn't believe her over would it cause a fight? I'm telling my daddy. Daddy gonna handle this. Unless she felt she couldn't tell her dad. I don't know what happened there with that situation once it unfolded. If they ever told anybody, right? I would have went and confronted him even as a kid. I have a bunch of siblings. What the hell are you doing in my room? Doing what? You never gonna do that again to anybody else, especially another girl. Yes, Dolphin, right. It was 2 days worth of the meds back to back that he missed. So did that play a part in his memory, right? Not cause what he did, because there's no excuse for that shit. But will the defense attack that and say, well, his medication wasn't given to him, so his system was out of whack. He can't remember anything. He's a lucid person. I don't know. Carrie, I do get that. Okay, I understand children with a lot of problems. I don't have one, but I know somebody who does. I get the struggle, but I'm still responsible in the end, right? If I know I got a 16-year-old boy that may or may not have control issues, any sort of issues, it may not be a good idea to put him in a cabin with a girl. That's all I'm saying. If you are aware could be a problem, don't create a situation. That's all I'm saying. It is very difficult to raise children with these problems. There's not enough support out there to start with. Huge problem for all of us. There is not nearly enough support for families with children with mental health issues. There's just not. Nick Reiner is a fucking prime example. Doesn't even how much money you got, you're gonna be messed up your whole life. No, we got to put the brakes on and demand better. Because I'm demanding better right now locally, advocating for children with mental health issues, because the help's just not there. So I do get it, but I'm still responsible for my child at the end of the day. Right? It's just the way I see it. And I feel like they knew this boy had problems, and they created a situation that was dangerous. Higgins says Anna's boyfriend did tell Anna's dad about the situation. See? So what the hell is he allowing? I'm going to go criticizing parents. Why is he allowing that to go? It was Anna like, oh, no, it's cool. We worked it out. We don't know because we're not part of it. But just something was weird about this whole situation. All right, let's get the document pulled up, and we'll start getting into and we'll see what we can figure out. Really, everybody should be out there advocating for better mental health services for people who need it, because we've been told for decades it's not the weapon's fault, it's the mental health. It's not everybody's fault. It's not my fault. I got this. I got a lot of shit, but everything I do is my fault. It's up to me. When I wake up every day, I got a choice. I live and die with the choices I make. And trust me, I've been faced with some brutally hard choices. All right, let me get the folder pulled up here with the document. Y'all, yesterday was the 5 years that Summer Wells has been missing. And last night on the interview room, they interviewed Don Wells' stepsister. And oh man, I fell asleep and didn't mean to. And then I woke up with this weird noise, and I thought it was my dog, like, crying. And I thought, oh my God, what's wrong with my dog? And I'm about to jump up, and I realized my phone is laying next to me and it's on. And it was something in the background there. I was like, it freaked me out, y'all. It was weird. So I was like, I got to stop doing that. But I got to go back and listen to it again because I fell asleep. But if y'all are interested in the Summer Wells case, it's Michelle After Dark did a 12-hour live yesterday as well, and I popped in and out of that one. So I don't know what all she did over there, but that interview was interesting, and I found out stuff about Don that I did not know. And I'm like, what did I just hear? Right? It's that kind of moment. So I encourage you guys to go listen if you're following the Summer Wells case. And Dolphin says, criticize it. If Dolphin was up, girl, get up here with me, because we get to go in on that if Dolphin and I get to go in on criticizing something, oh boy. I'll say hold my coffee, she'll say hold my tea. That's why it says grab your coffee, your tea, whatever your vice might be, because my girl drinks tea. That's where that came from. Okay, we are going to start with the new document, the latest one that came down, the order. Like I said, there was an order that was a 2-pager. It was just an update order, right? The judge ordered him to go into custody, and then they made a new order, updated it. Like, no, don't go at 9. Go ahead and go at 8. Get in and get on in there. Okay, let me get this where we got to make it bigger so I can see. Get this out of the way. Okay. This out of the way too. What's going on here? There we go. Now we're cooking with Crisco. Maybe. Okay, this document. Now I gotta move this screen over. Lord. One day, y'all, I'll get it together. Hold on. Okay. Order granting the government's motion for review of the release order and order detention. Okay. Order granting the government's motion for review of the release order and the ordering of detention. Okay, the pending motion was referred for disposition and raises 2 questions. The first is whether, once a juvenile's prosecution is transferred to adult status under 18 U.S.C. 5032, the Bail Reform Act, not the Juvenile Delinquency Act, governs whether he is detained or released pending trial. The second is whether, on the record here, the government has shown by clear and convincing evidence that no condition or combination of conditions will reasonably assure the safety of the community. The parties briefed these issues, and an extensive hearing was held at council at which counsel argued their respective positions, and I think that's the transcript we got from that hearing. Positions, and they incorporated the existing evidentiary record developed at the initial detention hearing held for a juvenile defendant on February 6, 2026. After thoroughly reviewing this case once again, now that the defendant has been transferred to adult status under Section 5032, the court is bound to grant the government's motion in its entirety. The court now finds the defendant should be held going forward in the custody of the U.S. Marshal pending his trial in the case. The court rests that conclusion or dangerousness alone, as the court finds that the original conditions of release adequately assure the defendant's appearance at trial. But the more difficult issues, get up there. But the more difficult issue relates to the second aspect of the detention motion that relates to danger to the community. The danger posed by the conduct charged here, the alleged first-degree murder and aggravated SA abuse of a young woman and stepsister of the defendant while they were in confined quarters of a ship at sea, is sufficient by itself to require detention. A now decreed adult defendant charged on probable cause with deliberately taking a human life and sexually assaulting his victim in the course of doing so presents a danger to himself and to others that no curfew, monitor, or custodial placement can be trusted to contain. But yet all this time, it was trusted to contain. The Bail Reform Act strongly, maybe the federal government should rethink what to do with these kids they arrest going forward. County jail's quite fine. The Bail Reform Act strongly counsels in favor of detention to assure the safety of the community, and this case presents no material exception to that principle. And though the current custodians and the defendant have complied with the conditions of the court's original release order and have managed and housed the defendant as well as anyone could expect, the court is bound to apply the law that now governs this case and require that the defendant be transferred to the custody of the U.S. Marshal going forward. I will advocate for child mental health until the day I die, apparently, because these children apparently need a lot of help. And there's not a lot of people out there willing to give them honest help. They want to sugarcoat it with their latest diagnosis and trendy way to treat it. So some background on the case here. Let me check comments, what you guys saying down here. Oh, Higgins coming in strong with some opinions on the Chantel. I feel you. That's what I'm wondering, right? Exactly, Higgins. You read my mind. We all wonder it as well. In my personal opinion, Chantel is trying to save her own ass at this point. If it means throwing her kid under the bus, so be it. Right. She didn't do anything. I didn't think it was a big deal he didn't get his medication the doctor prescribed him for sleep. I just felt like the rocking of the ship would do the trick. Rockabye baby. Ew. Higgins says we have a direct line of communication with some of Anna's family members. They were pissed the judge didn't lock him up. Even his mom wanted. I had read that. I'd heard the same thing. The mom was mad that he wasn't locked up either. But yeah. I mean, look, if it was my daughter, I'd be mad. As far as her father goes, right? What are you doing? He's accused of killing my daughter. Why is he at some house watching TV on a couch? He can get 3 hots and a cot at the county. He'll get a tablet too. He won't be too bored. He'll be all right. November 7th, 2025. AK, which was Anna, an 18-year-old young woman, was found dead in the cabin she shared with the defendant, her step sibling. Hold on, my other screen is, there we go, spazzing out on me. 18-year-old Anna Kepner, the young woman, was found dead in the cabin she shared with a defendant, her step-sibling, aboard a cruise ship on the high seas bound for Miami. The medical examiner concluded that she had been sexually assaulted and then asphyxiated. The defendant, now only 16 years old, was ultimately charged with committing that horrible crime and trying to cover it up. Because he was under 18, the only federal vehicle to charge him under U.S. maritime jurisdiction was through the Juvenile Delinquency Act. Maybe they should make some changes down there at the federal level in case it ever happens again. It's a guarantee it probably will. We don't know. The United States proceeded by information on February 2nd, 2026, alleging first-degree murder under 18 U.S.C. 1111. Oh, make a wish. And aggravated SA under 18 U.S.C. 2241. On February 6, 2026, the court held a detention hearing under 18 U.S.C. The court found probable cause for the charged conduct, but given the presumption against holding a juvenile without bail, declined to detain the defendant and released him to the custody of a close family member. Presumption against holding a juvenile without bail. They have juvenile detention centers. We have one, but we didn't put those little boys that killed a little girl into the juvie. We put them in the county. If a juvenile can't get bond, he just sits in juvie until, what are they doing? Declined to detain the defendant and release him to the custody of a close family member under strict conditions. That release issued under the 5034 of the Juvenile Delinquency Act, sole predisposition detention provision, which directs the court to release a juvenile unless detention is required to secure his appearance or to ensure his safety or that of others. I guess they weren't too concerned about that when they're like, well, we don't know what to do with you, so go home with your parents or your family. That's what they basically said. We don't know what to do with you. We don't got a place to put you. We can't even charge you as an adult at this point. So go sit down with your uncle. Let us figure it out. Thankfully, they finally did. The court entered no formal bond because 5034 does not provide for one, opting instead for entry of an ordinary of release conditions. They don't do bond for juvies, just released conditions. The case then changed character. On February 26, 2026, the district court ordered the matter transferred to adult prosecution on the government's motion and the defense lack of opposition. Oh. The required certifications were filed and a federal grand jury then returned a superseding indictment on March 10, 2026. On April 10, 2026, the transfer to adult prosecution was finalized and the docket unsealed. And that's when we got that first 144-page transcript that we haven't even went through yet, but we have it. The government filed the pending motion on April 13, 2026, asking the court to review the release order under the Bail Reform Act and to order defendant detained. Following the referral of the motion on May 27, 2026, the court held a formal detention hearing under the auspices of 18 U.S.C. At that hearing, counsel for defendant opted not to introduce any new evidence in opposition to the government's motion. I guess they knew they couldn't fight that, really. And the government as well declined to introduce new evidence beyond the proffers and evidence presented at the February 6 hearing. The findings below were based on the evidence submitted at the hearing and at the entire record. The defense don't have anything except what I can bring to trial with my experts. Right? It's kind of like Mickey Stein's is caught on camera. This is not caught on camera, but nobody else is coming out of that room but Timothy. Nobody went in but him and Anna. The little brother went in after the fact. It's not his DNA, it's Timothy's. Findings below are based on the evidence submitted at the hearing and the entire record. So they're going to go into the analysis. Let me get me a sip of the coffee. Right, Higgins? The gray areas. What are we doing with the gray areas? It has been around long enough to figure this out, right? And that's why everybody was like, why isn't Florida charging them? I'm like, y'all, if it was Florida, they would have. I promise. It would have happened immediately. The next day at arraignment, you charged as an adult, Bubba. Buckle up, Buttercup. And one of the boys sitting in our county, his mama was taken to the cleaners on Facebook because of her activities. So, just saying. Ugh. The defendant was ordered released by the undersigned magistrate judge. The government moved for review of that order for the same offense, but now for a non-adult defendant. Because the existing release order issued under the Juvenile Delinquency Act and not under the 3142, this is the first time the Bail Reform Act's machinery has been invoked at all. Oh, we're setting precedents here. The court's authority to review the original release order is well established and not really in dispute. This case is about to set precedents on this fact going forward. In fact, in the future, they'll refer back to the Hudson case. United States versus Timothy Hudson will pop up in future documents. Brian Koberger's attorney popped out Lori Vallow a couple of times. I knew it was coming. I'm like, I told y'all. See? Prosecutorial misconduct and all that stuff. Ann Taylor was not no fool. The Juvenile Delinquency Act no longer governs. The Juvenile Delinquency Act is a self-contained regimen for the deposition of juveniles. It tells the court how to detain or release a juvenile before disposition, how to adjudicate delinquency, and how under 5032 to transfer a juvenile out of the regimen and into the adult prosecution. What the Act does not do is follow the defendant across that line. Once a case is transferred to adult status, the Act falls silent as to the procedures of the ensuing adult prosecution, addressing thereafter only the conditions of a juvenile's eventual incarceration. The silence reflects Congress's statutory design. When a juvenile is transferred, his case becomes subject to the provisions and punishments that apply to adult defendants in federal court. It's that way in state and local courts as well. This defendant now stands charged by indictment, not information. He may be entitled to a jury trial under Article 3, title, 1, 2, 3. They just left me. He is subject to the federal rules of criminal procedure and the Speedy Trial Act. If convicted, he will be a felon, not an adjudicated delinquent, and may be sentenced as an adult with the age 21 ceiling that applies for juvenile disposition. So the transfer to adult status has real consequences. If every other incident of adult prosecution attaches on transfer, the provision governing pretrial release cannot be the lone exception that does not. Section 5034 speaks to the juvenile, and it presupposes a juvenile proceeding. The defendant is no longer in one. To hold that, 5034 continues to govern would be graphed to single juvenile provision. Get up here. Onto otherwise adult prosecution. Precisely, the hybrid Congress did not create. I don't care for that term. I almost feel the need for a shot of whiskey in my coffee, and I don't even drink like that. What? Hybrid Congress. We got the AI judges I heard coming soon to a courtroom near you. I'm like, no. Application of section, cease to govern. The Bail Reform Act assumed control of the question of detention or release. The application of Section 3142 factors. The Bail Reform Act permits pretrial detention, but only on a predicate showing and only after a hearing. The court must first find the case eligible for a detention hearing. They're just going through all of their legal language to get to the fact that they did it, right? The court must first find the case eligible for a detention hearing under the code. The first-degree murder charge is a crime of violence. Yes, it is. And is an offense for which the maximum sentence is life imprisonment or death. The sexual assault of defendant's stepsister is also a crime of violence, so the defendant is eligible for detention for either offense under the act. So they're going through their argument as to why the judge should have, put him into custody like that, as because he's now if he was still being charged as a juvenile, he'd be at the juvenile detention center, right? And they should have reprimanded him to that to begin with. Go there for safekeeping and all. We can safe keep the children from the other children. Who's to say he wasn't going to hurt the other children? He could snap at any moment. I can't be sure his mom's going to make sure he takes his medication. He's only 16. He's a boy on top of that. He's not doing what you got to stay on him. Anyway, on the merits, sorry, loud truck. The hell? Logging truck, y'all. America's got to roll. We got to have it. Hold on, a couple of them going by. Damn it. Okay, my window is open because I enjoy the fresh air. And so does my cat. The logging trucks rolled by. It is what it is. I apologize if y'all can hear that and it's annoying. I don't want to shut my window. But if it gets to be too much, I will. Y'all don't be scared to tell me, hey, chick, you got a bunch of stuff going on back there and we can't follow. Yeah. Well, Timothy had a father too. So if mom is having issues, I've got 2 girls and 2 boys. If I'm having issues and one of these boys won't mind me today, I'm calling that daddy. I'm not, because we were set, we're not together. I'm calling the daddy. I'm having a hard time. There are a lot of families out there that do have an extremely hard time controlling these children. And maybe that's a whole other show. And maybe we should really push hard to advocate for children with mental health issues. Because I'm telling y'all right now, the help's not there. Not the proper help. Just trust me on this right now. And I'm pushing for a change. But this is a criminal case and a document that I'm reading, and I will try to avoid taking shade at the parents and focus on the crime this child committed. And no one seemed to have a red flag about. Anybody watching, I like to say that hopefully these cases raise awareness and show the red flags you may be missing. So consider all of that, and we'll move forward. On the merits, the governing standard is purposefully exacting. See United States versus Salarino. The individual's strong interest in liberty may, in circumstances where the government's interest is sufficiently weighty, be subordinated to the greater needs. I made fun of that TikTok girl earlier because she couldn't read. Now look at me. See, you go making fun of other people. You ain't no damn better. The word wouldn't come out my mouth. To the greater needs of society. Under the Bail Reform Act, the procedures by which a judicial officer evaluates the likelihood of future dangerousness. Oh God, a judicial officer or a doctor? A doctor. to evaluate the likelihood of future dangerousness are specifically designed to further the accuracy of the determination. Please tell me Dr. John wasn't called in. To detain on dangerousness grounds, the court must find by clear and convincing evidence that no condition or combination of conditions will reasonably assure the safety of any other person in the community. That burden rests on the government and does not shift. Never mind. Never mind. The court does not apply the reputable presumption of 3142E3. That presumption attaches only to the unenumerated offenses listed there. While an offense involving a minor victim under 2241 is among them, the victim here was 18 at the time of the assault and the murder. Now, I don't know that those two little boys sitting in the county jail right now had a strong history of mental health issues, but I know the little girl's mother, the little girl that was murdered and set on fire in the woods, I know her heart is broken today. And I don't think she really gives a rat's ass about those little boys and their struggles. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being honest. That's somebody else's problem. She's trying to figure out how to live day to day without her daughter. So we have to look at it from both sides from time to time to be fair and balanced. The court therefore places no reliance on any presumption that and holds the government to its full burden of proof. In carrying that burden, the court weighs the four factors Congress prescribed: the nature and circumstances of the offense charged, including whether it is a crime of violence, the weight of the evidence, the history and characteristics of the defendant, and the nature and seriousness of the danger to any person or the community posed by release. And then, of course, they go cite in other cases. No single factor is dispositive in the abstract, but the factors do not all carry equal weight in every case. The inquiry is flexible and fact-intensive, and the weight given to each factor will inevitably vary case to case. The nature and circumstance of the offense weighs heavily in favor of detention. The first factor does the most work in this case, and it points decisively towards detention. The defendant is charged with first-degree murder and aggravated sexual abuse. Murder is not merely a serious crime. Murder is not merely a serious crime. It is the gravest crime, and it is one that by its nature involves violence and bespeaks danger to others. Remember the boy in the box case? Remember the boy in the box case? Mean to all the other siblings, mean to his parents, sat there and said, "Oh, I don't even blame my parents for locking me in the box. I did do all that shit. I don't know why, but I did." I can't forget that part that child said, that young man said. I don't agree with building the box and all that stuff, but I could see how those parents might have had some struggles with that boy, and how do you protect the rest of the kids from the one nobody's helping you with? How do you protect the rest of your children from that one child that you know may have problems that nobody's helping you with? By its nature, it involves violence and bespeaks danger to others. The Second Circuit held that a court considering a murder charge may properly focus on the fact that the charged offense involved murder, and that this fact weighs substantially in favor of a finding of future dangerousness. Was there nothing in this boy's past or history that was concerning? I don't know. I'm just legit wondering, did he have any aggression before all of this, like toward the other children in any kind of way? Was he ever like super bossy to them, mean to them, pick on them, bully them? There's a lot of questions I'll wonder about the family dynamics. Dr. Gary Bricardo says they're extremely important. He's well respected on the internet. The same is true here, and more so, the murder is alleged to have followed from a brutal SA assault. And if I say the word too many times, I'm going to get I'm going to get a notification in a minute from the YouTube on the back end. What are you doing, ma'am? It's reading a document, speaking adult words. YouTube. That's what I'm doing. Can I get a manual review now? Thank you. The struggle is real. And so if y'all ever wonder why creators do that, because we'll get hammered by YouTube later. That's why. And we have to request a manual review. Because we weren't doing what you say we were doing. And to have been committed against a member of the defendant's own household in a setting from which the victim could not escape. Indeed, we have two alleged grave crimes here. The forcible SA assault by itself would be enough to find that the release on bond posed too heavy a risk for the community. So he didn't just commit one crime, right? There were two crimes committed here. Had defendant only been charged with that serious offense and when he was 18 or older, he would have been likely detained on that basis alone. The level of depravity and psychopathy involved in the commission of that brutal offense would be too hard for more jurists to ignore. This is not to convict the defendant in advance. The presumption of innocence remains fully intact, but that does not mean that the charged conduct may not be considered in assessing a defendant's dangerousness to the community. To the contrary, the seriousness and violent nature charge, as well as the strong evidence to support it, can be considered in assessing danger to the community. Congress itself singled out crimes of violence and offenses carrying the most severe penalties as the paradigmatic cases in which detention may be required to protect the bill or to protect the public. I looked at that thing. I'm sorry, my phonics got me. Never mind. My brain is like goes in three places at once. It always has. Y'all just bear with me. The conduct charge here sits at the center of that category. The point is not that the gravity is of an accusation standing alone, without the benefit of a full-fledged trial, can ever substitute the government's burden. Judges are like, it takes me 10 years to read the documents, and then that's why it takes me so long to get to my decisions. It is that where the charged conduct is an SA followed by a violent killing, supported by probable cause. The nature of the offense is entitled to predominant weight, and it can carry a dangerousness finding when the remaining factors do not pull persuasively the other way. Zhang so held on facts less aggravated than these. The court reached the same conclusion there. The second factor confirms the first. The court has already found probable cause for the charged conduct. I mean, they got serious allegations and they got a lot of, probable cause to do all this. So it makes absolute sense to all of us that were watching that he get the charge as an adult, which we knew that had happened already. And now, ordering him into lockup. Because it made no sense to any of us that, considering the nature of the charges, right, that he was even allowed to be free. Normally, 18 years old with this type of crime, you're going to get an extremely high bond. You're not going to get out on a little petty ass bond, right? You're not calling the bondsman up and come on down with a couple $100 to get me out of here, Bubba. It ain't working that way. The family's got to put up the home and everything else. Get your ass out of there. Florida's like, yes, you can put up your home. Go ahead. The court reaches the same conclusion here. The second factor confirms the first, and then they go back to the conduct at this February 6th hearing. At the grand jury's superseding indictment, independently established probable cause to believe the defendant committed the offense. As the Second Circuit explained, the more strongly the evidence indicated that the defendant committed the murder, the more likely he poses a danger to the community. Well, damn, that is not rocket science. The more strong the more strongly the evidence indicates that the defendant committed the murder, the more likely he poses a danger to we got enough evidence that says he did it. Well, that's a danger to society. That's not rocket science. That's like common sense approach. You did that. What else are you capable of doing? Did you one off it? You were just lost your shit like Mickey Steins for a moment? The strength of evidence here points strongly in favor of detention, focusing just on the SA charge. The government's case for a foreseeable rape, oh man, I said the word, is beyond clear and convincing. Indeed, it suggests a level of psychopathy and a lack of remorse that by itself raises serious concern that the defendant can snap at any time. Whoa. The government's case of forcible assault is beyond clear and convincing. Indeed, it suggests a level of psychopathy and a lack of remorse that by itself raises a serious concern that the defendant can snap at any time. What about where he's been staying with his uncle? There were children in that house. I guess they felt comfortable that it was okay? Higgins, that's true. In a lot of cases, there's junk science out there right now in treatment protocol. My advice on what you should do to make it better. Let's call it what it is: your advice, or your. Did you go to school? How long did you go to school and get that little degree on the wall that says you're some kind of psychological doctor that you can evaluate me and whatever? Where'd you go to school? How long you been doing this kind of thing, right? And what? It's just needs to be an overhaul, and I'm more focused on children. The adults, man, adult mental health should have been fixed 30 years ago. Honestly, that's how long the country's been screaming about it. I'm more focused on the children's mental health because one day these children will be unleashed on society and become the next Brian Koberger. That's a hard pill for me to swallow. That we're going to sit back and do nothing about that in this country and not demand we do better. So we can stop blaming the parents and get some real help for these children and these parents who are struggling to figure it out. Yeah, placing him in a home with kids was wrong from the get-go, right, Rachel? Was there no other alternative? They were going to go that route. They were going to let him go like that with an ankle monitor. Why not make sure he was not in a home with children? Because how did they know what was going to happen with this kid? The allegations alone should have warranted that sort of thing. So I don't know why was he the only one willing to take the boy, right? Because the government just didn't know what to do with him? That's not a good enough answer from the government. Well, we just don't know what to do with him, so take him home. Hopefully we'll be okay till we sort it out. See, the government just failed a family with a boy in need with mental health problems. He is accused of assaulting and murdering a young girl, and the government says, we're unsure what to do with him. Take him home. I rest my case. Now I got to go to the restroom. Y'all think about that. Walk and talk, chat. Hold up, let me get the coffee break sign up, so in case somebody stumbles in, they're wondering what the hell's going on here, and it's the silence. I'll be right back, guys. Refresh your drink. Simi, I need to upload that to my restream so that I can do that when I do take a break. Simi did a thing. Simi, I got the new one, so I gotta tweak it. We'll get it up here, girl. And I have an announcement to make. I haven't done it yet. I will do it at the end of the stream because I gotta go in and do the thing. Um, we are welcoming a new mod on board. Semi Sharp is now going to be a mod here to help us out with Butterfly being away. I don't want my two mods to be overwhelmed when we do have a large chat and things are popping. So, and plus there were our time zones and all that. So, Semi Sharp, welcome aboard. She will be joining our mod team, and we are happy to have you. And the other mods are welcoming. They are so on board with you coming on. But I'll tweak our song tonight and get it uploaded. I may have to shorten it a little bit though, but we'll get it up here. So Simi did do us a really cool thing and made us a song, guys. It's cool as hell. And thank you, Simi, for agreeing to join us. Say, I don't just mod people up, right? I like to ask because it's a big ask in my opinion. So I wanted to make sure. So yeah, we are excited to have her on, and thank you. Okay. I need to open my Coke. I feel like I'm done with my coffee. I might get too hyper. We'll go from caffeine to caffeine. Hold on. I live on caffeine. If I don't get it, I'll get headaches. Okay. The strength of the evidence here points strongly in favor of detention. Focusing just on the SA charge, the government's case for a foreseeable assault is beyond clear evidence. Indeed, it suggests a level of psychopathy and a lack of remorse that it by itself raises a serious concern that the defendant can snap at any time, despite all the well meaning and serious efforts of his caretakers to make sure that does not happen. Despite the well meaning and serious efforts of his caretakers. What serious efforts? And in this case, that does not just mean a danger to others, it can also take into account a danger to himself based on the seriousness of the case and the closer in the time that we get to closer in time we get to trial. So they're worried about his self-harm by him, especially getting closer to trial. So even though the court finds that its original release order was the correct decision at the time, the matter can and should be reevaluated as circumstances warranted. As the court explained at the February 6th hearing, obviously that changes once the defendant's status changed to an adult. The judges agreed, and I think that really is the turning point in the case and the merits reconsideration at that point. But for now, while the defendant is a juvenile, because I have a custodian acting in effect as a quasi-foster home, because this is an individual who is not an immediate parent, but he is a family member who is willing to house the defendant, I think release to his custody with conditions are appropriate. And that's what happened before, right? He was placed with that family member. Who's an incel? Oh, not the incel word. People got about lost it when what was that one time Jennifer Coffindaffer suggested that Brian Koberger was an incel and it broke the internet. People were like they're like, no, he's not an incel. But y'all know the definition of the word. Do you understand what's happening? Who's an incel? I gotta go back up. I must have missed something. You think, right? The Bethy Boo. Is that how Bethy Boop? The Bethy Boop. Yeah. Was he following her around that ship? What is the camera footage going to show? Right? How did they know Anna was unalived? How do they know she had a relation. Was there evidence on her phone, right? Once they got Anna's smashed phone, they were able to recover data. Who did she Snapchat? That last Snapchat that went out. Was there evidence of that encounter on her phone, her and that boy communicating? How'd they know about him with her unalived? But I wondered that too. Did he follow her around the ship, stalking her, watching her? Did he know about her encounter? Right? Did he confront her in any kind of way inside the cabin? Like it's his business? If he's obsessed, he probably was following her around that ship. You know what I'm saying? Ugh, that's so sad that she's just out there doing, her thing. And Lord, Lord, Lord. Mm, 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 mm. I'm going back to the comments here. Yeah, Carrie, I see your comment too, hon. Thank you for those. For me, it's making sure to bring awareness to others. Do a Google search before sending your child to any of these places. I went down the rabbit hole and was horrified by what I found. I imagine, Carrie. I imagine. So that's why we need to be proactive and push for better, right? Especially we see these kind of cases, right? Where this 16-year-old boy may or may not have mental health issues. What are we going to do about it? Sit around and bitch? That's like bitching about the weather. It's old and boring. I got to talk about something like that gets my brain going, right? If you're going to talk about the weather, then I'm going to go deep and want to know about the satellites and how the radar works and what the latest technology is. And that's going to lose some people because they're just worried about the degrees outside. How hot's it going to be? I got rain coming. I'm like, no, let's get into I'm a hurricane hunter. Trust me, I got all my hurricane shit loaded and ready. All my radars good to go. We are good. Goes. We got you. See, that's how my brain goes. That surface level conversation bores me to death. I want to go deep. So let's push for better mental health advocacy for children and minors out there, guys, because they're the future. If we don't fix them or work on them when they're children, what are we going to do with them as adults? Unleash them onto society and turn our head and look the other way. They're yours now. I don't think that's acceptable. The defendant's history and characteristics do not overcome the danger. The defendant's strongest arguments focus on the third factor. He is only 16 years old. He has no prior record of any kind. He surrendered voluntarily. Whatever. That's a loaded statement right there. We'll just leave it alone. And he has, without challenge, complied with the conditions of his release since February. Plus, the government has not presented any evidence from any other family member or third party that urged pretrial detention or presented any tangible evidence to show the defendant's violation of the order of release. So what? He didn't violate the order of the pretrial release conditions he was on. It's got nothing to do with the new charge of an adult, right, and being reprimanded into county jail now. It's got nothing to do with it. Good behavior? We're going to say, oh, well, he's been on good behavior so far. We can trust it. We're approaching trial. Remember, the judge said we're getting closer to trial, so we got worries. But they cannot bear the weight the defense places on them here. Youth and unblemished record are mitigating in the ordinary case precisely because they make serious violence less likely. They lose much of that force when the very conduct charged is deliberate killing accompanied by sexual assault. The court agrees that the thrust of the government's position that the alleged conduct came without any warning. The court agrees with the thrust of the government's position that the alleged conduct came without any warning and despite an apparent supportive family environment. Is telling a clean history is reassuring only if it predicts future conduct. And an offense of this gravity, alleged committed without antecedent warning signs, undermines the predictive comforts that a clean record usually provides. Compliance with the conditions for a period of months while the most serious charges were pending and the defendant was on notice that his liberty depended on good behavior is likewise the limited probative value. They're like, now they're going to explain why he was on good behavior because he didn't. Okay, let me get past this stuff. The fourth factor asks the ultimate question, and as on this record, correct answer now is that no set of conditions will reasonably assure the community's safety. The government has identified and the court has independently considered the full arsenal of the Bail Reform Act makes available: third party custody, location monitoring, home detention, curfews, and contract prohibitions. Wow, they're good. Follow the rules. The court has taken time to consider whether one or all of these alternatives would reasonably protect against the danger the charged conduct reveals. To date, they have, but they may not have going forward. The defendant is alleged to have killed and sexually assaulted a member of his own household in a private living space against a person who trusted him enough to share it. That is the kind of danger that conditions premised on supervision and location are least able to address. You know, a few years back, gosh, it's been probably about 8 years, there was a girl in the county jail. She went in at 16 years old. You know what she did? Mom and dad were at work one day, and she got mad at her little sister over the shared phone they were allowed to have. And then the sister took it and ran. You know what she does? She went into her mom and dad's bedroom and got the weapon that they didn't have secured and chased her sister around the house and shot her and killed her. Went to jail in Florida as an adult, to the county jail, until she was found guilty and transferred to prison because she was just pissed off that day, she said. So kids kill kids all the time. We need to figure out a way to try to prevent some of that behavior. That is the kind of danger that conditions premised on supervision and locations are least able to address because the harm charged did not require flight, opportunity created by absence of monitoring, or contact with strangers. The government's point that the defendant, because he was ordered to a home arrest, right? He was like not allowed to even leave the house or whatever. So the public wasn't even, in his visual view. The natural response, removing him from the contact with the vulnerable household members, points to the tension, not a condition short. They go into the electron. I'm tired of reading about that part. Okay, here we go. And in particular, the concern exists the defendant could make another very wrong decision the closer the trial gets. He has now been successfully on pretrial release for months, but the trial is now set for September. In the meantime, the level of mental health care he has been receiving may not be what? It may not be what? Commensurate with the risk that he continues to pose while on pretrial release. The level of mental health care he's been receiving while on pretrial release may not be good enough. I wonder why. The court will assure, in consideration of this order, that adequate mental health counseling be made available for the defendant as now he faces the next stage of the case. You know what, Florida? I challenge you right now. Be the leader. Stand up. You did it for Madeline Soto and Gannon Stock. Why not do it for all struggling children and force Florida to do better with mental health for children advocacy? I see what y'all are actually doing, but do this too. I don't get all political because fuck all that, but I'm a Floridian. I got to know what's going on in my state, like it or not. Do better, Florida. The court will assure, in consideration of this order, that adequate mental health counseling be made available for the defendant as he now faces the next stage of the case and inches closer to trial. Pam's nephew sitting in a mental health facility in Florida in lieu of prison. And every 6 months, for years, decades, she has to go back before the board every 6 months to see if Brandon is now okay to go to regular prison. The court holds, and by the way, Brandon ate a lot, brutally murdered his mother on Christmas Eve in Florida. Found guilty but insane. Committed to the Florida State Penitentiary for mental health. We have one very large facility. And every 6 months, she's got to go down there. It's horrible what Pam has to go through. And had to be her sister's biggest advocate. And Brandon absolutely had mental health struggles that his mother, I know for a fact, fought hard to try to get help for. But that's a whole case to unpack, and I've got a lot of information on that. We'll get to that one day. Act now controls, it's an old case. Act now controls, and that the government has established by clear and convincing evidence that no condition or combination of conditions of release will reasonably assure the safety of the community going forward. The government's motion for review is granted. And by the way, Brandon's mother fought hard, and his daddy fought her on that. Review is granted. The release order entered under 5034 is vacated, and the defendant is ordered detained pending trial pursuant to 18 U.S.C. Defendant's current custodian shall deliver defendant to the custody of the U.S. Marshal. The defendant shall be first delivered to the custody of the U.S. Marshal at Sam Gibbons United States Courthouse, and they give the address, in Tampa, Florida, 9 a.m., June 15th. Now, I said the judge revised that order, and they changed it to 8 a.m. on June 15th, which was yesterday. The Marshal has been advised to be prepared to take custody of the minor defendant at the time. The U.S. Marshal shall immediately deliver the defendant to the custody of the Citrus County Jail that is currently approved to house juvenile inmates for the U.S. Marshal. At that facility, defendant will be examined as soon as practicable for a mental health evaluation. The defendant shall be offered visitation with family members as well as internet access for that purpose. He'll get his tablet. Every county jail in Florida does the tablet system. Defendant shall also be afforded contact with counsel when requested. The U.S. Marshal shall then transfer the custody of the defendant as soon as practicable, but no later than July 10th of this year, obviously, just a few weeks away, of defendant to the Southern District of Florida, where the defendant shall be housed at the approved juvenile facility for the U.S. Marshal at Miami-Dade County Metro West Detention Center. Now they're going to house him in a juvie center when they get him back down to Miami. That's fine. Wouldn't want him in the county with all them big boys, because he's a tiny little thing. He's kind of puny. He looks extremely young. It's probably not a good idea to stick him in the county yet. Eventually, if he's found guilty, he's going to get a federal prison, so it's not nearly as bad as a state penitentiary. Not nearly as bad. Good Lord. Okay. Florida, where the defendant shall be housed at the approved juvenile facility. They're about to close our federal prison down. What's that reality star guy? He did his time at our federal prison. What was that guy's name? The U.S. Marshal and the Attorney General shall ensure continued opportunity for private consultation with counsel at that facility. The defendant be housed only with juveniles in a secure environment at the facility and have regular internet access for communication with the family outside the district. I wonder why they're letting him go to juvenile to be with the other juveniles when we got 2 boys sitting over here in the county jail. Why is Timothy still getting some special treatment here? Give him his internet access for his tablet. District and be okay. Additionally, defendants shall be regularly visited with appropriate mental health professionals for continued evaluation and or treatment as prescribed as necessary. So yeah, they're going to get him back on his regimen. He's probably already on a regimen with his medicines and all that, but get the doctors going in the jail, keep the prescriptions going while he's there, and now undergo these mental health evaluations. I wonder. I've never deep dove mental health evaluations in Florida, the different doctors and different things. There's enough of that going on YouTube. So I don't know what's going on here in that county, but we'll have to see. So they've got to get, I wonder if, because they've unsealed a lot of stuff, right? I wonder if, because it's federal, so it's different than what we get in the state cases we follow. Mental health stuff and all that's going to be moving forward, but they do have, so that's the end of that document, and that was the one where the judge gave the order to now take him into custody and after being charged as an adult. I do have like I said, the other document that came out was just the revised time of him turning himself in, and we have the other order, or actually it's a transcript. So Plunder put it out first on her Patreon. Dolphin got it. Dolphin linked me. It's also out there. I think a lot of people have it now, but it was the detention hearing transcript, right? And it was 144 pages, and that's where we were learning that the DNA. And we learned about her encounter on ship with another individual, right? The other minor, and the boy was a minor. So that's how we were figuring all that out. That's where we learned about Timothy being seen on video camera coming in and out of the room, or him and Anna going in. I'm not sure if they went in like a few minutes different, but they go into the room and then she never leaves the room. CCTV only sees him. All of that came from that document, right? The smashed phone being recovered, the fact that her Apple Watch is yet to be recovered, the timeline of when she stopped connected to the watch, right? When the reporting stopped abruptly is the way it was described. But what I caught interesting about that, though, because they said they gave was it a 2-hour? Yeah. Anna's Apple Watch showed her heart rate and vital signs abruptly stopped reporting between 7:50, 10 minutes till 8, and 10 p.m. That's a 2-hour window. Can we not pinpoint? That from an Apple Watch standpoint, moving forward in criminal cases, and Nancy Guthrie's Apple Watch, 2 hours. It stopped reporting between 8 and 10. Why? We don't know exactly when. So, right, as we move through a lot of these cases, we unpack stuff like that. We can carry going forward to other cases, right? And we have to recall that stuff. What's up with that? Why is it that stuck out to me? Why? Can we not pinpoint more accurate, or do they get it more accurate? I don't know. We'll have to unpack that document and really read through it and see. So that's where we were learning a lot of the evidence that they have, right? And also think about it when we were wondering in the beginning, who did it, why, all the things, and then the arrest. When the investigators learned that she had that encounter on the ship with the other individual, y'all know they had to investigate that. That also complicated the investigation, and they really had to unpack it. and pull all the footage and see, did this boy also enter and exit the room at certain times, right? So they had to do, and it doesn't sound like it took them long to figure out he was not involved, right? All roads pointed back to Timothy Hudson. I would say pretty much almost immediately, especially if they found out about the other boy and did the DNA and interviewed him and quickly were able to rule him out. There's only left one person, right? And his DNA is a match from the swabs taken from Anna. Well, her phone got smashed, right? That's what I said. It's in the document. They did it with the boat's Wi-Fi, right? They've tracked it, and like I said, she was in the room. They know from November 6th, right? Because she never comes out of the cabin, but yet her phone on November 7th is moving around the deck. You're right, Higgins. They have all of that now. They know he threw the phone into the trash bin, and that the employees recovered it from the trash bin. They don't know where the Apple Watch is, though. So it probably got tossed overboard, right? I don't know why you wouldn't toss that phone overboard, too. I wondered that. Well, why would he throw the phone in the garbage? Maybe he thought smash was enough, right? If I break it and smash it, it won't work. They won't, you know how he's a kid, right? Why throw the phone in the garbage can, but the watch, they don't know where it's at. It could be anywhere. It could have been in any garbage can, actually. Doesn't even have to go overboard. It could be in any garbage can on that ship, which is probably long gone. You know what I mean? It's probably never going to be actually found. Yeah, I bet it's probably in the ocean too, Higgins, because it's small. Got it in your hand. You can walk up and toss it easily, right? I've been on those cruise ships. I've stood at the very top. Yeah. I ain't going up there unattended. Like, no. Is there enough cameras up here in case some shit goes down? Maybe they are waiting for court for more specific times. Yeah, that's a possibility, Rachel. They don't come out and tell all the deets in the beginning, but that's a weird gap, though, to put in there at the probable cause stage, right? A 2-hour gap. That just made me wonder how accurate these watches are. Not that she stopped reporting to the watch. I know that my brain automatically went to how accuracy, right, of these devices. Can we pinpoint better? So I'm waiting to see that if it comes out in documents from a forensic data, standpoint. That's where my brain went with that because it's important. Nancy's pacemaker stopped reporting to the watch. How what, do I got a 2-hour window there too? See what I'm saying? That's where my mind goes with that kind of evidentiary type stuff. What was said during the proffer, Higgins, I'll pull up the transcript and see what we can find in there. Let me get this folder pulled up. Okay. Now, I believe public documents should be public. I will always give people avoid your requests all day long and twice on Sunday. Everybody's getting documents and they get them, they share them, they do all the things. Plunder started putting major watermarks on all her stuff about 2 years ago because certain creators were absolutely stealing it and they're just claiming they got it for themselves. I'm like, well, why just say, no, I got it from Plunder, right? So now she's putting watermarks all over everything she does. It's called a little, yeah, but whatever. Public documents are public documents, no matter how you got them. No matter how you got them. And a little stamp in the corner is all I need. That's all we need. Credit to Plunder here on YouTube. She was one of the ones to get the document. Of course, it goes behind the paywall on the Patreon, but I guess that's the nature of the beast. detention hearing transcribed from digital audio recordings before the Honorable Edwin G. Torres, the United States Magistrate Judge. And this is, again, this was the February 6th hearing that they kept talking about. Oh, salamander season. Oh, you don't gotta. It's okay, Rach. I own my shit. Oh, yeah, I was there. And I just, you talking about last night, salamander? Was it yesterday evening? When I made a comment about 2 cases totally unrelated to any drama whatsoever, just dropped a small fact and pieced out that. Because if you're talking to me, you can address me, not all of you bullies. Stay out of Web Sleuth's chat. First of all, honey, I'm not a bully. And if you're referring to a couple, like the other day, when I asked a legit question, I have the screenshots. When I asked a question of Web Sleuths and Megan Connor decided to answer for her, are you talking about that situation? That's not being a bully, honey. That's called being adult and asking a legitimate question. And I was actually very polite in that chat. Thank you, honey, for joining us. Y'all give us the thumbs up. We ain't forgot about you, Trisha. I saw what you said yesterday, too, Salamander. I may or may not have sent an email. Trisha may or may not check it, according to her. Higgins. He's a bully. I just don't. Everybody, if you have a direct problem with me, just send me an email. I'm not going to know if you don't email me directly. And then somebody in chat says, what about my email? Oh, I try to check the emails once a month. Stacy, make a note for me to check the emails. Yeah, that lady, I wasn't bullying that lady. I asked a legitimate question. Email me if you have a problem. Stacy, remind me to check my email. And if you run back through my shows, you'll see I'm not a Krama channel. I've not devoted all my time to tearing down Trisha. I got better things to do. But I will always stand up for victims and their families first and foremost, above and beyond everything else. And people who know me in this channel know that for a fact. So come again. The deputy clerk. So they're calling TH case number CR 231. Oh, because they know it was me, y'all, because I don't play games. I went into Web Sleuths with my actual name. I did not need to create an alt account and go in as a fake fucker. Because one thing you won't get here is fake. And when I did that chakra throat work that one time and opened it up and got my voice whoa, I put the brakes on sometimes. So I might be too much occasionally. So let me see if we can get to the good parts here. Not the good parts, but where they start actually talking stuff and not going over all their here we are stuff. Why we're here and all that. So the court's got Mr. Lopez in there for the government. We've got the defense in the room. Okay, so we're gonna, and Timothy Hudson's also there. So Edwin Cole and Eric Cohen are assistant federal public defenders. Assistant federal public defenders on behalf of TH, a minor who is present before the court. Or are the federal public defenders, are they compared to a state public defender, I wonder? Because we don't get to watch federal trials, right? So I don't know how they operate in the courtroom. I would love to know, though, like the differences, right, from the legal standpoint. Oh, happy. Oh, somebody came in and made a comment that for all of us to go not be bullying, or all you bullies stay out of Web Sleuth's chat. So all you bullies, stop it. Don't be bullies. Go with intent and purpose and ask a legitimate, well-formed question and see if we still get called a bully. Isn't a bully when I sit here and make fun of Trisha's looks and stuff and call her names and all that? I call her Bat in the Hat because she calls herself that, right? Let's not twist it, honey. Get your undies out of a bunch. It's so easy to come here with that slang. Oh, you're grifters. Oh, you're bullies. Oh, bitch, stop it with the surface level conversation. That's everybody's accusation. That's everybody's narrative. Ah, ah. Y'all are gonna make me. Oh my gosh. I like to look at my chat. Hold on. I want to chat with my peeps. Honda Odyssey Elite. You love it? Y'all, what vehicle y'all getting? I know somebody who was talking about vehicles recently. Semi. Semi sharp. I still rewatch you, Tara and Joe, a new one when I need a cheer up. I don't even watch that. It aggravates me if I did. I'd have been like, I should have asked that, or I should have done that. I must be hitting a web sleuth's nerve. I must, right? I come in as a different approach than most. Yeah, so what the evidence in the Kepner case? What with these mental health evaluations they're going to be conducting, the only thing that they're going to end up coming up with is this boy mentally fit to stand trial for murder? Or is he considered clinically mentally insane? Like Brandon ate a lot, right? That's the only defense they got in this case. They don't, DNA ruled out the other kid, right? So it's his DNA, and these were big girl words. They were vaginal swabs. So it's his DNA inside of her, Timothy's, right? Not the other kids. They didn't even detect it. Or if it was still present, it was so low, it was Timothy's. Now there was some talk about that I saw. I think it's in this document that I got pulled up, where the defense makes the comment that they didn't lift any DNA from the bruising on her neck. So what if there wasn't a skin cell there to grab on? You know what I mean? I don't know if they were actually didn't recover any, or if it was missed, or what does that got to do with it? Because you can't say he caused the bruising on her neck. That's weird. That's a weak argument, I thought, if that's what they're doing. Yes, Higgins, the HIPAA stuff will be covered. So we're not going, we'll know, what we do, what we do, what does happen, don't know how it will go in federal, but say like a criminal case, and I'll use the Koberger case because there's a lot of HIPAA in the Koberger case. Ann Taylor was having her evaluations conducted, but then the defense comes out and tells us stuff, right? In those documents, and that's how it becomes public. But no, we won't get those full reports. No. We were learning more about Koberger's mental health from his attorney in documents, right? And I'm still waiting for those to become unsealed. Because if I go reading Dylan Morton's stuff, my blood's going to boil for a moment. I got to get over it. But I want to read the stuff on Brian Koberger, right? I don't want to read about these damn roommates. I mean, I got to read it, but I don't want to right? Give me the goods on Kohberger. But yeah, we won't get full reports and things like that. Now I don't know how the federal guidelines of future documents we may or may not get pre-trial, what they'll decide. Now that he's an adult and all, it should be game on, right? We should be able to go to Pacer and pull up these documents, and just like we would any other document or docket that we can go look at. So they're going through this stuff about the filing of the motion, tolls the speedy trial period, and all this stuff. They're getting into the gist of why are they here. If the court agrees to transfer to adult status, there is interlocutory appeal that is allowed for either side. Oh, Ann Taylor tried that, didn't she? Depending on the district court's decision. So that may delay things, but speedy trial continues to be told during this time. And the court asks, and the tolling comes from where specifically? And Lopez answers, from the filing of the motion, which, give me a second, and then if an alleged delinquent who is in detention pending trial is not brought to trial within 30 days from the date upon which such detention has begun, the information shall be dismissed. We don't want that now, do we? Yeah, Higgins, we preach it here. I'm one of the biggest shouters of the Idaho 4 victims and their rights, right? And their right not to be trashed across the internet. That's why I played Vivian. For fuck's sake, Vivian at the beginning of the show, y'all go back, watch her video. We had the link in the chat. She's tearing apart all those people who come out with bad facts in the Kohberger case, right? I only read documents here. And I chose, when I started going live, I only wanted to talk about Idaho 4 based on documents. All that other drama that's went on for the past 4 or 5 years, boy, do I know all of it, and I'm sick of it. I can't with that shit. Don't let it break y'all's brain, because people out there will try to steer you down paths that are wrong. And they'll try to tell you we're crazy. We don't see the big picture. We don't understand what's happening. I'm not saying that about them. I may have occasionally, but y'all go do you. Just leave the victims and the families alone. Unpack it all you want. Say what you want. I don't care. But leave the families and the victims alone. If an alleged delinquent is in the all right. So they're going to go through all of that about trying to get him out, whether we keep him in. This is back February 6th, guys. And they're going through all of that. There is still an appellate section there, and the court asks, and he says, Lopez answers yes. The court says that's good. There is still an appellate section there, yes, and the judge says that's good. Lopez, it is small, but it's still there. The court says, okay, good. Lopez says, maybe not robust, and the court says, okay. Lopez says, if Your Honor has other questions, I can certainly look at it. I know I have it in some of my materials. Here, I just want to make sure. The court says, I don't see that in the statements, and obviously the statute contemplates the government, moving to transfer to adult status. So they're going on and on about the adult status stuff, and we all know the decision was made to go forward. I'm trying to scroll down because I haven't went through this document yet. I don't know where they start talking about evidence and things of that nature, or anything else we can glean that we haven't seen so far. And they're just still moving through all the discussion about adjudications and delinquency of the state court. Okay, so therefore, how does that cut then? So there would be no reason for the delay, right? And Lopez answers, no, Your Honor, but I do believe that after the hearing, I think part of the record that also have to be collected and prepared and presented to the court, all the exhibits and transcripts and things from the hearings of the transfer to the adult status. Lopez says, minus any time that may have run prior. At that point, from the moment in which the order becomes final, the government then has 14 days to seek an indictment, and then the case continues along the way, unless the defendant were to waive the proceed by information. The court says, right, okay, the reason I bring this up is not to test you on the knowledge of the statute. The reason I brought it up was if the government is seeking detention, my reading of the statute is that means you have 30 days to try the case. The judge says, are you sure that is what you want right now? Number one. That was my first broader question. Because why would the defense not want to insist on that right in the ordinary course? Number one. Number two, to the extent that that is an issue, or if, for example, as a practical matter, the trial this is contemplating would be post-transfer to adult status. Why would the detention determination not at least wait until the transfer? Absent of showing that the person was a significant risk or flight or harm, obviously, but the presumption is no detention, my understanding, and so the threshold, plunder, honey, you got to do something about that, would be much higher on you, wouldn't it, in this situation? Then they go into the Bail Reform Act and the different things about that. Now, the JDA, unlike the Bail Reform Act, doesn't provide the standard for that, doesn't give anything beyond those words under Section 5034. So it's essentially unclear, just in a plain reading of the statute, if Congress intended to be looked at for the standard to be the same. So they've comparing the Bail Reform Act to the other act that they were trying to get him transferred under, the Juvenile Act. They must talk about that forever and ever. It's like 144 pages, so I'm scrolling down to get to past that stuff, that argument. So Your Honor asks whether having the hearing today kind of cuts more in our favor than it would typically under the Bail Reform Act. I think the short answer to the question is yes. The reason for that is simple. This is a 5034 hearing where the status says if the juvenile has not been discharged before this initial appearance before the magistrate judge. So they're considering all the arguments there. You'll see under subsection of 5037, it says at the bottom, with respect to release or detention pending an appeal or a petition for writ or criteria of after disposition, the court shall proceed pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 207. At this point, as we sit here today, no judicial officer or grand jury in this country has made a probable cause finding about what happened here, right? We're here on the signature of a prosecutor. So I think it is clear that in a 534 or 5034 hearing, which is what this is today, the Bail Reform Act plays no role, and Congress, by carving out the Bail Reform Act from this hearing, has made a strong preference in favor of release. Oh, goodness. Simi, shush it. Look, I've gotten so many documents from Plunder. I do super appreciate, and I know exactly why she's doing this. Trust me, and I know what started it, and it may be my fault. Somebody rubbed me wrong the one day in the Idaho 4 case a couple years ago and took all the credit in the world for getting this certain information, and it absolutely came from Plunder because I sent it to them. Okay. So there we go. Now that's where we're at now. Now Plunder has to watermark everything because people will steal it and claim they got it themselves. Uh, and she does pay for all of it. She pays for a lot of stuff. So shout out to Plunder. Just please make your watermark a little different. That's all I ask. Especially for blind old ladies. Good God. It's rare that they come with an information without some kind of deal set up before the person comes to court. So in those instances, yes, right, there is a probable cause finding that would be made. This thing is driving me crazy. Here, let me do this. That way I can. Okay. So here we go. At all times relevant to my representation in the testimony, the victim's father, Christopher, was married to T's mother, Chantel. Hang on, let me make sure I didn't skip something up here that I need to read first. Okay. You can move on the facts. Okay, thank you, Your Honor. On or about November 2nd, just so that the court is clear, and this will carry through this presentation. T, who was a 16-year-old, and the victim, who was an 18-year-old female, were United States citizens residing in Titusville, and Titusville is in Florida. And at all times relevant to my representation and the testimony, the victim's father, Christopher, was married to T's mother, Chantel. So Christopher is Anna Kapner's father. Chantel is Timothy Hudson's mother. Therefore, T and the victim to T's mother, Chantel. Therefore, T and the victim were step siblings. On or about November 2nd, the victim and her family, to include T, departed the port of Miami in Miami, Florida, for a 1-week cruise around the Caribbean. At some point, they made a stop in Cozumel, Mexico. It's beautiful in Cozumel. I loved it when we stopped there. It's kind of bittersweet that her last moments on Earth were just surrounded by beauty. You know what I mean? And then all the tragedy that occurred. It's fucking insane. At some point, they made a stop in Cozumel. Now, during this voyage, the victim shared a cabin with her 13-year-old half-brother, the minor witness, and T. Now, her half-brother, they had the same father, and that the cabin was numbered 8343. The victim's father, T's mother, and 2 minor female sisters and stepsisters shared a separate cabin across the hall, number 8341. So the mom and the dad and the 2 little girls had their own cabin. Grandparents had a cabin, and then Anna had a cabin with her 2 brothers, the stepbrother and the half-brother. Now, on or about November 7, 2027, after members of the ship Horizon, which is a Carnival cruise ship, went into cabin 8343 to clean it, and there they found the victim wrapped in a blanket and stuffed underneath her bed, which was the bed closest to the wall of the cabin. I wonder when Anna's dad realized Anna wasn't there, joining the family, wasn't responding by phone, what happened at that point, right? Notify ship's authorities, go talk to the brothers. What got that ball rolling about Anna's not showing up with the family? What did Timothy say to that? I haven't seen her. According to the attendants who found her, it appeared that someone had tried to hide her, again by partially putting her underneath the bed and putting a box of life vests to cover the view of the body from the rest of the room. It also had appeared that the bed had not been slept in. The Carnival Cruise Line officials called the FBI, who met the ship Horizon at the port of Miami upon its return. The ship returned November 8th. From the dates of November 6th through November 7th, when the victim's body was found, the ship was in the high seas. It had left the port of Cozumel on its way back to Miami. After the FBI boarded the ship on November 8th, they conducted numerous interviews of the family members as well as looked at different things that the cruise ship had, including closed circuit television, and it was revealed that after the family had returned to the ship on November 6th from visiting Cozumel, the family met for dinner on the Horizon. During the dinner, the victim stated that she did not feel well, complaining of pain in her mouth due to her braces and an upset stomach. So she returned to her room, cabin 8343, by herself, and that was captured by the closed circuit television. As previously stated, the FBI then looked at the closed circuit television and it revealed the movements of the victim, T, as well as the 13-year-old brother, the minor witness. Now, he had been spoken to by the FBI, as well as stated that he did go into the room for the short periods of time during the evening after dinner, and that was corroborated by the closed circuit television. He did say, though, after he decided to come back to the room to go to sleep, when he opened the cabin door to 8343, T put his arm out to block. That was the little brother coming back in, right? Little brother tried to come in, and T's like, "I'm in here changing." T put his arm out to block the room entrance from opening and did not allow the minor witness to enter and yelled, "Wait, don't come inside," saying that he was changing. The minor witness noticed that both the bathroom and closet doors were opened and all the lights in the cabin were turned on. He thought that was odd, or, weird. I then instructed the minor witness to wait outside of the cabin. Or T then instructed the minor witness, here, I got to make this larger so I can see because I am so blind. Okay. T, can y'all see that okay on the screen still? Everybody good? The minor witness noticed that the lights were on. The minor, T instructed him to wait outside. T instructed the minor to wait outside of the cabin. CCTV captures this, where the minor witness then sits outside in the hallway right outside the door, sitting down for a few minutes before T opens the door and allows him to enter. He was in there trying to cover up that body so that the other kid couldn't see it under the bed. The minor witness acknowledged that the last time he had seen the victim inside of the cabin was earlier in the evening when he had gone in for a minute to retrieve something with his friends. Friends from the cruise ship? A CCTV provided the following information about the movements of T, the victim, and the minor witness. At approximately 7:38 p.m., the victim is seen entering the cabin. So at 7:38, they got Anna going into the cabin. At approximately 7:51, the minor witness is seen walking down the hall towards the cabin with two friends. He enters the room and quickly exits. At some point in that evening, at about 7:35, T is entering the cabinet. So T enters the cabin 3 times before the victim enters the cabin. So he goes in 3 times before Anna comes back, okay? He is not seen exiting the cabin again by CCTV until 10:13. What time did he go back in? So he goes back in at about 7:35. T enters the cabin 3 minutes before the victim. Okay, I read that completely wrong. See, guys, I had to go back up. My eyesight is horrible. I got to go to the doctor. I got Bobo glasses. I had to get readers from the damn pharmacy. So y'all bear with me. I appreciate it. So he enters the room 3 minutes before the victim enters the cabin. And then he doesn't exit until 10:13. 7:35 and 10:13. Good Lord. Upon opening the cabin door at 10:13, T is seen looking to the left and to the right down the hallway, appearing to check if there is anyone in the hallway. And then he walks outside of the cabin. This is the only time in which T does that action when exiting the cabin door. Between 10:32 I'm sorry, 10:23 and 10:49, T is observed entering and exiting the cabin approximately 2 more times. Then at 10:53 p.m., T exits the cabin and is observed placing the privacy sign on the cabin door and then re-enters the cabin at 11:07. So at 10:53 he's putting the do not disturb sign out there and then he goes back in at 11:07. Carrie MC, welcome to Lead Investigators. Thank you. Welcome in. Welcome in. We appreciate you. We do. Carrie says mom should have stayed with the boys and dad should have stayed with the daughters or the other way around. Yeah, Carrie, great idea. The kids shouldn't have had all. You know, when I went on my cruise, my kids went with me. But guess what? They're my responsibility. I'm not turning them loose on the cat. There were, and the thing about it is with these teenagers and preteens and even the younger children, there are um, licensed childcare on the ship, and they have all the activities you can go sign them up for, and you can leave them there with the group, right? And they're with their counselors and their group of kids, age appropriate, the whole time. And they have these all these activities they do. My kids were like, "Can we go? Can we go?" I'm like, "Don't y'all want to go hang with me?" They're like, "No, look at these cool activities they have," right? So that was like my first time was like, that's my babies, not so there's things to keep these kids occupied and safe, but it sounds like they were just, going around doing whatever they wanted. Because you got the minor coming and going out of the room with his friends, right? They're all just so kids are running amok on the ships. Are lots of parents doing that? That is so dangerous to me. I covering true crime, I'm like, there's danger everywhere, right? Especially on a cruise ship. It could go off the side at any given moment. Then from 11:21 to 11:23, the minor witness is observed entering and exiting the cabin. This is where he tells FBI that he does not see his sister. So at 11:21, he goes in, he does not see Anna. He sees her at the initial at that initial entering that occurred at 7:51. After the minor witness leaves at 11:23, approximately 11:31, T exits the cabin and then re-enters at 11:44. What was he doing during that little bit of time? What does it see? Was he walking up and down the hall pacing? Then at 12:09 a.m. in the morning, now November 7th, the minor witness is seen entering the room. At midnight, where was his parents? The minor was he with them the whole time until he entered his room? The minor witness is seen entering the room, is quickly observed not being let in, and then he waits outside for a couple of minutes until he re-enters the cabin. CCTV also showed that T exited the cabin a couple of times on the morning between the times of 9 a.m. and 11:30 p.m. Excuse me, a.m., he says. So 9 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. outside of the same cabin. During one of those specifically, and I'll get back to that to that time in between, but at 11:24, the Horizon stateroom attendant goes into the cabin, and then she is quickly coming out and getting her supervisor, who also comes into the cabin. She probably was able to see Anna's body the minute she moved the life jacket box. Who also comes into the cabin, and that is when they discover the victim's body. At approximately 11:27 p.m., T is seen walking by the hallway towards the cabin, and as he walks by the cabin, he makes no effort to look and see what is happening inside, even though so many people are still inside the cabin with the door open. What? He walks straight ahead and walks away. You're coming down the hall, approaching your cabin. The door's open. It's full of people, and you do nothing. You just look straight ahead and you keep walking. Well, that's not suspicious at all. You would be running to the room. What's happening? What is wrong? Where's my sister? What's going on here? What in the world? This is basically the CCTV. The court says, "Let me stop you. You said at 11:27, I assume 11:27 p.m. I assume you meant Lopez says yes a.m. I'll apologize. So the judge is like, correct the record. CCTV footage essentially reveals that the victim never left the cabin after she entered at approximately 7:38 on or about November 6, 2025. Now the body-worn camera footage from the Horizon's security offers corroborated the cabin attendant's description of how the victim's body was found. Oh man, the body-worn camera footage of the Horizon security officer. Meaning it was wrapped in a blanket or a bed sheet, stuffed underneath the bed with that box of life vest or life preservers placed on top of it to conceal its position. Now, during the course of the FBI's investigation on board the Horizon, after they viewed the CCTV, they tried to locate the victim's cell phone because the family had mentioned that she was never without it. They could not locate it inside of the room. The cruise ship people had also indicated that they didn't take the phone or see one in any way. The FBI then eventually looked around and decided to look in the Horizon's Lost and Found office. They make it sound like it's just no, hey guys, what about checking Lost and Found? That's a good idea. That's what they made that just sound like. That's weird to me. I was like, Investigation 101. And the victim's cell phone was found there. They found it at the Lost and Found when they retrieved it from the garbage. I guess that's when the attendants took it to Lost and Found. The circumstances surrounding it being there was that a Horizon cruise member found it in the trash bin located in the rear or aft of the ship on the starboard side, meaning the right side of the vessel, which I'm going to call the trash bin from now on. It appeared that it had been seriously damaged, as if it had been smashed and then the screen was broken. Ask Stefan Stearns, you can do whatever you want to that phone, including factory reset twice, and no, we got you. The FBI then looked back at the Horizon CCTV footage from the morning of November 7th to see how that phone could have gotten out of that room if we know the victim never left the room after 7:38. They found that T leaves the cabin at approximately 9:26 a.m. and returns to the room at 9:48 a.m. Then it reveals that at 9:50 T leaves the cabin. He is observed holding something in his left hand, and it looks like he's reaching into the sweatshirt front pocket. After he leaves, he is then observed walking to the midship lobby, because cabin 8343 was towards the front of the ship, and he takes the stairs to deck 10, then walking to the aft or the rear of the ship through the Lido Marketplace restaurant. They're following him all over the boat. The CCTV footage shows that at 9:52 a.m., T is observed reaching into an area near the trash bin where the victim's cell phone is found. Now the trash bin is not depicted directly by the CC footage, but it shows that T stayed in the area by the trash bin for approximately 22 seconds. Well, that's pretty specific, 22 seconds. They can't see him putting it in the can, but he was right there by the can for 22 seconds, and that's where her phone was found all smashed to pieces. He is then observed returning by the same route, which he got there at approximately 9:53, until he enters the cabin at 9:55. The FBI contacted the cruise line's information technology officer to be able to trace the movements of the victim's cell phone that morning. And the following information was given to them and was provided that showed basically throughout the cruise ship, as people are using the internet, in order for them to use the internet, the ship has routers throughout the ship. And people's phones, once they enter onto the cruise ship's Wi-Fi system, will connect to these routers. That information, meaning the client association history, the MAC address, and the path connections to the Horizon's wireless network for any particular phone or computer, is kept in their care, custody, and control as records in the regular course of business. Did y'all hear that? The tracing of this information provided the following. At approximately 9:26, when T is seen exiting cabin 8343 on CCTV, as I mentioned, the victim is not seen. Then at 9:27, when CCTV shows him on deck 10 in the Lido marketplace, the victim's client association history data with the cruise ship reveals that T and the victim's phone, meaning the victim's phone, is taking the same route towards the aft of the ship as the victim's phone. Just like Brian Koberger, they're like, oh, these car movement, this sketchy car stuff. Oh, look, it matches this phone, though. Oh, there, and there. Wow. Synchronization. That's pretty cool they were able to do that, though, right? They can pinpoint everywhere he was moving. That phone was moving right along with him. Then at 9:27, when CCTV shows him on deck 10 in the Lido marketplace, the victim's client association history data with the cruise ship reveals that T and the victim's phone, meaning the victim's phone is taking the same route towards the aft of the ship as the victim's phone, is hitting all of the wireless network and access points on that router. At approximately 9:29 a.m., the victim's phone connected to routers near deck 10 at the Lido marketplace of the Horizon. The client association history showed that the victim's phone is taking the same path of travel as T is in this area, and he is walking through the Lido marketplace on CCTV. At approximately 9:32 a.m., T is seen smoking in the area of deck 11. Where'd he get his cigarettes? Then at 9:34, the victim's phone connected to router. He probably bought a pack in Mexico. Connected to the phone's routers near the smoking area on deck 11. So they got him out there too, on the starboard side of the Horizon, at the same place where T is seen smoking a cigarette. When I read starboard, my mind goes to Jimmy Buffett waving back at me. Sorry, guys. I'm a parrot head and I had to go there for a moment. It reminds me of a song. At approximately 9:39 a.m., the victim's phone connected to routers near deck 12, the jogging deck, which is on the port side of the Horizon. At the same time, T is captured by CCTV camera walking on deck 12 at the jogging track port side. Then it shows that T is walking on the jogging track until approximately 9:46. At approximately 9:48, T is observed entering the cabin, and then the victim's phone at 9:50 is connected to the router in the cabin. At the same time, at approximately 9:50, T is then captured exiting the cabin and walking to the midship lobby. This is when he is then observed taking the stairs to deck 10 and then walking to the aft of the Horizon again through the Lido marketplace. While he is doing so, at 9:52, T is observed reaching the area of the trash bin. While the trash bin, again, is not directly covered by the CCTV footage, it shows that he stayed in the general location or general area for approximately 22 seconds. And then at 9:53, he is seen observed by the CCTV returning by the same route. At approximately 9:55, he is then seen entering the cabin. At that exact same time, the victim's phone is located at deck 10. Oh, wow. So the minute he goes back in the cabin, they're already finding the darn phone. Hey, Angel. Yeah, you can smoke on the ship. There's designated smoking areas. It's been years. I think my cruise was back in 2004. Yeah, they had smoking decks areas or whatever. Y'all don't want them smokers not to be able to smoke on the cruise ship. Good Lord. Oh, Carrie, I wouldn't go on one now. Back then, we just got through getting over the attacks on America, right? The Twin Towers. So we had all that, and we had to go through heavy security to get on that boat. Trust me, my daughter had a water bottle in her bag, and it was a whole thing. Y'all don't even know the struggles to get on and off. Even getting back on in Mexico, that man had that giant diving knife. That lady said, "May, excuse me, you can't get back on this ship with that knife." He said, "Well, y'all let me on it in Florida with this knife." I was like, damn. And I'm standing right behind this dude. It was a scuba knife, but still, he got on board in Florida with it and y'all missed it. Okay. Yeah, it's you get on one now, you're probably gonna get sick, right? We've had a couple of ships do that. We've seen it. Well, I'm not trying to get sick on that ship and can't get off. I will jump off and swim and take my chances with sharks. I ain't trying to get the funk. 6 feet, people. I practiced that before the pandemic. It's just my personal space. Get out of it. You're too close to me. There was no need for all that. Yeah, I wouldn't go on one today for nothing. And it's no fun when you're when that little stabilizer breaks while you're in Cozumel because the tender boat smashed it accidentally, and then you weeble and wobble all the way back across the Gulf of Mexico. That was no fun. That was horrendous. Ugh. Dishes crashing all in the kitchen. You're like, are we about to flip over? What's happening? Where's the dinghy? Those are dangerous now. Look at Lynette Hooker. Fuck. See? No, stay on land. Stay on the land. Damn it, y'all get me sidetracked. All right, Carrie. I don't blame you. Witchy says, I went on a cruise on the Danube. Did I say that right? It was the most amazing trip. Lots of security, smaller ships, less people. I had a great time on our cruise. I really did. The kids had a blast. It was fun. I just don't know about getting on one now, right? With this, what knowing what I know. Since my cruise, people have gotten sick, so that's my concern. But I had a good time. I just didn't like that rocking and rolling back, going across the Gulf. That shit was not fun. I mean, now I know why I like to just stand on the land and watch the ocean because she's a beast, man. She's a beast to be reckoned with. A search warrant was obtained by the FBI for T's phone. The victim's phone was also searched. The phones did not reveal any information about the victim's murder, nor did it reveal the information about the relationship between the victim and T, which is Timothy. It neither showed a good nor a bad relationship between the two. So there was no text messages like, guys, it said I briefly lost connection for a moment. So if I did, I apologize. I don't know what happened. I got connection, so I don't know what's going on. So there was nothing in between the, text messages that would have shown they were mad at each other or had a falling out or a disagreement or nothing like that, apparently. The medical examiner, Dr. Jonathan Kanakararaj. Guys, I don't know what's going on, but I just got that connection loss. I can see it now. It is affecting you guys. Hold on. Let me check something here. Lord. Okay, hang. Sorry, I'm checking messages. Okay. Let me get the chat pulled back up so I can see. Okay. Okay, we're back. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It just kind of blinked in and out. Okay, am I back? I don't know what's going on. So if we go down, guys, I will come back and we'll, don't know when, but maybe it'll be later today or tomorrow, but we'll get back. But I'm going to try to finish this up. All right. So the medical examiner for Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office also arrived on the Horizon in order to conduct his investigation. At that point, the victim's body was moved from its location after it was documented, and then the victim's body was unlike in the John Bonet Ramsey case, allowed to be moved by her father and then by the lady cop. So good thing they did that properly. We always need that done. And then he began to undress the victim and to prepare to take her to the medical examiner's office. Guys, it gets a little, it may get a little graphic here. I think it will. I just glanced down, so the banner's up. After they undressed the victim to conduct their preliminary exam, the doctor observed that the victim's underwear was worn in an unusual manner, specifically the underwear's waistband. It will be noted she was fully clothed with a sweatshirt and sweatpants, so they had to remove that to see the underwear. The underwear's waistband was observed to be bunched up, twisted, and folded up. The underwear was further found, meaning the section that covers her private entry area, that part of the underwear was found to be inserted into the victim. Now, so she's fully clothed, but when they unclothe her, they're like, what's going on with this, right? So that tells you he put her sweatpants back on her. Or he just had them pulled down and never fully took them off of her. And then I guess he pulled them back up. Based on his observations, the underwear and the way it appeared on the victim's body, the doctor opined that there was an indication from this preliminary exam of possible SA, but would need to confirm with further examination. So he immediately had pause, right? That there's something amiss here. Angel, thank you. I see you. You have offered to become a mod here. Thank you for that. I've been running with 3 mods since we started. So far it's worked out pretty good. We don't get crazy chat here, but I appreciate you, and we may take you up on that. Simi is stepping up and helping us out as well, and she's the latest member. I have a very small team. We keep that, but I appreciate that, and if we may need to in the future. Like I got 2 of my mods are 2 hours behind me. So if I keep that in mind when I'm scheduling my shows. And Simi, I think you and I are on the same time zone. Me, you, and Butterfly were. You're with me and Butterfly, where our other 2 are 2 hours behind us. So I got to consider those factors as well, Angel. And I do, because if my other 2 mods are busy and I need to go early, I don't want them to feel like they have to drop everything to come. I want everybody to be able to do their things. But all y'all who are coming in and unpacking these cases with us and joining the conversation, man, I appreciate that, because we are all about the conversation here. And I appreciate all y'all for coming in and helping us get these cases and look at them and making sure that, I like to see when these investigations are done right and the crime scene is done correctly, and don't give that defense anything to come back with later, because we can't, we need to do it right from the get-go to get victims justice. Because if we start out with a botched investigation, it's so hard to get to justice, right? Delphi is a prime example. I know they had a conviction in that case. I'm just not sure we had a fair trial. And I don't know that Rick Allen's innocent nor guilty. I just don't believe we had a fair trial. And I hold that standard for every case. No matter how, feelings aside, my feels have got to be in check. So thank y'all for coming in and helping us. And I also say our feels are important because we all come from different walks of life, right? And we can bring different things to the table when we're talking about these subjects. So they conduct the autopsy of the victim, and during the autopsy, the doctor first observed petechia, that is the tiny pinpoint red spots under the skin caused by bleeding from small capillaries, and he noticed this petechia in the victim's eyes and face. Significant areas of bruising were found on the sides of the sides and rear of the victim's neck area. Remember early on, guys, I think it was her grandparents were even stating that there was some sort of choke hold. And we didn't have all that information back then. We only could go by what they were saying, right? And they were being told by the investigators. So she had bruises were found on the sides and rear of the victim's neck area, specifically more on the left side. There was also significant bruising of the victim's left ear. A significant amount of grayish viscous liquid was present in the victim's private canal. The words are going to get me in trouble eventually. The doctor at that point noted that the petechia and the bruising were indicative and possible mechanic asphyxiation. Now they've described it as a chokehold, so wouldn't that be from behind? That means strangulation. And he additionally collected a rape kit from the victim as well as her nail clippings, which is standard. On or about November 10th, the doctor contacted law enforcement and stated he had ruled that the victim's death was due to mechanical asphyxiation, most likely from a chokehold, with enough force that such bruising and blood were in the ear area, and that the manner of the victim's death was homicide. The final tox report for the victim found there were therapeutic amounts of butylatabidol, a medication with acetaminophen, aspirin, caffeine, and codeine. I was about to say that's headache. I know exactly what that is. Used primarily to treat tension headaches, was present in her system. Now, because I know somebody who took that for years for migraine headaches. So that's the only thing found in her system was her headache medication. And it was not found to be a contributory to a cause of death. So no drugs, alcohol, none of that in Anna's system, right? The sexual assault kit and the fingernail clippings were sent to the FBI lab in Quantico for testing. On or about November 24th, 2025, they informed law enforcement that all these reports have been provided to the defense, so the court is aware that the swabs from the victim's kit tested positive for DNA, specifically to this case. Swab number 4, a swab from inside the canal, tested positive for male sperm. So her swab, which was number 4, in addition to the victim's own DNA. So there's your mixture, right? But they were absolutely able to separate that. And swab 5, a second DNA swab of the victim's canal, while negative for sperm, did test positive for male DNA. Oh, they got some touch DNA on her body, in addition to the victim's own DNA. Whose DNA did that test positive for? Is that what? Wait, that's what the defense talking about, that bruising on her neck? Who's? Okay, I'll keep reading. Did we confirm whose DNA that is, right? Is it enough to say it was his? I wonder. Well, I guess maybe we'll unpack it here. In addition to the victim's own DNA. Based on these preliminary results, the FBI obtained a search warrant for T's DNA, which was signed by a district court judge in the Middle District of Florida. And 2 DNA swabs were taken from him. DNA swabs were also contained from a minor who lives out of state, with whom the victim had a sexual intercourse while on the cruise, who I will refer to as a minor witness witness 2. Oh boy, could you imagine his parents like, son, you did what? That's traumatizing, that encounter, and then that girl turns up unalived later. Like, that's wild. The FBI lab compared the DNA standards from Timothy and minor witness to the male DNA profile found in the 2 swabs from her vaginal swabs. The results were as follows. As to swab 4, the one that tested positive for sperm, minor witness 2 was excluded as a contributor. As I mentioned before, the victim's DNA, the female DNA profile, did belong to the victim and was present in that mixture. The result as to the main DNA that was obtained from the sperm, that it was 120 sextillion times more likely that the victim and T were the contributors of the mixture than if the victim and an unrelated person to T were the contributors. So there was all the indications pointed that the markers were matching with T's And if not, they would have been an unknown male still, right? So more likely that is they were the contributors. And y'all know how that works with the 120 sextillion times. We've read these DNA documents before. Therefore, the results of this item had very strong support for the inclusion of T as the contributor of the male DNA in the mixture. As to swab 5, the swab that came back sperm negative but positive for male DNA, minor witness 2 was excluded as a contributor, okay? The female profiles, as I mentioned before, belonged to the victim. The victim was, so they didn't say who the contributor was to that swab, though, but it wasn't the other boy. That's a weak argument for the defense right there, though. The guy's seen coming in and out of the cabin, taking her phone all over the ship. Yeah, okay, so ugh. The result was that it is a 1.2 septillion times more likely that the victim and T were the contributors of the mixture than if the victim and an unknown, unrelated person were the contributors of the mixture. Therefore, the results from this item had very strong support for the inclusion of T as the contributor of the male mixture. Subsequent to these results, the doctor opined that all the evidence found on the body, as well as the evidence from the DNA, were consistent with a sexual assault occurring and that the SA had happened antemortem, that is, before death. So, Anna was still alive during the assault. I will now call Special Agent Andrew DeVal from the FBI to testify. Oh boy, got FBI testimony coming in hot. Witchy, you've taken that medicine for your migraines before? Semi-sharp, same. You should know that by now. I mean, girl, I'll be clocking that moon every night. I gotta walk outside and see her. I gotta go see her and her phases. Moon phases determines my levels of my feral. It damn sure does, don't it, girl? I'm like, what's going on out there? I'm feeling it today. I'm feeling my shit. We get a little crazy on them full moons, don't we? Okay. Yeah. Well, like the caffeine pills were prescribed for a long time for headaches, right? Like I'll notice if I don't get headaches, thank goodness. But if I do start to get one, it's because I haven't had my complete dose of caffeine all day, right? I've got to have a little bit, and it feels better almost immediately. It's weird how caffeine can affect that. What's your answer, Carrie? What are you talking about? Something I just said? Sometimes it's hard for me to completely follow the chat. I'll confuse myself. Okay, so the court calls this special agent in from the FBI. Go ahead and call the agent. The court says. The deputy clerk says, "Thank you. Please raise your right hand. All the things. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?" He answers, "I do." I wonder how many people wake up and have to. We should make people on the internet take that oath. But you know what? Their truth and my truth may be different. It's like that reasonable doubt stuff. The witness says, "I do." But the deputy clerk says, "Can you please state your name?" Okay, we're not going to go through all that. Formalities. Go ahead. Okay. His name is Andrew Del Valle. Called as a witness. Let me get my thing. Okay. I'm going to make this go like that. All right. I'll keep up with chat this way. All right. So, Lopez. Special Agent DeVal, what is your current position and what squad do you work with? Do you work in at the FBI? He says, I am currently an agent with the FBI and I work on the International Violent Crime Squad. International Violent Crime Squad. And the world's not a scary place at all. Does that squad have the responsibilities of investigating crimes that occur outside the territorial jurisdiction of the United States, such as cruise ships? He replies, yes. The court says, whatever the guy's name was there, were you the one or the agent who was assigned to be one of the two case agents in this matter involving the death of the victim? So they were assigned two case agents. He says, I was. Were you present in the courtroom when I read my proffer to the court? He says, I was. Is my proffer accurate and true to the best of your knowledge? And he says, yes. Is there anything in the proffer that you would change or want to correct as you sit here this morning? And he replies, no. Mr. Lopez then says, at this time, Your Honor, I will allow the defense to cross-examine since he's opted the proffer in its full. So that was the prosecutors doing that. Okay. So now the court says the defense, and then Mr. Kroll for the defense says, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cohen is going to conduct the cross-examination. So Cohen's also a member of the defense, I suppose. Good morning, agent. The agent replies, good morning. Based on the timeline that we just heard from the government, almost 16 hours passed between the time that the victim, who I'm going to refer to as A, which we know is Anna, just because it's simpler. Oh, good Lord. We can't go into court and say the word murder, but we need to shorten the victim's name down to a letter. I'm not cool with that. I'm not cool with defense attorneys coming in and saying we can't say psychopath in court, but we can shorten the victim down to a letter. Her name is Anna. Was last seen entering her cabin. At that time, her body was discovered. Is that correct or accurate? He says, yeah, I would say so. Question. There is no direct evidence that this has been developed during the course of your investigation that indicates the precise time of death, is there? He replies, no. Okay, there are obviously no cameras inside the cabin that reflected what was occurring there, right? And the agent replies, that's correct, yes. The defense attorney says, and you were present at the autopsy along with the doctor who performed it? Is that accurate? And the agent replies, yes. And the attorney says, at no time did the doctor indicate that to you a precise time of death, did he? Agent replies, no, he did not. The attorney says, so again, you were talking about over a 16-hour period of reference in this case. Is that fair? And the agent replies, yes, that's fair. The attorney says, okay, so we haven't seen the videos, obviously. We are early in the case. How would you describe the quality of the images? Oh boy, damn it, man. Oh, ouch. Grainy car footage and all. Do we have a clear image of Mr. Timothy Hudson entering and exiting that cabin, or could he be mistaken for another individual? What are we doing here, defense attorney? I see you. What is the quality of the images? Did I tell y'all grainy footage is going to get us in trouble one day? I would say very good, he says. Oh, very good quality. Yes. Go, 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 cruise line. You crappy cameras. Going back to the timeline. Good for you, agent. He's like, well, I think they're pretty good. So between 7:30 when Anna enters the room and 12:09 that you've been or the government's been referring to as minor witness 1, let's refer to him as C. Well, I'll leave C at C because he's a minor. That's his first initial, correct? He says, sure. Sure? Yes or no? That's his first initial, correct? Sure. Again, it's a little easier to say or deal with. Okay, so during that period of time, Timothy, my client, is in the cabin. He's been in there a majority of the time. Is that correct? And the agent replies, yes. The attorney says, but he's not the only person in the cabin during that period, right? let's put A aside for a second. Anna, let's put Anna aside for a second. C was also in the cabin for at least short periods of time. Oh, wow. The little brother, the minor. Okay. The answer was, yeah, at most 2 minutes, but yes. So he just, he tells the defense, yeah, he did go back in there, but like 2 minutes. But also, he was there twice, the attorney says, and the agent says twice, yes. I can't get over the grainy footage comment. Okay. One at 7:51, this is the attorney speaking. At 7:51, where he told you later or told law enforcement later that he saw his half sister there at the time, right? He replies, the agent says yes. The attorney says, and then somewhat later until 11:21, he goes back again and he claims later that he doesn't see his half sister there at the time, right? And the agent replies yes. The attorney says, okay, so now is there any indication at all that after 11:21, when he goes back to the cabin and doesn't see Anna there, that he tells his parents or the grandparents are also on the cruise, who are also on the cruise, about his sister not being in the cabin? And the agent says, can you repeat the question? I'm sorry. The attorney says, maybe it was the way it was worded. I'm sorry. And the agent says no. So then the attorney comes back with 11:21. He goes back into the cabin, correct? The agent says correct. The attorney says he knows that his sister had been in the cabin first time he was there, right? He says yes. The attorney says he also knows that his sister, his half sister to be exact. What? Okay, get all technical, Mr. Defense Attorney, that his sister, his half sister to be exact, had excused herself from dinner because she wasn't feeling well, correct? And the agent says, I'm not sure about if he knew that or not. And the attorney says, well, wasn't he at the dinner according to your investigation with the rest of the family when she excused herself because she wasn't feeling well because of her braces? And the agent replies, yes, but I'm not sure if if she shared it with everybody at the table or just her parents. I'm not really sure about that. Okay, so then the attorney says, but in any event, his sister's in the cabin earlier. It's getting close to midnight. She's not there. He doesn't alert anybody to the fact that she's not there. Is that fair? And the agent replies, yeah, sure. Huh. He's apparently unpoliced on the boat, the whole family. So I don't know why he would go, maybe he thought Anna went back out to join the family. She felt better, right? He's allowed to go do what he wants on the ship. Apparently so was Anna. But then the attorney says, and he also doesn't alert anybody to the fact that there is something unusual about the appearance of the cabin. Is that also fair? He says that's fair. When they saw the lights on and the doors open to the bathroom and the closet, that was supposed to be a red flag to what a little kid? But something was amiss. And my weird brother says, don't come in, I'm changing. I don't know if he was putting it together. That, okay. The attorney says, okay, according to the proffer, some bedding, whether it be sheets or blankets, were stripped from the bed, one of the beds, right? And the agent says, at what point? The attorney says, sometime during the course of that almost 16 hours, some bedding was stripped off the bed. The agent replies, no, the bedding was stripped from the bed by the cabin attendant. So, what bedding was Anna wrapped in? And then the attorney says, well, wasn't the body found wrapped in a blanket or sheet? And the agent says, yes, it was my understanding that those were blankets that were typically in a closet. Okay, so they were extra blankets. So that when he opened up the closet, the little brother notices that door is open, lights are all on. Old Timothy's in there getting out the extra blankets and the life vest preservers designed to save your life and using them to conceal the body he just killed. So then the attorney says, there was also some indication that there were life vests in an unusual posture beside one of the beds. Is that correct? And the agent says, I wouldn't say unusual posture. They weren't there originally. And then the attorney says, so there was nothing unusual about the appearance of in the room? And the agent replies, well, the life vests were always found on the other side of the bed, not under the bed. So those life vests were moved to be placed in front of the body because they were never there throughout the cruise. The attorney says, okay, but that wouldn't have been apparent to anybody who wasn't working on the cruise ship. And the agent replies, right, no, yeah. Right, no, yeah. Agent, what are you doing? Is this your first time testifying? The attorney says, so if anybody walked into the cabin who was not an employee or an attendant of the crew on the cruise ship, they wouldn't necessarily know that there was anything unusual there. And the agent replies, I would agree with that. So then the attorney says, and then the proffer was that C returns to the cabin again at 12:09 a.m. on that Friday morning and then remains in his cabin for the next 9 or so hours. Is that also accurate? And the agent replies, yes. Nine hours. Okay. Not I'm thinking about what is this family thinking? When do they notice Anna's not emerging from the room the next morning, right? When does anybody notice? Was it until the people came in the room and found the body? And they're like, "Oh hell, we hadn't heard from Anna all morning?" Weird. There's a hole here I'm not getting to yet. Okay. So he's there for 9 or so hours. Is that also accurate? And the agent replies, yes. Then the attorney says, now when he returns, he claims that Timothy asked him. Now when he returns, he claims that Timothy asked him to remain outside because Timothy was changing clothes, right? And the agent replied, yes. The attorney says, and that he remained outside for more than a minute or two. And the agent replied, I think it was about 2 minutes. The attorney says, and then he gets out of the cabin at about 9:20. Was that accurate from what you recall? You don't have to be exact, but some time. The agent replied, somewhere around 9 a.m., I would say yes. Okay, so he was in there overnight, right, when he's sleeping, and then the next morning he's coming out at 9 a.m., and he doesn't see Anna at that point either, or doesn't see his sister or his half-sister in the cabin. So he's still not seeing her at that point. I'm still wondering, we will get to it about what time somebody's noticing Anna's not coming out of that cabin. So then he says, again, does he see his sister or his half-sister in the cabin? Does he? And the agent starts to reply, when he, and then the attorney says he doesn't claim to have seen his sister, his half-sister in the cabin when he gets up and leaves the cabin at approximately 9 a.m. He says, correct. So then he says, and again, the attorney says, and again, he doesn't report to his parents, his grandparents, anything about unusual or anything unusual about his sister or half sister not being there. I don't know what these kids are thinking. They're kids. So they're saying though, so he goes into the room that night, doesn't see his sister. He sleeps all night, the 9 hours or so. He gets up the next morning, still doesn't see his sister. What if she came back after he went to bed? What if she left before he got up? There's a whole lot there that maybe who knows? This family may not be in a lot of communication with one another. My child would have been like, Mom, sister's missing. At bedtime, we would have noticed one was gone. The attorney says, I have never been on this ship, but seen but been on some cruises. Inside cabins are generally fairly small. And the agent replied, yes. And they are. They're tight quarters. Unless you got, all that money to get you that big stateroom. And there were 3 people staying in that cabin, correct, right? And then the agent says yes. Then the attorney says, so although C thought it was unusual that T would not let him in the room, he doesn't know what was going on inside the cabin at the time. And the agent replies, no. Then the attorney says, okay, and certainly if at that time T was in some way trying to conceal the body, he would have had 1 or 2 minutes to find the blankets from the cabin. Not so fast, Mr. Attorney. He was in there a lot longer than the other brother. He may have already had it wrapped in the blanket, but was concerned that they could still see her if they came in the room. Now what do I do? Grab the life vest. Slow your roll, sir. And certainty that if at the time T was in some way trying to conceal the body, he would have had 1 or 2 minutes to find the blankets from the cabin, wrap Anna inside of them, carry her from the bed, put her under the mattress. They want us to question our brains about, is there enough minutes to do all of that? Where have I heard that before? Was there enough minutes to really do all of that? Yeah, there was. Carry her from the bed, put her under the mattress, and put the life vest where they were found later. And then the agent says, no, I wouldn't. I would disagree with that. The attorney says, okay, what part would you disagree with? And the agent replies, well, we had been with Anna for about 2 hours from 7:30ish to about 10 p.m. He had been, not we. I said, like, what? He had been with Anna for about 2 hours from 7:30ish to about 10 p.m. When he returned to the room later on that evening at around 11 something, I'm sorry, I don't remember the time. There is nothing telling me that that's when he decided to hide the body. Thank you, agent. He could have done that right before, during those 2 hours, and he was just finishing up whatever he needed to finish in those 2 minutes. The attorney says, okay, so C has a key to the room, right? And the agent replies, yes. The attorney says, he could have returned at any time, right? Yes, you have to answer. What? The attorney says, he could have returned at any time, right? Yes, you have to answer. The agent says, I'm sorry, I apologize, yes. Like, what? Okay, so the attorney says, and obviously T doesn't know C and would be coming back to the room. Obviously, T doesn't know C would be coming back to the room. The agent says, he does not know. The attorney says, so during that period of time that you just mentioned, at any time T could have walked into the room. I mean, C could have walked into the door, right? Get your letters straight, sir. Don't confuse the court. And the agent replied, definitely yes. The attorney says, and still, what I described, I would have taken more than just a couple of minutes to take place, right? The agent says, I would say no. I would say so, yes. Then the attorney says, okay, so you have an opportunity to read the autopsy report? And the agent replied, somewhat, yes. Somewhat? I guess like the preliminary report, maybe? Then the attorney says the report indicated that a weighted 109 pounds, that Anna weighed 109 at death. Do you recall that? Oh, defense attorney, you concerned about, okay. The agent says it seems about right. The attorney says, and also in terms of moving the mattress, you recall that the steward that first went into the cabin had to get help to lift the mattress because it was so unruly? An unruly mattress. The agent replies, well, she was a female, a small female, but yes. And then the attorney says, he is a small male, right? And the agent replied, sure, yes. Oh, man. What y'all saying in chat? Simi. Yeah, you can lock somebody out of those doors, Happy. But I guess um, like a latch on the inside. I don't know if they're doing card keys or how to get into these cabins now. But there should be a lock on the inside as well. Did he not have that engaged, or did he lock? Did he not think about it at first and then lock it? Who knows? But he did stop the little brother from coming into the room. The little brother was not in the room at the time of the crime, obviously, as well. So the court says here. Then the court comes in and says, just so I'm clear, you said that Timothy was in the room from 7:30 till about 10. Is that right? And the witness says, yes, Your Honor. So they're questioning the minor witness, I guess. Okay. Yes, Your Honor. The court says, at what point did C try to get into the room? Okay, this is the FBI guy, I guess. A little after midnight. So it was after, and the witness says, yes, sir. Now the court, was there any attempt to get into the room between 7:30 and 10 by C? The witness says one time when he showed up with his friends and was in there for about 30 seconds, and then he left with his friends. At that time, Timothy and Anna were also in the room, and C confirms that he saw Anna around 7:50 p.m. I can't be exact on the time, but it was around 7:50. So from 7:50 p.m. until about 10 p.m., it was just Timothy and Anna in the room. The court says, I see. And is there a video capturing friends going into the room? The witness states they did not go into the room. He was there for 20 seconds. He just went in to go pick something up, it was my understanding. So the little brother comes back, but his friends don't go in the room, just he does. He's in and he's out, right? The court says, okay, so it's just him that goes in and out, goes in and then comes out. The witness replies, yes, Your Honor. The court says, okay. Now Mr. Cohen is here. Question. Just to clarify, now they're back. So that was the witness testimony, I'm assuming, at the grand jury that we just read through. And now we're back to the court transcript of the hearing. And they discussed that in the hearing, that transcript there from the testimony. Okay, so now question from the attorney. Just to clarify, between 7:38, when A goes into the room, the last time that she's seen, which is Anna, and approximately 12:09 when C goes into the room for the night. During that time period, he actually entered the room twice. Is that correct? And the agent says, yes, my recollection, yes. Then the attorney says he entered the room first at 7:51, and that's when he claims that he did see Anna inside. Uh-huh. An FBI agent, a lot of times they'll make them say the actual word. Use your big boy words. Uh-huh. You mean yes. And the attorney says right, and the agent says yes. See? They know they're going to make them repeat it. Why they even do it is beyond me. It's annoying. Because then I got to read it twice. Maybe that's why. Question from the attorney. And then he enters the room again at 11:21. At that time, he claimed later he did not see Anna inside. And the FBI agent says, that's my recollection. The attorney says, so there are several times overall that he was in the room that evening? The agent replied twice. The attorney says, and then the last time he went into sleep, or he said he went to sleep. And the agent replies, yes, sir. Then the attorney says, and then the court, they come in now, I guess, with more transcripts. So the court would have said, just so I understand again, so C went into the room after 10 p.m. How many times? The witness says, just once, Your Honor. Then the court says, and how long was he in the room? The witness says, under 2 minutes. The court says, okay, is that your theory that the death occurred already at that point? The witness says, yes, Your Honor. The court then says, why do you say that? And the witness says, because he didn't see Anna when he went into the room at all, and he had never exited the room per CCTV, and she had never exited per CCTV. Then the court said, so the theory is that she was hidden at the point in time, and so when C went into the room, he couldn't see her. And the witness replied, yes, Your Honor. So this defense attorney over here is trying to poke holes in that and somehow imply, is he trying to imply something about the little brother? He's so concerned about his movements coming in and out for 20 seconds, 30 seconds, whatever. But Timothy's in there hanging out for hours and doing bizarre stuff, looking up and down the hallway. Okay. Well, I guess defense attorneys are going to defense, aren't they? Happy says TY. For what, honey? What did I do something that you liked? Oh, man. Forrest, I did go buffet crazy. I mean, all you're going to do is you're eating, eat, and do excursions, right? Eat and frolic. So all you do on a cruise ship, eat and frolic. And that's right up my alley. If I don't got to cook it and clean it and it's going to be good and you're going to bring it to me on top of that, heck yeah, why not? I am there for it. That's my favorite kind of meal, to be honest. Somebody else do all the work and just let me enjoy the deliciousness. I will help you clean up, though, if you cook it. In fact, you can just sit down. I'll clean all of it up. I don't care. But I prefer to not do any of it. I think we all would at some point. It's good to be just pampered with all the good food. And I'm tiny, but I love me some good food, right? And then so the attorney says, so it seems like your supposition is based on what C told you and that he didn't see his sister at the time, correct? And then the agent says, my supposition on what? And the attorney says, your response to the court's question, that you thought that when C entered the room at 11:51, that Anna had already been killed, right? And the agent replied, yes. The attorney says, and a significant part of your basis for the conclusion is that when C told you that he had not seen his sister at 11:51, right? And the attorney or the agent then says that is partly true. Partly true. So then the attorney says, what if C was lying? Does your theory fall apart then? And the agent says, no, I don't think so. There was only a period of time, a significant period of time, where all of this could have occurred, which would have been from 7:50 something until around about 10 p.m. Now, interesting, because they're saying Anna's watch, Apple Watch, 7:50 to 10 p.m. Remember that we've seen so far? No accurate time of when, and that doesn't. So what if Timothy took it off her body? It's still going to connect all over the ship, but it's not picking up any health data or anything like that. But it's still her Apple Watch. When did it go offline? That doesn't mean that's when she passed, right? What if he took the watch off of her body? So we're unclear about the status of that Apple Watch yet. Forrest, bring it to me and then take it away. We had some amazing dinners on that cruise ship. We did. The formal dinners were fun, but I preferred the other restaurants on board the ship. But the food was amazing. Yes, bring it to me, let me enjoy it, then take it away. I like that, Forrest. Now take it away. I do tip well because I would much rather just sit here and enjoy it. Okay, so now we're going to talk about food. I'm going to start getting hungry. All right. So what if C was lying? Does that make your theory fall apart? He's like, no. All right. So then the attorney says, wasn't C in the room from 12:09 to 9:50? And the agent replied, yes. The attorney says, so that's 9 hours. And the agent replied, yes. And the attorney says, nobody else was giving you information about what occurred during that time period, right? And he replies, no. Then the attorney says, nobody has given you any indication whether or not Anna was alive or dead when C entered that room at 12:09, have they? And the agent replied, as far as eyewitnesses, I don't know. Then the attorney says, well, you're the case agent. Oh, you don't know your case, Mr. Oh boy, we've heard that before in other. You're the case agent. You don't know? Have you been given any information about whether or not somebody else was in the cabin during that period of time? The agent replied, no. Then the attorney says, okay, and the medical examiner hasn't been able to tell you whether or not the death occurred between or before 12:09 or after 12:09. The agent replies, no. And it's pouring. Hang on, I gotta check something because my window is open. I was kind of starting to get cold. I think that's why it's getting like all the gray out there and yeah, it's just raining. Okay, we'll take it. It's dangerous in Florida when it does this because if about 2 hours, I could have the most amazing, beautiful sky and the most god awful humidity in the world. So it could change drastically in a few minutes. All right. So again, it goes back to whether or not you believe C is a 13. Wait, go back up one. And the medical examiner hasn't been able to tell you whether or not the time of death was before 12:09 or after 12:09. And the agent replied no. Then the attorney says, so again, it goes back to whether or not you believe C, a 13-year-old half brother of the decedent. Is that right? Mr. Defense Attorney, what are you doing? Your job? Yeah, but at 13, he's 13. Are we to think he's just because he's 13, he's going to lie? Again, the agent says, again, no, my understanding, A, or Anna, also had an iWatch that monitored her heart rate and so forth. And that iWatch stopped working between the time period of 7:50 p.m. to 10 p.m. It wasn't monitoring her heart rate anymore. And the attorney says, did you find the watch? And the agent says, no. The attorney says, had you had the watch, could you have had it tested for accuracy or whether it was broken or functioning properly, right? The agent replies, no, we downloaded her phone information and that's where we got the information from her iPhone. And then the attorney says, but again, you don't know whether or not the watch was functioning properly. The agent says it was functioning fine up until around that time period. And the attorney says, do you know whether she took it off? And the agent replied, no. And the attorney says, did you find it? And the agent replies, we did not, which we thought was odd. Then the attorney says, okay. And uncertainty after that period when it stopped working, not only was C in the room briefly at about 11:50, but was in the room for the rest of the night after 12:09. Is that right? And the agent replied, no. The iWatch stopped functioning between 7. What? Hold on. The iWatch stopped functioning between late 7:50 to 10 p.m. So 7:50 to 10 p.m. I can't tell you the exact time because I don't remember, but it was during that time period. Why wouldn't the case agent remember the time of death if that watch or whatever that watch indicated, if the data's out there? Just between 8 and 10. I hope they get better at trial. Yeeks. Dolphin says, if synced, it was functioning properly. Right? Was he suggesting it was broken for a dolphin? He's trying. He's like, spaghetti wall day. Let me throw the spaghetti day. It's spaghetti throwing day. We get it. Did it stick, sir? That's the question. Is it done? Did it fall off the wall? The court says, on the issue of the watch, at what point was it tested? In other words, at what point was this inquiry conducted about the information from the watch? The witness says, this is from I think the grand jury testimony stuff. The witness replied, we received a search warrant for Anna's phone, and part of the information that we received was her Apple Health. I really don't remember what it's called, but it's basically an app that connects to her iWatch and monitors her heart rate steps like a typical fitness watch. During that time period, that watch stopped recording information. The court says, and had it been, do you have a recording of information from the beginning of the cruise as an example? The witness says, I believe the watch had been monitoring throughout the cruise. And the court said, okay. Then the witness says, I didn't review the information completely. That was the other case agent. But I was informed that the watch stopped working during that time period. The court says, if she were to take off the watch, though, at some point, that would also cause it to stop working? And the witness replies, yes. The interesting part is that we could not find the watch, which was odd. We did an extensive search of the cabin, and both her watch and the cell phone were missing. The court says the area where the watch was found, the phone was found, was that area searched for the watch. And the witness says no. They didn't go back and search that area, okay. The court says, okay. Then Mr. Cohen. So they're back on to today's record, or this transcript record. Question from the attorney. When you had spoken to Timothy after you boarded the ship the next day, is that correct? And the agent replied, could you repeat that? I'm sorry. Jesus. The attorney says, law enforcement spoke with Timothy after the ship docked in Miami and the FBI boarded, right? And the agent replied, yes. The attorney says, was he searched? And the agent replies, I'm not aware. The attorney says, but no watch was found on him? Well, he's hanging on to it, right? The agent said no. Well, he could. Maybe he don't know about trophies yet. Jesus Christ, he's going to keep the watch. You got rid of the phone. Did anybody go back? Question from the attorney says, did anybody go back to the lost and found after this determination to see if maybe the watch had been put there at the same time the phone was? And the agent replies, so we went to lost and found. There was no iWatch there. Then the attorney says, so you have the fact that a watch may have stopped at about 10 something without knowing why it may have stopped, and that the word of a 13-year-old to suggest that this incident, the homicide, had to have occurred before 12. Is that pretty much accurate then? The agent replies, I would say that's a good portion of what we have, yeah, as far as timing. So they're like, don't base it on this 13-year-old. The defense is like, you're using that to help get your timeline. Well, yeah, and the watch too, and the movements of who was coming in and out of the cabin, and the fact that the little boy was only in there, ducked in and out twice, right? This defense attorney's like, I'm going to throw out a little something something, but I can't follow up on it later. Right? Okay. So then the attorney says, the timing is critical in this case, right? I mean, you're relying on the closed circuit TV to try to determine when Anna was killed. And the agent replied, yes. Then the attorney says, okay, so the whole reason that we have gone through the whole time is because timing may be critical, right? The agent replies, timing is a part of what occurred during that day. Sure, of course. Then the attorney says, so certainly if she was killed at 2, is a different situation than if she was killed at 10, right? And the agent says, how so? And then the attorney replies, if she's killed at 2, there's 2 other people in that room, right? And the agent says, yes. Then the attorney says, if she's killed at 10, maybe only 1. And the agent replied, yes. The attorney says, so timing is crucial in this case. And their agent replied, yes. Attorney says, now somebody I don't know if it was you or another person from law enforcement also spoke to Anna's father, who is T's stepfather, correct? And the agent replied, yes. I believe she did have the watch on Dolphin. That's a good question. When they see her entering that room for the last time, excuse me, is she wearing the watch? Probably. Okay, so then The attorney says, so they're going to speak to the stepfather, or wait. Now, somebody, I don't know who, he says, also spoke to Anna's father, who is T's stepfather, correct? The agent replied, yes. Then the attorney says, and he told you that there were issues between C and A. So the little brother and Anna, even before they got on the ship, right? And the agent replies, I don't recall. What? She's got problems with the little brother before they ever go on the ship. Only person to say that right now is this defense attorney. How does he know that? Did Timothy tell them that? Well, Anna was having problems with our little brother, and he told you, the father, the stepfather, okay, also spoke to Anna's father, who is the stepfather. Okay, yes, and he told you there were problems between Anna and her brother. Oh, so the dad offers that up, that Anna had an issue with her little brother, the half brother, his son, his daughter. Okay, then the attorney says, and I wonder if these parents were fighting over which one of our boys killed Anna. The hell? Mm. I don't have an Apple Watch. I couldn't give y'all any information except for what y'all say in chat about them. I don't sleep in jewelry and stuff. I would not. I would be the one to take mine off, but I'm not trying to monitor my health like that. I mean, I probably should, but I don't. I don't have an Apple Watch, so I don't really. I'm not even going to pretend I know anything about them. But I know data and forensic, investigations. They absolutely going to get the data. They're going to get the data. We know they are. Can they pin? But my thing about the Apple Watches is how accurate is the data that we're getting, like cell phone data, right? As far as pinpointing exact times, because in the future that's going to come up in these cases. It's coming. Apple Watches are coming, right? I know everybody loves their little gadgets and it's going to prove everything, but maybe not so fast. They're not perfect, right? Like that AI is not always perfect either. But I don't know anything about them, except they can pull the data. We need to pinpoint a little closer. Here's the thing: if it's monitoring your health and it's recording your heart rate and all the things, it should know when your heart stops. If it's connected on your body, correct? Am I correct? Is that how it works? Yeah, I understand it's reliable and accurate, but that's what I'm asking y'all. I'm not debating that it's wrong data. I don't know how accurate. We think we know how accurate because it's telling us our heart rate. That's not what I'm talking about. Not that sort of data, the metadata stuff that's going to come out about this stuff. Did y'all unpack that Karen Reed situation with all them data dudes? That's what I'm talking about, that aspect of it. I don't I believe these devices work the way they should. I do believe that. That's not what I'm talking about, though. I just want to make sure we're on the same page with that. And these apps and the reading and all the things, right? We're all armchair people at this point. We all have devices, and they're all different brands, man, all the things. We know that. They're all tweaked a little bit different here and yonder. So I'm just curious about the forensic data side of it. And just because the watch stopped recording, it could have just been removed from her body. You know what I mean? That doesn't indicate the time of death. Just that's when it was removed from her body. Or it could indicate time of death. Because when the heart stops, it's supposed to stop recording, right? Is it going to alert y'all when your heart stops? Call 911. What does it call 911 for you? I'm curious. And people who have to monitor their health, though, it's a good piece of device to have, right? Because so many people have to monitor their blood pressure and things like that. So it's good to keep reports, and you can report back to your doctor. So I get why people have them. I just don't want one. I don't need it. I'm okay. I don't need it to be telling me you're lazy today, get up and walk. That's where I draw the line. Stop it, fool. You bossy device, you. Okay. So then the question posed by the attorney about them not getting along, and the agent replies, I don't recall. Okay, so this is a Mr. Lopez and Cohen going back and forth here. Lopez says, which one are you going to read from? Cohen says, the 302 you provided. And Lopez says, right. Okay, got it. So now Cohen's back up there with this line of questioning. Because, there was a time when cell phone data first was born and we were like, how accurate is it, right? And now that's come a long way and the accuracy has gotten so much better. Yes, it alerts you a heart arrhythmia, but I'm saying if you passed away, is it going to notify somebody for y'all? Like a life alert button? I wonder if it has some kind of built-in, unless you're on a monitoring system from your doctor. I'm just saying. I get why people have them, so I'm not questioning that aspect. I just want to know if their metadata is accurate or not. If we're going to depend on that going forward as evidence in court. Y'all see what I'm saying? Evidence in court. Mr. Lopez says, oh, wait. The question by Mr. Cohen. Okay, so it looks like on January 15th that you had a meeting, you and Agent Pitts. Ms. Lopez, I'm sorry, I kept saying Mr., didn't I? Ms. Lopez, I'm sorry, Your Honor. This is improper refreshment of recollection. The agent's testimony was he doesn't recall. We're going to get those on a shirt. I don't recall. I think they're already out there probably. I would object to impeachment at this point. And this is the cross-exam of the FBI agent. If he said he didn't recall, the appropriate procedure is for counsel to provide him with that 302 for him to review, and if his memory is refreshed, he can testify. Remember how they always say, well, can I look at my notes, refresh my memory? You should know this stuff. They do have fall detection, so if you fall, well, maybe I need to get one because that little puppy tries to trip me in the backyard. What if I fall down back there and nobody's home? Help, I've fallen and I can't get up. The puppy tripped me. The other day, she about did. So it probably could have come in handy. Okay, good. No, we don't recall. He can't testify until he refreshes his memory. The court says this isn't a trial, remember. So whatever is most efficient in terms of presenting the fact that is most relevant to me. Obviously, this witness can always ask a lawyer to see what he is looking at if he wished to confirm the question, okay? Mr. Cohen says, if I could just have a moment, Your Honor, and there's a pause. Then the court says, while he's doing that, while he's looking at it, can you just respond directly to the question about isn't it possible that it was C who may have been involved if the murder didn't actually occur after midnight? See how important that Apple Watch is going to be? The witness. I would argue not because it was T's semen that was found inside the victim, not C's. Oh boy. The court says that assumes, of course, then that the person who committed the SA is the same person who committed the murder. That plus the timing, the witness says. They were there by themselves for those 2 hours. I would also argue that there was no DNA of C found anywhere on the victim or anything like that. And the attorney poses this question. Okay, so let me follow up on the court's question, which I was going to get to eventually anyway. During the time of the autopsy, was the assistant medical examiner able to determine how long after the intercourse did the death occur? The agent says, I'm not aware. The attorney says, was the assistant medical examiner able to determine whether the same person who was involved in the intercourse with Anna was the person who killed her? The agent replies, I don't think they made that determination. And the attorney says, thank you. The proffer described marks and bruises to Anna's neck. Was any attempt ever made to lift DNA from the areas of her body to indicate who may have strangled her. And the agent replies, I'm not sure. Of that, I'm not sure, no. The attorney says, again, you're the case agent. You would have been privy to that information if, in fact, it existed. And the agent replies, yes, I would say so. The attorney says, and you don't know of any information to that effect? The agent says, no. I thought you said, was there an attempt made? I'm not sure if there was an attempt made. The attorney says, well, you would be the one who would have told somebody to go ahead and get the DNA lifted, right? The attorney says, I believe the medical examiner does their own examination, how they do it if they tried to recover. So we leave it to the medical examiner? Because I've done some research on lifting DNA from a body, touch DNA from a body. I do a lot of stuff in my spare time. And evidence in court's always my jams, because that's what fucking matters at the end of the day. My feels don't matter. That evidence damn sure matters. How well will it hold up in a court of law? The agent says, I believe the medical examiner does their own examination, how they do it, if they tried to recover DNA samples from the neck or anything, that would be up to them. The attorney says, have you ever heard of a medical examiner lifting DNA from a body? And the FBI agent says, I don't know. Well, I do, sir, and I'm an armchair detective. Or whatever they want to label me as today. The attorney says, how many homicides have you investigated? Oh, snap. The FBI agent says, so we investigate murders of U.S. citizens overseas. So we've investigated quite a few. I can't tell you a number right now. The attorney says, okay, how many homicide investigations have you been the lead case agent on? He says, none. Ow, this is your first time? The agent replies, yes, sir. So we got a first-time case agent who doesn't know his case real well. Not a good look, sir. So going back to the proffer, says the attorney, there was quite a bit of very specific information about Anna's phone. Do you recall that? The agent replied, yes. The attorney says, and the proffer contained, you verified at 9:50 a.m. Timothy was seen on video leaving the cabin with his hands somewhere stuck inside of his sweatshirt. Is that fair? And the agent replied, yes. The attorney says, so between 9:26 and 9:48, even before then, he was also seen walking around the ship, right? And then the agent replies, I believe so, yes. I'm sorry, I had to look. The rain stopped. I gotta go let the puppy out in a few minutes. So then he says, the attorney says, and the routers that the prosecutor described were in effect and working at the time, right? And the agent says, my understanding is. Then the attorney says, and it shows that at least the path of the phone was similar or somewhat similar to the path of Timothy walking. And the agent replied, yes. And the attorney says, now during the time that he was doing this walk, he went up to the 12th floor, the 12th deck, right? And the agent says, I believe so. And the attorney says, okay. And the 12th deck was the jogging deck, right? There was a jogging path or a jogging course there. The agent says, I don't recall. The attorney says, would looking at your report, or do you have there the search warrant of your case outline assist you? And the agent replies, that would be great. Mr. Cohen says, if I may, Your Honor. Lopez says, is that the case overview? Cohen says, actually, it is a search warrant affidavit. Lopez says, okay. Then Cohen starts up again. The question is from the attorney, you were the affiant of the search warrant affidavit for Timothy's phone, correct? And the agent replied, yes, sir. The attorney says, I'm going to show you your affidavit. The agent says, thank you. So the attorney says, page 9, paragraph F. Mr. Lopez says, thank you. So now the attorney says, I would ask if that refreshes your recollection as to whether or not prior to 9:50, Timothy was on the jogging track on the 12th deck. And the agent replied, yes. The attorney says, again, I have never been on this ship. Usually the jogging track is on the top, and the agent says towards the top. And then the attorney replies, and borders on both sides, correct? And the agent says, yes. The attorney says, he could have thrown the phone into the water, right? He was on the 12th deck, did he? And the agent replies, no. So the attorney says, so between the time that Anna's body was found Friday morning and the time the ship docked in Miami on Saturday, do you know where her body was kept? And the agent says they kept it in the room in place. The attorney says, do you know if they took any special precautions to make sure there was no decomp of the body at the time period? Oh man. The agent says the only thing that they try to do is keep the temperature cooler. That's about it. People die on cruise ships all the time. It happened to a family member in my family. There's ways. What are they doing? They need to start a comment. They don't expect accidents to happen. People die natural causes all the time. Do you know what the temperature was? Asked the attorney, and the agent says, I do not. The attorney says, I didn't think so. Oh, yikes. That was a smart ass reply, y'all. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I hear you, Beth, right? Don't call it that. Call it assault. Exactly. But they're over here. Well, the defense is like, well, it could have been, or the defense for you. Okay, so he says, I didn't think so. You didn't think you knew the temperature there, Mr. Agent. During the time between the time the FBI boarded the ship, I think about 7 a.m. on Saturday morning, and the time that you left, about 5:30, were passengers and crew allowed to disembark? And the agent replied, yes. The attorney says, in a normal fashion, or were they held for a while? And the agent replied, my understanding, normal fashion. The attorney says, during the search of the cabin, either by you or by anybody, I guess they had security officers on the ship. And was there any items found that were consistent with the injuries described by the medical examiner? And the agent replies, what do you mean? And the attorney says, okay, let me go back. Let me back up and ask this question. Was the medical examiner able to determine whether the strangulation was by hand or by object? The agent replies, his finding was mechanical asphyxiation. And the attorney replies, was there any object in the cabin that was found that could have possibly caused that type of injury that you know of? The agent replies, not that I know of, no. And the attorney says, so there is just one small part of the proffer where the prosecutor indicated that at some point in time, Timothy pokes his head out of the cabin, looks left, looks right, and then goes back in. Do you recall that? And the agent replies, yes. The attorney says his mother and stepfather were staying in the cabin right across the hall, right? The agent replies, correct. The attorney says, and later on, when there is this commotion in the cabin with the attendant who finds the body, I think the proffer was that Timothy just walked by without looking inside. Do you recall that? The agent replies, yes. The attorney says, do you know anything about Timothy's mental health background? The agent replies, the only thing I know from then it's inaudible. I can't remember if it was the mom or the dad that told me he had ADHD. As far as your investigation revealed, even before leaving on the cruise, that Timothy and Anna were living in the same house, right? And he replies, yes. The agent replied, yes. The attorney says, and they were sharing a cabin together with C for the time between Monday, when the ship left Miami, and Friday or Saturday, Thursday or Friday, whenever the time period of the death occurred, right? The agent says, for the duration of the cruise, yes. The attorney says, do you have any information from anybody there are any ill feelings or bad blood between the two of them? The agent replied, no. Mr. Cohen says, I have nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lopez, may I proceed, Your Honor? The court says, redirect. Lopez says, thank you. Direct exam now by Lopez. Question. Special Agent DeVal, Mr. Cohen asked you several questions about the timeline of this case. Do you recall those questions? And the agent replied, some of them, sure. And the attorney says he specifically focused on some of the timeline related to the closed circuit television. Do you recall those questions? And he says, yes. The attorney says, so I'm going to start. We're going to discuss that, but let me start with this first question. Counsel asked if you, oops, counsel asked you if C, meaning the minor witness, was in the room or staying in the same room as the victim and Timothy, stated several times that he was the half brother. Do you know whether or not C, meaning the minor, witness, the 13-year-old, is that the victim's full brother or half brother? The agent replies, I believe it's the inaudible, you know what, I thought it was the half brother. Okay, where's salad, Mr. Agent? The attorney says, okay, so they're actually related by blood, correct? And the agent replies, yes, for sure. The attorney says, he is not related to Timothy? And the agent replies, no. The attorney says, other than his father is married to Timothy's mother. And the agent says, correct. The attorney says, all right, you wrote a case overview for this, correct? And you co-authored with Special Agent Pitts, correct? Or right? And the agent says, yes. Then the attorney says, and you sent that to me via email, and I provided it to the defense as your Jenks material. Jenks, Jencks material. Is that like in federal cases? He says, yes. The attorney says, you mentioned several times throughout your questions with the defense the following things, and I'm going to go over them with you. Guys, let me go let this puppy out real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Simi says jinx material. I'm not. Hang on. Sorry, I messed that up. Government witness prior statements. Thank you. See, that's a new term because we don't usually do these federal cases, right? Thank you for looking that up for us. Oh, where's my phone charger? Holy shit. Hold on one second, guys. Sorry. Don't knock everything down. Okay, I had it across the room. And I'm watching chat from the phone. All right. There we go. Now we're good again. Okay. Phew. The government is required to produce to the defense. Right. Well, all witness usually it's witness list turned over and all witness statements, but here that's what they're calling it, right? Is the jinx material. Um, your cat's obsessed with being brushed. I don't even dare go near mine with a brush. She might have nefarious intent. she's kind of a crazy cat. She may see that as a bad move on my part. Okay, so do you recall the defense questions about the times that C, meaning the half brother, the minor witness, came in and out of the room from the point in which the victim and Timothy are in there, and he enters it for the last time at 12:09ish in the morning? And the agent replied, yes. Do you recall those questions? Okay, so let's go over that. And then Lopez says, may I approach the witness, Your Honor? And the court says yes. Then Lopez says, you mentioned Special Agent Duval that you thought that the minor witness C entered the room around, you said initially 7:50. Is that correct? The agent says yes. The attorney says, and then you mentioned that he might have entered again for a second time around 10, something in the evening, correct? Agent says, I believe so. So then the attorney says, so let's look at your case review. Ms. Lopez says, this is starting on the page that starts timeline of events November 6th for the counsel's reference. The attorney says, let's look at this. You mentioned that the victim returns at what time? 7:38, he says. Then the attorney says, and when did Timothy enter the room? And the agent says, about 3 minutes earlier, 7:35. So they all at that dinner. He was at the same dinner that Anna was at, and they're entering the room within minutes of each other, of her getting up and saying she don't feel good. I'm going back to the room to go to bed. What do you do? Followed her? He got there right for her. So then the attorney says, now what time do you note that C, the brother, enters into the cabin? And the agent replies, 7:51 p.m. And then the attorney says, okay, and how long is he there according to your case overview? And the agent replies, if I remember correctly, it was about a minute, not even. And the attorney says, and is that time period when he's seen in CCTV with his two little friends? And the agent replied, yes. And the attorney says, and is that also the time point when C tells you when you interview him that he sees the victim in the room? And he replied, yes. The attorney says, all right, you mentioned that after he enters at 7:51, he is there for maybe a minute or two and then leaves. Yes, replied the agent. And the attorney says, now, okay, from 7:51 to the next time you note in your case overview, is anyone seen entering or exiting the cabin? And he says, no. Remember, they got the timeline of when Anna's phone had its last activity as far as her, like sending that Snapchat, which, what was it, 8? And if she's not active on her phone after that time the Snapchat was sent, I'd say that's probably going to help narrow down the timeline of death. It's going to rule out that other little brother there, like this attorney's trying to come in for here. I gotta look back at my notes because I know that was 8 something, I think, was her last Snapchat. Hey, Faye, welcome in. Welcome in. Okay, so the attorney says, now from 7:51 to the next time you note in your case review anyone entering and exiting the cabin. The attorney says, what is the next thing that happens at 10:13 p.m., which is approximately about 2 hours and 20 minutes, 20-something minutes after C is seen exiting? He says, the agent replies, Timothy exits the room. The attorney says, he exits the room. Now let's go to your timeline. When is the next time that Connor, they didn't redact the kid's name there, C, is seen entering the room? He's a minor. That's the only reason why I wasn't saying his name. Okay, so the agent replied 11:21. The question now by the attorney, 11:21. And how long does he remain at this point? The agent replies, for about a minute. Then the attorney says, so from the time frame of 11:52, let's say if he stayed in the room, entering at 7:51 and leaving around 7:52 to 7:53 on November 6th, C is not seen entering the cabin. So we got to go all this to explain how, this kid's only in there for a couple minutes both times. We got to clear all this up. This is a defense attorney. I wonder if the defense attorney will continue that angle going closer to trial, or was it all shut down with all of this, right? The little brother's part in it, possible part, according to the attorney here, defense attorneys. So the attorney says, so that would actually leave Timothy and the victim in the cabin together alone, no one else around, for approximately 3 hours and some change. And the agent replied, yes, I would say so. The attorney says, about an hour and a half, right? About an hour and 20-something minutes. And the agent replied, yes. Then the attorney says, when C re-enters the room at 11:21 and quickly exits at 11:23, did you ask him if he saw V, his half-sister, leave the victim? He saw her in the room at that time. The little sister was over there too? When C re-enters the room at 11:21 and quickly exits at 11:23, did you ask him if he saw V, his half-sister, leave the victim? He saw her in the room at that time. The agent says, I didn't ask him, but he was asked and he said he did not. Okay. So the attorney says, okay, so when he enters the room at 7:51, he sees the victim. Does he come back the second time, 3.5 hours later, at 11:30ish or 11:21ish, and he does not see the victim in the room? And then they reply, correct. The agent replied. Then the attorney says, okay, then the third time he enters is the last time at 12:01 on the 7th, where he ends up having to stay in the hallway for a couple of minutes. And the agent replied, 12:09, but yeah, around 12:09, but yes. So then the attorney says, was C asked after he entered the room for the third time what he did between the hours of 12:09 on the 7th to the point where he leaves the cabin at 9:20 something in the morning? The agent says, I believe he was asked, and I believe he said he just fell asleep. And then the attorney says, right, because it's the middle of the night, correct? And the agent replies, yes. I'm so glad they explained that part. All right, so I guess for the courts, you have to, the potential jurors and all. The attorney says, and so he says that he fell asleep, and that at what time is he exiting the cabin after he's entering at 12:09? They've established this over and over. 9:20 the next morning. So then the attorney says, and when does Timothy exit the room? And he says around 6 minutes later at 9:26. And the attorney says the victim never enters or exits at any point after 7:38. So it's 7:38 when she's in that room that they said the Apple Watch stops between 8 and 10. The agent says correct, and then the attorney says, okay, so in those 3 hours, excuse me, in reality, it was about 3.5 hours that Timothy and the victim were in the room by themselves, correct? And the agent replied, yes. The attorney says, if you know, is asphyxiation, meaning strangulation, a quick way of dying? And the agent replied, no. The attorney says it takes quite a few minutes in order to strangle someone to death, doesn't it? And the agent replies, correct. The agent says, so would it be fair to say that it would be unusual or strange for C to have been able to strangle his sister in the quick minute that he entered at 7:51 when he says he sees her alive? And the agent replies, very unusual. Then the attorney says, would it also be enough time for the 2 minutes that he is seen at the 11:21 to 11:23 on November 6th? So that defense attorney is so reaching, you're right. And here's the prosecution side going, wait a minute, here's this, this, and this. But it's such a strange reach for the defense to begin with, because it's going to be so easy to debunk, basically, in my opinion, anyway. Apple Watch or no Apple Watch, because CCTV sees you all coming and going and knows how long you were in the rooms. Then the attorney says, would it also not be enough time for the 2 minutes that he is seen outside? Remember when Timothy told him to wait outside, I'm changing. And the agent replies, correct. Now the attorney says, now you mentioned the Apple Watch or the health information, excuse me, for the victim that was downloaded from her phone. He says, and then she says, do you recall those questions? And the agent replied, yes. So they pulled all her watch information come from the cell phone data, right, with the incorporated app. Okay, so then the attorney says, now I want to go over a few of the things at that point, as to the point. You didn't get a search warrant for it, correct? You actually just downloaded the victim's phone. You got a search warrant for Timothy's phone, correct? And the agent replies, right. I got the search warrant for Timothy's phone, correct. Then the attorney says, you mentioned that your case agent let you know that the health information had been working throughout the cruise, but stopped somewhere in the time frame after 7:38 when the victim goes back into the cabin for the last time. Is that correct? And the agent says, correct. The attorney says, are you aware of whether or not anyone viewed her text messages during that time? And the agent replied, yes. The attorney says, was there any information obtained as to when she stopped texting on that evening? The agent says, around that same time. I believe it was before 10 p.m. You believe? Okay. The attorney says, okay, now. And the court says, hold on. Oh, damn it, man. Yeah. Thank you, court. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Where's my gavel? Hold on. Hold on. Before 10 p.m., what text did she send? The witness, I'm not aware, Your Honor, because I don't review them, but she was sending texts throughout that day. The court says, what time did she leave the dinner? The witness says, I'd have to review my notes. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Lopez says, would you like me to provide a copy? The witness says, sure. That's from the testimony of the hearing they were talking about. So I believe it was around 7:30, 7:20. She left dinner, went back to her room. The court says, are there any texts she sent between 7:30 and 10? The witness says, I'm sorry, she left around 6:30, 6:35. The court says, are there any texts between 6:30 and 9:30 or 10? The witness says, I believe there were. She was trying to get a hold of the individual that she had met on the cruise ship, but she couldn't get a hold of him. The court says, so how many texts would you say there were? The witness says, I wouldn't want to speculate, Your Honor. I'm not sure. At this point, Ms. Lopez says, now we're back on the record of this actual hearing transcript that they're conducting today, on this day. Let's see. Ow. Just finished working and eating lunch. Welcome in, Moore's Dog Mom. Welcome in. I don't know what I'm having today to eat, y'all. I haven't given much thought today. I ate a lot of stuff. I just kept eating yesterday. I made grilled chicken, some lemon pepper grilled chicken outside on the grill. That was really good last night. Today I haven't given it a whole lot of thought, but I am starting to get hungry. Now y'all making me think what I want to eat now. And I haven't got a clue. So then now we're back on with this questioning. The attorney says, Special Agent, you know the texts were stopped at some point, but you don't know the exact time at which they stopped, correct? The agent replies, I don't know. Then the attorney says, Counsel asked you some questions about C and his behavior during the evening of the 6th to the morning of the 7th. Do you remember that? And the agent replied, yes. The attorney says, is it true that C didn't alert to any unusual appearance in the room or to the fact that the victim wasn't in the room, either to his father or to T's mother, correct? And the agent replies, correct. Timothy didn't alert either one of them either as to anything unusual in the room, did he? I'm like, did you hear that, defense attorney? He didn't either, did he? And the agent replies, no. The attorney says, Timothy also did not alert that the victim or even the minor witness C weren't in the room for long periods of time, did he? And the agent replies, no. The attorney says, what he does do is that he blocks C from entering the room at around 12:09, correct? And the agent replies, correct. The attorney says, and then the court says, I'm sorry, I thought C went back into the room at 12. This judge is paying attention. The court is paying attention, right? Court says, I'm sorry, I thought C went back into the room around 12. It's 12:09, sir. The witness says, I'm sorry, Your Honor, he attempted to go into the room at 12:09, and Timothy stopped him, saying that he didn't need to come in, don't come in, and he had inaudible, if you go into the cabin, the bathroom, and the closet are right towards the beginning. He had both doors kind of open, so you couldn't see into the room. So they were like open and like blocking the view in the room from the two doors. I get what they're saying from the cabin. So he just told him to wait outside, and C ended up waiting outside for a couple minutes because we knew all that already. All right, the court says, so he waited in the hallway for a couple of minutes. The witness replies, yes, Your Honor. The court then says, and then at that point when he goes into the room, and the witness says, yes, Your Honor, and the court, and then he stays there, and the witness replies, yes. Okay, now we're back at this hearing. The attorney says the family mentioned that the victim always had her phone on her, correct? And the agent replies, yes. The attorney says, and that's why the FBI searched the room for her phone? And he replied, yes. And then the attorney says, and the FBI couldn't find the phone in her room, correct? He says, no, we could not find her phone. Then the attorney says the data from the cruise ship router showed that the victim's phone was in the same location as Timothy as he was jogging around the track on deck 12, correct? And the agent replied, it was hitting that router, yes. The attorney says, was C anywhere in that location at the time? The agent replies, no, not that I'm aware of. I wonder if if the brother had a phone too. Pinpointing his movements to rule him out as a suspect for the defense's sake over here. And then this ship's router information shows the victim's phone is pinging along the route to the Lido deck on deck 10 and going downstairs. CCTV showed that T was there. The agent replied yes. Then the attorney says CCTV didn't show that C was there, and the agent replies no. Then the attorney says when the router information showed that approximately at around the time of the victim's cell phone connecting to the routers in or around the trash bin, did it show that C was the minor brother was there? And the agent again replies no. Did it show that Timothy was there, and he replied, yes. The attorney says, did the CCTV show that T was observed in that area of the trash bin? And the attorney says, yes. I'm sorry, the agent. The attorney then says, and that afterwards he left that the victim afterwards he left that the victim's phone is pinging in the area of the trash bin, and he replies correct. So I'm just going to kind of move through this. We already know all of this stuff. This attorney's just trying to explain away that, the little brother could have done it. So let's go right here. This is a little bit more of the other transcript. The court says, did you do a similar analysis of Timothy's phone? Did he have a phone? The witness says, Your Honor, he did have a phone, but he didn't have an internet plan. They didn't pay for his internet plan, so it wouldn't have been my understanding. I'm not a tech guy. My understanding is that it wouldn't be grabbing on the routers because he didn't pay for the ship's internet plan. How convenient. His mom didn't. We're paying for Anna's, but we won't pay for Timothy's. What? Was Timothy in trouble with his phone? The attorney says, counsel asked you some questions about the fact that that the victim was about 109 pounds, meaning Anna, according to the medical examiner, correct? And the agent says yes. The attorney says, was she also short or was she tall? The agent replied, she was tall. I'm sorry, short. Which one is it, dude? There's a difference. Oh, my goodness. I don't care if you about your misspelled words occasionally, but damn, get the facts straight. The important stuff has to be straight. About how much would you estimate her weight being? Her height being. I need to read right, though. He says 5'2". The attorney says, and counsel asked you whether or not Timothy was a small male. Do you recall that? Remember earlier when they were talking about the ship's cleaning people come in, and the girl had to get help with the mattress, and they were like, well, she's petite, she's tiny. And they're like, well, so is the victim, or so is the accused, right? Because he's not much bigger. Strength, though, he's got a little bit of male strength behind him. I don't know. We'll see how this plays out. Okay, so, and counsel asked you whether or not Timothy was a small male. Do you recall that question? He says yes. The attorney now says, you had a chance to view Timothy standing up when he surrendered himself to, is that correct? And the agent says yes. The attorney then says, because you were one of the case agents to whom he surrendered, is that correct? And the agent replies yes. And then the attorney says, about how tall would you estimate Timothy being? He says Timothy is about 5'9" to 5'10". So he was taller than the victim. Yes. Tall and lanky. Counsel asked you some questions about whether or not any indicated that Timothy and the victim had a contentious or a bad relationship. Do you recall those questions? And the agent replied, yes. The attorney says, what was your answer? He says, I was not aware, none that I'm aware. The attorney says, you also spoke, though, at some point in your investigation to the victim's friends and her ex-boyfriend, correct? He replies, yes. The attorney says, and did the ex-boyfriend tell you any information that was of note during the course of your investigation as to a strange moment between Timothy and the victim? He replies, he did. The attorney says, what did he say? We referred to this earlier, guys, remember? The agent replies, he stated that while they were dating, they would talk often via FaceTime at night, and they would fall asleep together while they were on FaceTime. It was just something that they did as boyfriend and girlfriend. During one of those FaceTime conversations, he recalls that Anna had fallen asleep, and he was doing some work on his garage or something, but he noticed or heard a noise coming from Anna's phone. He looked and he states that he had seen Timothy trying to get into bed with Anna. He was kind of surprised and shocked by it and yelled at Timothy. And when Timothy apparently ran out of the room, and then Timothy apparently ran out of the room. See, ugh. Was his mom giving him his medicine then, I wonder? Was she making sure her boy had his meds at night while they were at home? Or was it just on the cruise? The attorney says, okay, did the ex-boyfriend tell you whether or not he informed the victim of what had occurred? The attorney replies, he said he did, yes. The attorney says, and did he indicate that the victim told him in terms of telling her father about what had occurred? The agent says, yes, she did, that she had been hesitant about saying anything to her father because she felt that Timothy was a little weird and that he had quite a few knives, so she was a little bit afraid of him. My daddy would have made sure I didn't need to be afraid no more. Now, at some point, did you follow up with the victim's father about whether or not any of the video surveillance in his home reflected that the interaction or that entry into the victim's room? He says, we did. And what did he tell you? The attorney asked. The agent said, he said that he reviewed the video, couldn't find anything that was inaudible with the fact that the video only lasted 30 days and this incident would have happened a few months prior to the capacity of the video. The attorney says, counsel asked you a couple of questions about the room, and I guess the state, what the fuck? Hold on a minute. Now, at some point, did you follow up with the victim's father about whether or not any of the video surveillance in his home reflected that interaction? And the dad says, well, I didn't see it, so it didn't happen. He said that he reviewed the video, couldn't find anything, but that was inaudible with the fact that the video only lasted 30 days. So he didn't believe the boyfriend that saw it. No, and Anna's not going to be like, Dad, I don't want to go in the cabin with him. I'm a little nervous and scared. Dad's like, oh, I didn't see anything on the video, so you could be possibly not telling the truth. Your boyfriend could be lying. What are you doing, Dad? Oh, man, hindsight and all. Oh, I hope I'm not reading that wrong. Carrie, my dad raised daughters. We were bred and lock your doors, right? I thought it was a no-brainer, but people run around with the doors unlocked all the time, even in 2026. Idiots? I don't know. Live in a pipe dream that you're in a bubble, that you're protected? I don't know. I'm in the fucking country, but guess what? I'm dead bolted down. I don't need no freak out the woods coming out. You know, Brian Laundrie's sneaking around out there in the fucking woods. They thought they saw him nearby here. My doors are locked. I don't need the creepity creepers coming up out of the woods on me. It will not end well. Ah, shit. I gotta go let my dogs in. It started raining. Hold on. Good Lord. Oh boy, dogs said no, they're not coming. They're just going to hang out under the pole barn. The puppy attempted. The big dog went to follow them. They both changed their minds. Poor things. Look, it's already stopping. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't get it. Why would you not lock your doors? It's just, no, no, good Lord. People justify it all the time. They can do them. I'm locking my doors. I don't need to debate it on the internet with a bunch of adults who should damn well know better and teach their babies to do better and teach your young daughters to lock your door. So when they go away to college, they automatically lock the door. And you don't got to worry about it at night, right? Yeah, we should be doing that. I think that shit's common knowledge. It should be anyway. So he says, do you recall those questions? And he says, yes. Then the attorney says, you answer some questions regarding the temperature at which it was kept. So they better not, so they're trying to determine the time of death, right? If they let that body get too warm, we got problems with that, if they're going to try to nail down a time of death for Anna. And we've seen that play out. And I've read a bunch of reports, guys. It's not my first rodeo, right? We know how this works. Go watch Body Bags with Joe Scott Morgan. You learn a lot when you go listen to people who do it for a living, right? That's why I listen to those guys. I like to explain stuff to me, help me understand so we know what's going on. We've all known for years about keeping bodies at certain temperatures, right? So he says, okay, after the point which the victim's body is found, was the room kept secure, off limits by cruise security to your knowledge? And he replies, yes. Then the question is, were the family allowed to enter? And the agent says, not to my knowledge. The attorney says, okay, was there a first point when they first find the body that the stepmother, meaning Timothy's mother, which is Chantel, and the victim's dad do enter the room to try and wake the victim up? What? Question, was there a first point when they first find the body that the stepmother and the dad do enter and try to wake the victim? So is that when the staff finds the body? Remember, she goes out and gets her superintendent, and she comes back, and they discover the body. They're just across the hall. Do they now hear commotion? Now they know something's not right with their world? And they come in and see Anna and grab her and try to wake her? And the agent replies, yes. The attorney says, after that point, do any of and their, excuse me, there's inaudible stuff there, removed by the cruise security at that point, correct? And he says yes. Of course, they're going to be told to leave the room at that point, right? We have a victim. At any point after that point, does the family or anyone else besides cruise security and the FBI have access to the cabin? And he says no. Then the court says, is there any record of any other family member trying to reach the victim at any point prior to that time period, to the 11 time period? The witness says, I'm sorry, I don't understand that. The court says, in other words, did anybody try to knock on the door to look for her? The witness says, so they left her at 6:30 p.m. after dinner. The next morning, she was found at 11 a.m. My understanding is that from the dad, she was that she was 18 years old. She hung out at night during the cruise, and I think she did her own thing. So they didn't find it odd at the moment. They weren't alarmed, especially the brother is now in the room, that she wasn't there or specifically see. The parents weren't even alarmed. They wouldn't have been alarmed. She was 18. It's, midnight-ish. I don't know. I'm kind of like, even my 18-year-old on a cruise ship, I'm like, honey, don't be gone too long. Let me know where you're at. Make sure your phone's on, I'm like, I'm tracking you. I track my kid don't even live with me, and I know where he's at right now. I mean, he's not a kid. He's an adult now, young adult, but y'all know what I'm saying. I know where he's at. Special agent, this is a question by the attorney. You mentioned that you were asked questions about the DNA collection in this case. Do you recall that? From the victim's body. He replies, yes. The attorney now says, okay, do you recall the doctor besides the swabs taken during the course of the sexual assault kit, swabbing any part of the victim's body? Remember they were talking about the bruising, and did they lift any DNA from the body itself other than the swabs that they used in the sexual assault kit? He says, I don't recall, the agent said. Then the attorney says, now, the victim's body was found in a blanket, correct? And the agent replied, yes. Then the question is, and it was closed completely when it was found, correct? And he says, yes. And then the attorney says, okay, the clothing and the blanket would have touched her neck area, correct? And her face area? And he replied, yes. And then the attorney says, at some point, did the doctor, when he discussed the fact that his findings is the victim died from mechanical asphyxiation, did he ever indicate to you that he felt it was done by hands or a chokehold? And the agent replied, chokehold. He indicated a chokehold. Then the attorney says, and did the victim's swabs that were taken as part of the rape kit, those swabs from the inside of her canal? And he says, yes, that's my understanding. Okay, then the attorney says, they were untouched by the blanket and the clothing that she was on, except for the underwear that was shoved. I'm not going to read all that again. That's my understanding, yes. And the gray viscous fluid that was tested had very strong inclusion that T was the male contributor into the mixture, correct? And he's, agreeing with that. The report indicated yes. And the attorney says, same thing for swab 5, though not positives for sperm, but was taken from the vaginal canal. Is that correct? He says yes, and there's no further questions. And they go, the court needs 5 minutes, and they go to crosses. They're going to go back into the conversation with the boyfriend. Oh, Faye, I've been using Life 360 on my kid since he was 8 years old. He'll be 20 this year, and we're still rolling. I love that app. I can see him. He can see me. He likes to know me where I'm at, too, in case something happens nefarious. He needs to know my last known location. I don't have all my kids. I have 3 children. They all 3 have an iPhone. I'm the lone wolf out here with my Samsung. I'm the lone wolf. So for him and I, we use the 360. Okay. And of course, my kids can all see each other, but I don't know where the hell. At least one of them knows where I'm at all times. Usually at the house. Right, that's a good point. The Beth says the cruise ship is an entire city, but Timmy wouldn't find his own girlfriend. Yeah, it sounds like he might have been a bit obsessed with his stepsister, doesn't it? But her dad, did he just review the footage from the house? Well, I didn't see Timothy do that. Anna, is your boyfriend lying? Is that what happened? I don't know. I hate to think that for him, because now he's got to live with that, right? I don't got to live with that. He's got to live with the fact that he may not have listened to his daughter. All right, we're about to get into a little bit of that, apparently. So the agent says, we spoke, myself and co-case spoke with him over the phone. And they are talking about here the conversation with the boyfriend that is never mentioned on direct exam. Did you speak with him? So did speak with the boyfriend, and they spoke by phone. The attorney says, so when he saw whatever he claimed he saw, it was while he was in some sort of contact or communication with Anna, correct? And the agent says, yes. The attorney says, was it some sort of, I'm showing my age, she says, was it some sort of video communication? Was it texting? Well, he said he saw something, so he had to actually have an image, right? And the agent replies, yes, my understanding, it was a FaceTime, live video conferencing that they did often. The attorney then says, so that being said, Anna must have been on her phone, right? And he says, I'm sorry? And the attorney says, that being said, Anna must have been on her phone, right? And the agent says, yes. So they were communicating verbally and additionally to being able to see each other. And he go through the whole process explaining what this is. Okay. Then the attorney says, so if this event happened when Timothy would have seen that Anna was on her phone communicating by video and having a conversation with somebody else. And the agent says, no. This happened when she fell asleep. She was asleep, and as I mentioned earlier, they would fall asleep together, and sometimes, okay, he's explaining that again. Okay. While he's working in the garage. She doesn't sleep in the same room as Timothy, obviously. So my understanding of what he saw was when she had fallen asleep, and then Timothy crept into the room and tried to get into bed with her. And the attorney says, but there was no sexual activity. And the agent says, no. Then the attorney says, so it was two half siblings sharing a bed? And the agent says, I don't know. And then the attorney says, okay, and there's nothing else about your investigation at all that revealed any prior inappropriate activity between Timothy and Anna? And he replies, no. Then the question is, the government asked you a lot of questions about questions after you already saw Timothy from the closed circuit video but didn't see C. Were you looking for C's images the same way you were looking for Timothy's? We were looking for both, tracking both, but mainly Timothy. Oh, it stopped raining. I should probably go. Almost. So the only folks that had an internet, okay, then the court says, have you looked through a search of C's phone? Did he have a phone? The witness says, so the only folks that had an internet connection was Anna and her parents. So they only purchased the internet on the cruise ship for the parents and for Anna, right? The minors, none of them got internet service, which is fine. I can see it. You should get off your damn phones and go enjoy yourselves. But if I wanted to let my kids roam around on the ship willy-nilly all alone, I might need to know where they're at. You might need to have the internet on so I can see where you're at and text you and call you. Do they not have phone service? You know what I mean? They got to get on the Wi-Fi. Okay, decisions people make. Witness says, no. All right, so now we're back on this questioning again. The attorney says, the prosecutor asked you several questions about whether or not C would have had time to strangle Anna. Do you recall those questions? So they're just going to move through that. We know the boy was only in there a few minutes and then a few seconds, so there was no time. They're moving through that again, the same timeline parts. The court says, any additional evidence from the government? Lopez says, no, Your Honor. The court says, any evidence the defense wishes to introduce? Cole says, just argument. The court says, okay, let me turn back to the prosecutor then and let you make your argument in support of there's two issues. One, if there's probable cause to charge, and two, is there sufficient? So we know they've already made the decision coming out of this document, right? That's what they're in there discussing, is whether or not he could be charged with adult. We're going to keep him in custody. They're going to move through the timeline again. I'm not doing all that. The evidence just doesn't show that C would have had enough time during that period. What the evidence does show is that in the same time period, though the agent could not recall the exact moment, but the victim's health information stopped showing her pulse and the victim's phone is no longer used by her in that time period. So I possess to this court that there is a probable cause to believe that the victim died in that 3.5 hour period, not from the hours of 12 midnight to 9:28 p.m. when C, the little brother, leaves the room. That is just not supported by the evidence, given that the agent has testified here today. In addition to that, that is not C who is in fact blood related to her. In addition to that, it is not C who is in fact blood related to her. It is not C who had her phone or is traveling with her phone. It is the defendant. So C is her actual blood brother. C's not got her phone moving around the ship and traveling around with it. It's the defendant doing all that. The family tells the FBI that she always has her phone on her. If the phone was found by Timothy and there is a real concern as to where she was, why didn't he give it to the parents? Why didn't he attempt to find her and try to give it to her? Instead, he takes it out for a jog on the 12th deck around the thing, and he goes back to the room. And then after that, he is in the room for a few minutes. He takes the phone and he takes it to the area where it is found by the cruise ship employee in the trash can. Not with the victim, not with the parents, not in the lost and found, not in the trash can. That is an attempt, and I believe it is probable cause to believe that this defendant tried to throw the evidence or get rid of it in some way, regardless of whether or not he had the opportunity to discard it in other places. He clearly discarded it in the trash bin near the Lido deck, where he was seen on the CCTV. And they're going back through that timeline again. The body wasn't found in a way that made it fell off the bed. It was fully clothed, despite the fact that evidence was found inside of her with the underwear shoved in, and it was clear evidence. Okay, they're just going through the same stuff we've already read. Then he wrapped her in the blanket, shoves her underneath the bed. That didn't happen by mistake. That happened because someone caused it to happen. Someone with enough time to be able to wrap the body of a 5'2" girl with a 5'9" or 10 brother who is already in puberty and is already developing his muscles and everything necessary to complete such a task from a petite girl. When the box of life vests is found on top, again, despite the fact that it usually located in the middle of the room, it is now on top of the area where the victim's body, as if it is to hide it. That is not a coincidence. It didn't fly over or crawl by there by itself. It was placed there by somebody, and somebody who had the time to do it. So the evidence in this case clearly shows, and I posit to the cause, that it is probable cause, more likely than not, that this victim went into the room at 7:38. This defendant was already in there after C, the little brother, leaves after being in the room for a couple of minutes at 7:51. For 3.5 hours, no one enters or exits that room. It is only Timothy and the victim. Sufficient time for him to assault her. That defense attorney, see, how are they going to explain that 3-hour time alone in the room with each other, right? They're like, well, they were just talking. It still could have occurred when the little brother came back. Sit down, sir, with your defense attorney stuff today. Sufficient time for him to assault her, sufficient time for him to wrap her body, sufficient time for him to try and make it try and get it underneath the bed. When he know that she has a therapeutic amount of sedative in her because she complained. Wait, he knew? When we know that she had, I was about to say, how did he know? Okay. See, I have to pay attention to the details sometimes. When we know that he has, but I would pay if I read it correctly, a therapeutic amount of sedative in her because she complained that she had pain because of her braces, and we know that she took the sedative. It's a very mild sedative, though. It's so mild. Okay. After those 3.5 hours, right? In those 3.5 hours, he is coming in and out of the room. So we know all that. And they go back to the court wanting to know the specifics. The only person who enters and exits the room is Timothy during that 3.5 hour time period. No one else does. No one else goes in, and there is no evidence that there was someone laying in wait for them so they could attack the victim. But not somehow Timothy, right? So there was nobody in the cabin waiting on them when they got there and committed the crime. When C comes back to the room for a brief 2 minutes, he says, "I don't see my sister. I leave, and then I come back, and she's come back, and he goes to sleep." So I'm not going to keep going through all of that over and over. You heard, by the way, this wasn't some sort of minor force that caused her asphyxiation. It was enough force to cause bruising and bleeding. Someone doesn't accidentally fall into someone's... Oh, no, they don't accidentally fall in there. Good God. He clearly made the clear, conscious decision when we know the victim had taken a sedative already. I wonder if, because Anna's young, right? So this mild sedative may affect her more. Was she groggy? How long does that medicine take? How long they were in there 3 hours. Was she already like lying down, trying to rest, and he's just like sitting there stewing? He clearly made the clear, conscious decision. We know the victim had taken her sedative. I'm not going to go back over the underwear description again. Okay. Clearly, without her consent, this was done. That is not a spur of the moment act and is not an accident. It is a clear and conscious decision that violates the body of another person. So again, I wonder how long did he sit? 3.5 hours he's sitting there watching her try to rest, or did he immediately go in for the attack? Then on top of that, he asphyxiates her through a chokehold. This isn't an accidental shooting, which horrible as it would be, is not the cause of we're playing with a gun and something accidentally goes off. This isn't an impersonal shooting from meters or tens of feet away, as it would be, for example, in a regular gangland case where people are shooting at each other during a drug deal. No, it's not the same thing. The fuck? While against the law and horrible because no one deserves to be killed by another person in that manner, it is not impersonal. This is someone who he lived with whom he was raised by, like a sibling, right? It's like a more personal, that personal connection relationship, right? That you violate. He wraps his arm around her neck and squeezed it hard enough. Well, yeah. How could you do that? There is no indication, as the defense said, that he had any behavioral problem. There is no indication, as the defense said, that he had any behavioral problems or problems with T, right? I'm talking about C again? See, I skipped down. It was not an accident, not some sort of brief, weird moment where it sort of happens like an accidental shooting. He made the decision to do that, be in his arms, struggling for breath. He continues to do that until she had no breath, no more. And they're discussing about him trying to get into bed with her again and the boyfriend. Let me see. Let's see what this says right above it, though. I got to figure this out. Okay. The court has no assurance to the court. The court has no assurance to the court that he won't, at some point, other random moment, do it again. Remember, this is when they were trying to get him to be confined into custody because he was living with his uncle. He had lived with the victim for 2 years. Nothing had happened until then. Maybe he tried to crawl into bed, if you believe the boyfriend. And I think at this, and I think is for another court another day. Although the court surely can take that into consideration. So that was the only prior red flag. I think that this is far another court for another day. Oh, I had a yawn out of nowhere. Although the court surely can take that into consideration, if you believe were to take into consideration, okay, makes it even worse. There was no indication that at any time that there were any issues for 2 years, and all of a sudden he assaults her and kills her. That is dangerous, and the court cannot be assured that he will remain out without hurting himself or others in the future. We just can't believe it took him that long to get to that decision. I just cannot believe that it took that long. Y'all talking about the Adelson people? That's not rocket science over there either. You feel bad for Donna. Oh, okay. You do you. I kind of force fed some of that case right on the YouTubes. I didn't cover it here. That doesn't mean I don't know things about it. We don't. I don't. What about them? Y'all, well, only thing I'm wondering is that the girl going to get arrested now? Did Wendy not know nothing? Was Wendy just innocent? What about Wendy? You know, I can also kind of sit here and say when you look at Charlie Adelson and his mommy, I don't feel too bad for Miss Wendy from what I've seen, but I could be really wrong. Or not Wendy, Donna. The Donna's the mama, right? Yeah, I saw she's kind of odd, y'all. That Forrest, you just nailed it. I think Harvey and Donna knew a lot more than they would admit. Well, you know what? I know for sure Donna did. Well, I don't know for sure, but yeah, it would. I don't know what all Harvey knew and didn't know. Was he just a sucker? He's that quiet guy that let her do whatever, Mama Donna do whatever. Yeah, I believe you though. Harvey and Donna knew a lot more than they would admit. Wendy did the bitching and started the ball rolling, and Charlie was the obedient puppy who put it all together. Charlie was a yes man to his mama. Charlie got whatever Charlie wanted. Charlie was a spoiled little wealthy kid, right? Little rich kid. Wendy, who didn't fall, Wendy was the same way. Yeah, that whole family dynamics there is crazy. That's a cray cray case. Maybe he'll get transported and get him some more fast food. It's the last time I saw him. Y'all think they'll ever arrest Wendy? Do they have any evidence against that girl? I don't know. Well, Timothy did state the boy. That's what they went over, Simi, in this document about that as well. That's the only thing that they are talking about was prior incident, right? Was the episode the boyfriend reported. But we also read when Anna's dad was told about the incident, he goes and reviews the home cameras and doesn't see the incident, so therefore is not sure it happened. But yeah, that's the only incident we know of. I feel like maybe was he a little more obsessed with her, right? It kind of feels that way. That he had this super huge, I don't know if obsessed the right word, but like this fixation, a crush, whatever, something like that. Like he was really fixated on his sister. And then for the time they spent in the cabin while he's there with her. Hey Jay, I'm about to wrap up, but there's Jay. Guys, I was telling you tomorrow Jay is going to have that interview with the Gonzalez family, 6:30 Central Standard Time. Y'all go over there and turn on your notifications. Mine is on. I'm looking forward to that episode there, Jay. And it was a fun time when I was cleaning yesterday, unpacking those interviews. We're conducting that investigation. It's been I enjoyed that for a change. I like it when I can just sit back and listen and take notes on things. It was a good show. Yeah, the Wendy Adelson stuff. Yeah, that case. I laughed at that case more than I did anything. I just watched what was on court TV and stuff like that. I didn't cover it a lot here. So, like the Lynette Hooker case, it just never. No, I just didn't have. I don't know what it was about that case. I don't know if it was because it was not here. It was over, not here, international waters, so to speak. Two people drinking on a dinghy. I'm like, oh, there's a lot gonna get unpacked there. I think I'll just sit back and watch. That's kind of where I've been with the Lynette Hooker case as well, because I don't know if they'll ever get to a resolution. Let's be honest. It's my word, his word against. Maybe they can find some evidence on that boat and get that ball rolling. Who knows? Oh, Faye, you listened. Well, you were listening and working yesterday. That was a good show, unpacking the different things. There were a few things said in a couple of those interviews that we hadn't heard, and we were taking notes on. So, always good to unpack stuff like that, right? And I was because I told you guys I got those videos of the footage inside of the house, and I was really, looking at that, and because they were trying to describe getting back to that room where she was at, where John Bonet was found and all that. Well, I got that video. I was like, well, now I can figure it out better. I love to be able to see it. So we have all that too. And also, like I said, it's 5 years since Summer Wells, has disappeared. Interview Room did do an interview with Don Wells' stepsister. And I told you I got to go back and review because I fell asleep. No, nothing to them. I was just exhausted. So I'm going to go review that too because I don't. I know there's a lot about that case out there, a lot of weeds with that case that I don't want to get into. I don't care about all that. I don't want to hear about the internet drama between Fred Hill and his weird wife and all that. That's got. If they did something wrong, we'll come with that later. But right now, I want to unpack the evidence or lack of in the Summer Wells case. I do not care about the drama. There's enough people that cover all of that, right? I want facts. I want information. I want to listen to interviews and pick out what they say that might make a difference in these cases. Oh, you're welcome for reading this. We are all, well, I'm on page 94 of 145, and I'm going to tell y'all we're not finishing this document. No, it's almost 4 p.m. for me, and we started early, so we've been at it all day as well. But we needed to read it to unpack it, to understand it, right? To understand what's happening and get the gist, because I can read the article about what the document says. Well, can I get the document, please, right? I get the whole conversation kind of thing. So I appreciate that we were able to get the document. They're going to go into the custody arrangement part. We all know that that's been solved now. So the understanding is that the father is allowed to pick up Timothy whenever he wants to and be with him whenever he wants in Brevard, or in the Brooksville area, without consulting or speaking to the mother, which is in direct violation of the current custody agreement. Lordy. So the parents are already battling custody over the children, and then he goes and does all this on the cruise ship, unalives his stepsister. Now we got him in the custody of his uncle in the home with other minor children, little girls. And now the mom and dad are like, y'all get it together. Parent your child. Put your bullshit aside for 5 fucking minutes. You chose to bring those children into the world. Put your bullshit down and parent your children. That significant other, I promise y'all, they're not all that. Parent your children. Jen Soto should have took note on that one, shouldn't she? It shows that there is already a willingness to perhaps, or an inclination not to follow court orders when given, which is a concern to the government. Oh, they're like, Dad's not following the court order. He's up there getting Timothy whenever he wants, and ain't telling nobody. Well, Timothy's got a monitor on. Is he allowed? How far? I need the rules and regulations of Timothy's monitoring abilities. What was going on there? He was allowed to go to work there for a while. We were reading that, right? He was allowed to go to work and stuff with his uncle, or was it his dad? I can't remember. It was one of the two. He was going to work with them. Why would he be allowed to do that? Home arrest should be home arrest. This kid was literally treated with kid gloves from the time that cruise ship got back to Miami. because the government didn't know what to do with him. State of Florida would have slapped their ass right in the county jail. Like I've told y'all, we got 2 right here, right now, in the county. Charges adults for murder of another child. But the government don't know what to do with them. How are we supposed to know what to do with them? Again, make change, be positive. Be the change, man. Push for better mental health services for children so they don't grow up and become the next Brian Koberger. His mother began to notice his problems at least 9 years old, according to documents. By also not stating that the dad or the uncle, he's not going to be anywhere around other children or what could potentially hurt. As I mentioned before, this act came without warning and without any indication that it could happen again. Yeah, they did the right thing by making the decision to lock him up. There's no sense in it. So they'll get him his little evaluations will get started. They'll get him back down to Miami. They'll get him there by July 10th is their deadline, and they'll get him into this juvenile residential center. The order that Your Honor signed with the information makes it very clear that he is to be processed at the Juvenile Assessment Center here on 3rd, which is where the juveniles go to get processed and when they are arrested in the state court. And that he will be housed in the Juvenile Residential Center, ensuring that he has not only the unusual heat. Why does it say, usual? I said unusual. Has the usual heat and air conditioning, food, water, and enough recreation time. But that he is schooled and schooled appropriately. There's your difference between adult jail and kiddie jail. They make you attend school at kiddie jail. You're going to get your 3 hots in a cot. Big boy jail, little boy jail, doesn't matter. You're getting them. But you're going to be made to go to school at little boy jail. It's option at adult jail. The court says, just so I understand, in other words, on the custody issue, which is not before the court, but on the question of the concerns that the government expressed, the mother is supposed to have 80% custody and the father is supposed to have 20% custody. But it is the uncle who is housing him. And then the attorneys reply, yes, the mother has the 80%. The court says, was that approved by the state court? Lopez says, my understanding is that the mother is as the primary physical custodian and legal custodian of Timothy, was allowed to place him in the custody of another person on her behalf. Fuck. I can't handle my child. Maybe you can. You're willing? You're willing? Heifer. Put your man... maybe you should get rid of that man in your life and focus on the kids. Maybe the men should do the same thing. I don't know what to tell adults any fucking more. My babies come before anybody and everything, including always will before a man. I promise you that. If I got issues and we can't, sir, can you go home for a hot minute? Stay down there. Let me get my shit straight. Maybe y'all can come see you sometime. But these babies, it's a lot. But do it. Just do it. Chantel's like, nah, I can't be bothered today. He's too much. Or was it, well, I've got kids and I got to stay with my husband. He's still got kids. Can somebody else take him who don't got kids? Like, no, lady, that's weird. I'm sorry. I find that whole thing odd. This whole thing with this boy being housed like that was odd. Beyond the realm of imagination to say that this case has received a lot of media attention. If I read that one more time in a document, I might scream. Everyone is aware, unfortunately, despite our best efforts to keep things quiet and concealed during the investigation process, that he is a possible suspect, and she felt it was safer for him to stay with the uncle than to stay in the town where the victim was from. Are we going to get town retaliation? Are we going to hang him up high in the streets? The court said the uncle is the mother's brother. Lopez says, brother. That is correct, Your Honor. The court says, okay. So he was been staying at Chantel's brother's. Lopez says, my understanding is when it was brought to the court's attention, the state court judge decided that Timothy would remain in the custody of his uncle, that the younger sister would remain in the custody of the mother, and then decided that the emergency motion having been denied, if the father wanted to contest the general custody. So, man, y'all got your hands full, mommy and daddy there. Your boy done killed a little girl. He unalived a child. And now y'all trying to figure out what to do with your other kids. Y'all both might want to tell the other people to sit down a moment and figure y'all's family dynamics out. You're dragging a whole bunch of people into your shit. And now a child is dead. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if he was selling firewood, working construction, whatever he was doing. Should not have been allowed to leave that house. House arrest is house arrest. If you're on a work release program, did he have permission to work release? Apparently he did. They want to keep structure in his life. Maybe structure should have came prior to the cruise during the family dysfunction and fighting over who gets the kids of it all. That should have been thought about prior to the cruise. Now we're concerned about structure. I don't give a fuck if he flipped a burger, right? They should never have let him leave that house. But we ain't got to worry about it now. He's in jail. Oh, they're going to go into the Fourth Amendment, the Bill of Rights, all the things. I think we got all the evidence information out of the document that we're going to get. I'm not going to read their continuous battle, right, over their arguments as to where he should be housed and how all that good stuff. We're not doing that again. We know already. Thinking of grilled cheese. Oh, Faye. BLT. I got all that. See, I'm not trying to cook a lot of shit tonight. No. I was busy all weekend cooking and doing different things. Made that grilled chicken last night. If I lived close to town, it would be a DoorDash kind of night, but I do not. Oh, my son might bring me something. Nah, I'm just going to go in the kitchen and make me something. Y'all got me wanting BLTs and comfort food now. What do I got in there? Jay says, crazy. I hate to say it, but if this was a black 16-year-old, he would have been in the Miami-Dade jail immediately. Yeah, exactly. And the two we have sitting in our county jail right now, one's black and one's white. 14, 15-year-old boys who murdered a 14-year-old girl. Both charged as adults, both sitting in the Escambia County Jail. Florida, like I said, they do not play. They're not the only ones. There's been many. I could pull up a dozen cases right now where minors are charged as adults every day in Florida and housed, right? Perfectly fine. We're good to go. That's just the way it is. But I agree, Jay. I think it would have been different. I don't know why. When we read the document, the government just didn't know what to do. Where are we going to put him? Where are we going to house him? They rethink their policies going forward in case something like that ever happens again, right, guys? For real. Okay. Well, I got to go let the puppies in now that the rain, the monsoon stopped and they're not trapped under the pole barn anymore, looking at me like I'm a fool going, run across the yard, dogs, it's okay. When the puppy attempted and ran back. Okay. Let me go get my babies out the yard before they have a cow. They probably need a bath now. Good Lord. Hey, they're my son's dogs. I'll just say, hey, you need to wash your dogs. He's going to be like, why? I let him out and it poured on them. Yeah, this is the feds handling him with kid gloves. Well, now that the feds found a way to house him, right, and they got him charged as an adult now, and now he's held at the Citrus County Jail. They're going to transfer him back to Miami by July 10th, and I'm assuming they will hold him in that juvenile detention center until court. So, and I think they have court slated for September, if I'm not mistaken. So it's coming up. All right, guys. Y'all remember I played that video at the beginning of the show? For fuck's sake, Viviana taking people to school who were throwing mad, disgusting shade at the victims' parents in the Idaho 4 case. Go support Viviana. Give her a thumbs up. Go support Jay's show tomorrow night with the victims' family, Christy and Steve Gonzalez. Good job, Jay. Thanks for bringing it out there to us, and let's go support them and their foundation, guys, and keep the victims out there first and foremost, because at the end of the day, it's all about them, and it always will be. Always will be. And for some reason, I am not on the screen. I may have lost y'all. All right, guys, I'm going to go. Y'all go have a good one and be safe on them YouTube streets.
Thank you all for watching this here video.